Hi guys. So today we are watching the courthouse. It's a verdict watch, so we are still waiting. Hold on, fixing that camera. Okay, we are waiting for the jury to come back. So what we will do today is, I hope, talk with you guys about everything what went on the past 6 weeks. So we will do a recall about some of the highlights, and this will be tricky. So we will switch between the verdict watch and the recap video. So yes, like really waiting has started. Like last Friday, they went into deliberation. I'm not really sure how long it will take till they actually reach a verdict. Like they need to answer the questions that we heard by the jury instructions. Hey Lan, good to see you as well. So it will be interesting. I'm also wondering, because everybody saw it on the news, of course, that Johnny did a show in London. So I think he needs to be back. I reckon. Like if the jury comes like in an hour and he is not there, that will be a bit of a, you know what I mean. So probably took his plane, his private plane, back to Virginia yesterday or this morning. Oh, hi Raina, good to see you. So, ooh. I thought something really excited would happen. Like we all went to black. I was like, oh, that was fast. That was just like 3 minutes. So let's have a
Jesse Weber, and
listen.
thanks for joining us. On Friday, we heard closing arguments in both the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard defamation trial in Fairfax County, Virginia, and in the trial of Florida versus Catherine Magbanua. Now, Magbanua was found guilty of her crimes as it related to the death of university professor Dan Markel back in 2014. And as for the defamation trial that has taken the world by storm, we are currently in verdict watch. The jury deliberated for just over 2 hours before deciding to call it a night on Friday. They're going to try to decide whether or not Amber Heard defamed Johnny Depp in her 2018 Washington Post op-ed piece, and to therefore rule in Johnny Depp's favor of his $50 million counterclaim, lawsuit, excuse me. Or they could rule in favor of Amber Heard's countersuit for $100 million for damages done to her career based on Johnny Depp's and his attorney's quote-unquote smear campaign that followed her domestic abuse allegations. The jury is due back any minute now to resume their deliberations, and we have our very own Anjanette Levy, who is outside of the courthouse right now in Fairfax County, Virginia. Good morning to you, Anjanette. It is good to see you. Walk us through what the scene is like outside. I'm very curious because now that Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, I don't believe are there, do we still seem to see the same kind of fanfare?
Well, good morning to you, Jesse. From what it seems like it's going to be a kind of a humid and muggy Fairfax, Virginia. The line, you know, the famous line for the wristbands, non-existent today. I was very happy to see that. I couldn't believe it when I showed up at around 6:45 this morning, and maybe 10 people were in line. So that was refreshing after really the mess that we have all been through over the last several weeks of the pushing and the shoving. I spoke with one reporter this morning who was showing me her bruises from the line last week. She said, you know, she's still kind of recovering from that. So we had to talk about that. I know I was pushed and shoved quite a bit. Thank God I didn't get any bruises. I do have one bruise on my arm over here somewhere. I'm not sure if it came from that, but I do recall being shoved quite a bit. So this was very refreshing, a welcome surprise for all of us. So a much more calm and serene scene outside of the Fairfax County Courthouse. That jury should be resuming deliberations just about now. As you know, Jesse, you and I were both here on Friday. The jury deliberated for just about 2 hours and then called it quits for the long holiday weekend. They are going to be back at it today. That is a jury of 5 men and 2 women. Several of those jurors are younger Asian men. The one woman is an Asian woman who we believe might be in her 20s or 30s. An African-American woman who we believe is maybe in her 40s or 50s is another juror. And then there are 2 white men, one who appears to be in his 60s, another who appears to be in his 30s or 40s. So these are all estimates from what we observed in the courtroom. So we don't know their exact ages, but that's what we're thinking. Also, you know, if there were people speculating all weekend long, this is going to be a quick verdict. This is going to be this. It's going to be that. Well, guess what? Here's the jury instructions, okay? Jury instructions, verdict forms, you name it, we've got it. I'm still going through these and reading through all of it. A little bit of light reading, right? This is not just like a murder case like we would really normally cover here on Law and Crime, Jesse, as you know, where it's like, okay, let's talk about the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt, guilty or not guilty, special circumstances, things like that. There are several questions that these jurors have to go through and have to answer. So it could be a deliberation that takes some time.
And we're dealing with 2 different standards we'll talk about later in the program. When you're trying to find defamation, there is the greater weight of the evidence just to determine whether or not it was a false statement and whether or not it was published. And then there is a separate standard of clear and convincing evidence whether or not it was actual malice, which both sides have to prove for either one of their defamation claims. Let me ask you this, Anjanette. Do we have confirmation that Johnny Depp and Amber Heard will not be there this week? I mean, walk us through whether or not they will be here. And also, if a verdict does come in, are we going to get any kind of advance notice? What is that going to look like?
That would be nice.
Well, we know for a fact that Johnny Depp was in the UK over the weekend performing with Jeff Beck, who is somebody who is a very good friend of his and a music collaborator of his. Jeff Beck, of course, for our viewers who may not be aware, is a legend, you know, in rock and roll. He's been inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame twice. He started his career, I believe, with the Yardbirds back in the 60s. This is a guy who's probably on the same level, if not above, Eric Clapton in the world of guitarists. So that tells you a lot about who Jeff Beck is if you didn't know. If you don't know, go on lawandcrime.com and read my story that I wrote about this. So Johnny Depp was in the UK over the weekend. They performed at Royal Albert Hall last night. Before that, they had performed at Sheffield City Hall. Johnny Depp performed Isolation, a John Lennon cover that he and Jeff Beck collaborated on back in 2019. So we don't know. It's still unclear as to whether or not Johnny Depp will be here for the verdict. And I've seen mixed reporting and tried to get some answers about whether or not Amber Heard plans to be here for the verdict. I guess I just can't imagine that they wouldn't be, but who knows? You know, the judge said they do not have to be here, but this is a high-stakes case for both of them. So we'll wait and see and try to get some more information for you.
Part of me feels that they've had enough of Fairfax County, Virginia, and want to get out of there. But Anjanette Levy is sitting tight in Fairfax County, Virginia, is going to report us the very latest what happens. So, Anjanette, thank you. Great reporting as always. Appreciate it. All right,
Thanks,
so
Jesse.
we're going to continue following the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial, recapping what you might have missed. We'll go back to what happened Friday with the closing arguments, the last attempt by both sides to convince this jury one way or another. We're going to start with the closing argument for Johnny Depp.
The mountain of evidence that Mr. Depp abused Ms. Heard is simply not there. What we have is a mountain of unproven allegations that are wild, over the top, and implausible. And you can't pick and choose which of these wild allegations to believe and which ones to disregard. You either believe all of it or none of it. Either Mr. Depp sexually assaulted Ms. Heard with a bottle in Australia, or Ms. Heard got up on that stand in front of all of you and made up that horrific tale of abuse. Either she's a victim of truly horrific abuse, or she is a woman who is willing to say absolutely anything. It is disturbing to think that Ms. Heard would make up the horrific tales of abuse that she testified to in this courtroom. But this case doesn't come down to whether you believe Ms. Heard or you believe Mr. Depp. This case comes down to whether you believe Ms. Heard or you believe Mr. Depp, Christy Dombrowski, Sean Bett, Malcolm Connolly, Travis.
So probably it can take a while. Actually, to be honest, expected that, as that reporter said, like there's a lot of things the jury actually need to go through to actually come up with a right and verdict. Well, and also remember, like they have just a portion of the evidence that, like, the whole internet was just booming with. Like the jury doesn't have most of that evidence. So on the other hand, like it was the long weekend, and again, like maybe because you have like older juries at the moment, but I'm still wondering, like, if they actually really say, okay, you can do research outside of the courtroom. I really wonder if they actually do. Like, wouldn't you just have a peek? Yeah, so I will actually go from one to another. So we have a little recap how it actually started.
All right, thank you. Are we ready for the next witness, or do you want
Yes,
to?
we call Mr. Depp.
Okay.
So this just to recap, Kai. So we're still waiting for the verdict. The jury just came back to just do the deliberation. They just had 2 hours on Friday.
So just a reminder, you're still under oath, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Depp.
Good morning.
We heard a lot about some statements that Mr. Waldman made. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And Mr. Waldman is your attorney or was your attorney?
Yes.
Could we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1245? And this is already in evidence, so permission to please publish. If we could scroll down to the second page. Mr. Depp, do you see the statement here attributed to Mr. Waldman?
Yes, I do.
When's the first time that you saw this statement?
All right.
Now we do the approaching again, and it's not it's not even live. Come on, people. Couldn't we cut it out? Jeez. So yeah, again, just going between. If it's really annoying, you just need to let me know. Like, we have seen this, so it's a bit of a recap. Wow, this is more.
Nobody did anything.
well, more answering
So
questions.
what
So
they're
maybe
saying is
it's a
this:
bit more
take
interesting.
Johnny Depp's words to know that Amber Heard is telling the truth here. So, by implication, overlook the difficult moments that she's had in the case, the time where there's been some inconsistencies, and perhaps even your inclination to not believe her. And remember what she and Johnny said together at the divorce decree. So it was certainly profound, but they still have to get around the whole thing that perhaps, and this is a difficult place to be, perhaps you should find for us despite our client. Here's what Johnny said, so Amber is telling the truth now. Not so much because of the testimony, because that didn't always go so good, but it was compelling in its own way, for sure.
Dr. Pearson, let me ask you this. We have a situation here where we talked about it before. There are two standards, two legal standards that the jury has to decide. Greater weight of the evidence for certain factors, certain elements of
really
defamation,
think
and then clear and convincing
that what
evidence
you say
for
at the
actual malice.
divorce,
So for all of our viewers who are trying to understand what this means, can you tell us?
like who is saying that he
So
thought
the
that she will
primary
just shut
elements
up
of
and
whether
get
the
over
statement
it,
was made, whether it was published, whether it was false. The standard is preponderance of the evidence, which people understand as either a feather's weight or 51%. Manage a scale, and it just has to move the scale just enough. When it comes to clear and convincing evidence, that is, and it's not beyond a reasonable doubt, but it's just a hair off of that. And so what it does is it moves the scale this far. And so they have to prove actual malice, that there was actual malice, that there was knowledge of the statement being false. Now, I look at that as also an issue of state of mind. What is the state of mind of the person? Did they know it was false when they made the statement? And, is it fueled by hostility and ill will and whatnot? Now, there's a separate instruction here that talks about that actual malice is not just hostility, ill will, etc. But it doesn't exclude that from the state of mind concept. What that means is that they have to show that it's actually false, that they knew it was actually false when the statement was made.
Yeah, and that's so important, and why we're talking about it might not be such an easy deliberation for this jury. We might not get a verdict today. They have a lot to consider and a very big legal standard for them to consider as well. Let's take a quick break. When we come back, we'll have more.
So, yeah. Like it's the legal thing, like we are looking at and we just draw our conclusions about who's wrong and who's right, who has more evidence and who was lying in court. I think the jury actually see that as well, but maybe differently as well. Like we actually see like 700 times the same clip, and like half the global humanity, I reckon, actually analyzed every little clip. What we see, oh yeah, that's a lie, that's a lie. And like we saw her getting really agitated on stand, light, and actually said twice, I actually counted them twice, that she wrote the op-eds instead of saying, oh, UCLA did it. So I think it's pretty clear, but then it will be hard as well. What I just don't understand, and maybe it's because it's a civil case and not a criminal case, but like the text messages that Johnny Depp sent with some really, really bad things in it, but he didn't send it to her. Like he sent it to his friends. And what I don't really understand is like why they didn't actually go into that. Like, let's be honest, we all have been angry and probably said a lot of nasty things about some other people, or let's in this case or an ex, or a person you actually in a relationship with, but you're pretty done with that person. So, like, I know when I'm really upset and I can send text messages to my friends or family and just lash out at the person um, who is or my ex or I'm in a relationship with. You know, you just want to get it out of your get it out of your chest. That doesn't mean I will beat the living shit out of him and then sexually assault him. You know what I mean? So it's like, well, I could think it would be completely different if he actually really sent it to her. But then, on the other hand, who doesn't when you're really angry?
Okay, welcome back, everybody. So, we are waiting for the jury to continue their deliberations today in the Johnny Depp Amber Heard defamation trial. If we get an update from that courtroom, we will jump live as soon as we can. We are bringing you live updates throughout the day from our reporters in Fairfax County, Virginia. But right now, we're also recapping everything that happened last week with the closing arguments. Before our break, we played you a little bit of Johnny Depp's closing argument, Amber Heard's closing argument. Now this is Depp's rebuttal closing argument delivered by Camille Vasquez.
I like the
Mr.
rebuttal
Ronborn
things.
asked you to consider why you're here. So why are you here? You're here because of a lie. And that was a lie that Ms. Heard repeated in the op-ed. At the start of this trial, we told you that this trial is about the evidence. The evidence overwhelmingly shows that Ms. Heard is an abuser and that she is a liar. She lied about Mr. Depp and took on the role of a lifetime as a public figure representing domestic abuse. What is her best evidence of that abuse? A video of Mr. Depp banging cabinets around, and text messages of Mr. Depp using bad words and dark, ugly humor, but never once admitting to abuse. Pictures of Mr. Depp sleeping. That's her best evidence. Ms. Heard herself. Ms. Heard held herself out to the world as a representative of abuse survivors everywhere, the face of the Me Too movement. This is not a Me Too situation. There are no Me Toos, just not me's. Ms. Heard does not deserve to be known as a representative of survivors of abuse, and Mr. Depp does not deserve to be known as a representative of perpetrators of abuse. That is what this case is about. It's not about money. It's about giving Mr. Depp his life back 6 years ago when she took it away. While you deliberate, ask yourselves why Mr. Depp would put himself through this. Expose every embarrassing detail of his life on national television. If he was guilty of anything that Ms. Heard accuses him of. We ask you, we implore you, to render a verdict for Mr. Depp. We ask you to set the record straight, that he is not the abuser she described, and that she is not the heroic survivor she portrayed. And we ask you to tell Ms. Heard that what she did was wrong. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
And Joe, that's a good point. Why would he go through all this, expose all of these details, unless he really was saying the truth and clearing his name? Because we keep saying there are two battles here, the court of law, the court of public opinion, and for him to, clear his name of being at least, as the Sun had called him, a wife beater, this is what he wanted. He wanted this to be televised. He wanted to tell his story. What do you make of that argument?
I think it's a compelling argument, and frankly, it acknowledges that the court of public opinion is important and is a real thing, and that has been percolating this entire time. It is a powerful argument, and it's also powerful to say, they acknowledge he's got some dark texts and some things that people perhaps shouldn't say, but no admission of being an abuser. Meanwhile, she took on the role of a lifetime, positioned herself as a victim of domestic violence, and we have on tape that she is physically abusive, verbally abusive, and she acknowledges it. So I think that therein lies the
She
most
didn't
powerful
really.
point for purposes of public opinion. It may end up being the more powerful point, most powerful point for purposes of the jury, because we don't really know. They ought to be in a bubble in that they aren't influenced by what's going on around them. So it's going to be interesting to see how it comes out. Very powerful points indeed.
Okay, so Dr. Pearson, here's the other scenario, right? The jury might come back and they say, you know what, we believe that this is a case of defamation, Amber Heard is liable, right? The separate question is what would be the damages, because there was so much testimony in this trial about what was the harm that Johnny Depp suffered as a result of the Washington Post article, not the 2016 allegations, nothing that happened before. What did he lose because of the article? And that has been a more nebulous question, right, about what exactly was connected to that. Do you find that to be a difficulty for Johnny Depp, where maybe the jury could come back and award him very little based on this?
You know, damages are always a big issue. They're hard to determine. You know, we've seen cases where there's been a lot of damages that have been awarded, and then, you know, the judge will reduce that amount, what's called remitter. And so I think that
why is the jury
you may be looking at the loss of the Fantastic Beasts. You may be looking at the Pirates of the Caribbean series. That is still hanging sort of in a dangle, and he's lost choice there. But I also could see it coming back with, you know, a very small sum of money, even $1, and just sending a message that this was wrong. And you know what? They didn't ask for any money in their closing.
It wasn't because they're trying to say it wasn't about the money, right? It's more about them clearing their names or making a point. And it, you know, Elaine Betterhoff said, we're not looking for $100 million. She said that. So it's something to be thought about there. Now,
she just gave rolly eyes. Like, for how much did she ask?
For these closing arguments and the way that it was
like
scheduled
300
for this rebuttal argument, Amber Heard's side only had 6 minutes left to deliver it. Let's take a look at some of it.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's interesting that in both their opening and their rebuttal closing that you heard Mr. Depp's attorneys address none of Ms. Heard's witnesses. None of Ms. Heard's witnesses. They listed their own, who didn't see, who were on his payroll, weren't there behind closed doors with him, but they didn't address any of the witnesses. For example, Josh Drew, Rocky Pennington, Liz Mars, who were all there on May 21st, Melanie Iglesias, who covered Ms. Heard's bruises. They say that no one showed up for her. No one showed up for her, but then they say that these people aren't friends anymore. If they're not friends anymore, then why would they be doing what they would suggest are lying for her? Why would they be corroborating everything that she says? It's this simple. If you believe that Depp was abusive to Amber one time ever, in any of the various forms of abuse, not only physical, verbal, emotional, psychological, sexual, any of the ways of abuse, then your job is very easy. And you can not only deny Mr. Depp's claim, but you can fine for Amber on her counterclaim. And it's interesting that Ms. Vasquez just changed their theory after 6 weeks. She said, oh, well, domestic abuse just means physical abuse. It's not what Mr. Depp said. It's not what Dr. Curry said. It's not what Dr. Hughes said. It's not what you know to be true. You know that the evidence that you've seen constitutes all sorts of abuse. And there's a reason that they're running as fast as they can from those sorts of abuse, because they know that he did it. Now, the suggestion that Amber's abuse allegations are a hoax is vicious and vile. Mr. Depp can say whatever he wants now, but he can't change the evidence that you've seen at the trial. The evidence shows that Ms. Heard did not commit abuse hoaxes. Not about sexual violence.
Did he actually saw the same trial as
2016, and certainly not about Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman's catch-all, all-purpose statement that Ms. Heard's abuse hoax, which suggests that every one of her allegations are false, that that's coming to an end. The evidence shows she did not commit any of those hoaxes. The evidence shows that she was abused exactly how not only she, but her witnesses supporting her claims say that she was.
Joe, let's talk about that counterclaim. The counterclaim that is asserted against Johnny Depp, that it was through his attorney, Adam Waldman. There was a series of statements that were made to the Daily Mail that were allegedly defamatory, calling her accusations a hoax. They are making up that $100 million counterclaim, even though we heard from Elaine Brederhoff that they're not really seeking $100 million. Money aside, that is the critical issue. Do these statements attach to Johnny Depp because of an agent-principal relationship, and are they in fact defamatory? Where do you stand on it?
It's going to be interesting. It gives you a sense for how much the jury really has to consider. So many people on the outside of it have clear opinions one way or the other, but they've got a lot to consider. There are 3 statements on that side as well, and the question is, after Johnny Depp gets on and kind of distances himself from the attorney, as it were, would those statements be attributed to Johnny Depp because he was Johnny Depp's attorney at the time? And that's not as clear as the other side, where we know that Amber Heard wrote the op-eds, and the question is whether or not those statements are defamatory. So it's going to be interesting. I think it's certainly harder than a direct evidentiary situation. And again, it comes back down to credibility. If you're believing Amber Heard in the first instance, then I think that you're more likely to be sympathetic to that argument. If you are less believing of her, particularly because the instructions say that you can take the op-ed on the claim as a whole, and not just as to one word. If you're less likely to believe her, then you're less likely to accredit that and connect that to Johnny Depp through the attorney. That shouldn't necessarily be the case because they're 2 separate questions. But I think the credibility on each side is going to go a very long way.
All right. I mean, that's a good argument. They might decide Depp's claim first, move on to that counterclaim, and then see. That's a really good point. All right, let's take a break. When we come back, we'll have more for you.
I think the closing arguments were interesting. So yeah, it's like we are looking at everything, just how we feel about it, what we think about it, what we saw, and most of all, what we actually saw on the internet as well. Every little aspect of the case got really analyzed by like millions of people. So I think we had a pretty good and clear understanding what actually was going on. And then still, like, we really weren't there. So I don't normally like this kind of cases because you actually don't know. Like, people always react in different ways. But I think it became pretty clear that she was lying. And I think the jury will ask themselves as well, like, okay, yeah, he was rude in his text or the things he said, but so was she. So there's not really a difference there. Like, the moment you're in a fight, you will say the most horrible things anyway. Like, we have to keep that in mind as well. So it will be really interesting what way the jury will think. Like, it's so different than a criminal case where you have just the evidence. And is the evidence sufficient to actually find somebody guilty? Or is there still a reasonable doubt to actually let somebody go? In this case, if this was a criminal trial, it would be pretty easy. Like, there will be a lot of reasonable doubt if something actually really happened, because there was no evidence. Okay, so nobody saw Johnny hit her. From all the witnesses and all the times things happened, nobody actually witnessed him hitting her. Verbally abuse, yeah, or like mental, that was a bit higher, but then she wasn't really like yay. So he would be innocent because there would be a great reasonable doubt there. And I think it also speaks for him that they actually don't ask for money in the closing arguments, that they really were saying, well, this isn't about the money. Like, we had to give a number because that's how it works if you doing a civil case. But no, it's not about the money. While you had Elaine actually asking for money. You know, so that's a big difference as well. It's like, well, So please, please, please let me know what you guys think. Like, and out of not really the personal one, but more about the legal perspective. You know, like if you were in the jury, what would convince you, what not? And just remember that you just have the evidence to actually look at what was presented in
Okay, welcome back, everybody. So we're
court.
covering the Johnny Depp Amber Heard defamation trial, where we believe today the jury will continue their deliberations to determine whether or not Amber Heard defamed Johnny Depp or whether or not Johnny Depp defamed Amber Heard. We have a suit and countersuit that we've been talking about all this morning, but right now I want to go live to Fairfax County, Virginia, where our intrepid reporter Stacey Delicat is live. And now, for those of you who do not know who Stacey is one of our fantastic reporters here at the Law and Crime Network. She has covered some major stories for us and is now on the ground covering the case that the whole world is talking about. So, Stacey, it is great to see you, and I'm happy you're there covering this for us. What do you have for us? What's the latest?
Jesse, thank you so much for that warm welcome. Yeah, good morning, live from Fairfax, Virginia, where the humidity is high and so is the suspense out here outside of the courtroom as we wait for a verdict in this case, really for any update for that matter. As we've been saying, the jury got in 2 hours of deliberation on Friday before calling it for the long weekend, and they were back at it at 9 o'clock this morning. They have a tough task ahead of them. I mean, we've been talking about it all morning. We've been talking about it for 6 weeks. Remember, this is not just a case about do you believe Johnny Depp, do you believe Amber Heard. The jury has literally a long list of instructions and work ahead of them. I mean, this is just the special verdict form, but there was a whole packet of jury instructions where they have to sit down and talk it over and say, first of all, were the statements made by Amber Heard defamatory? If so, were they made with malice? And then for the countersuit, the same thing. Were the statements made by Johnny Depp's attorney acting on his behalf, Mr. Waldman, were those defamatory? Were they made with actual malice? And once they get through all of those lists and these check marks, then it comes down to the damages. And will there be any damages, punitive and compensatory? So they have a lot of work to do. So we keep talking about no one has the crystal ball for how long jury deliberations will be in any case. But certainly in this case, they have some work ahead of them. And I think most people think it's at least going to be a good amount of time, whether we hear something or not today. It probably won't be in the next hour or so. It's probably going to be a bit longer than that. But that's just my take, Jesse.
Well, I'm going to ask you the $50 million question, the $100 million question. The reason, I mean, the scene looks a lot quiet outside. It looks very different than it did the past few weeks. And is that because Johnny Depp will not be there? I mean, do we have any sense of whether or not he will make an appearance in that courtroom either today or this week?
Yeah, Jesse, let me first set the scene for you. Now, remember, I haven't been here the whole time like you and Ann Jeanette have been, but I've been watching you guys. I've been listening to the podcast. I've been following everything on Twitter.
It wasn't a question.
And what we've seen up to this point is not what we're seeing here today. We got here early, as the crew has been every day during this trial, and it was quiet out. In the past, there have been lines starting at 1 a.m. to get into this courtroom and see the drama. Well, nope, not today, since testimony is over. In fact, there were only about 10 people or so in line here when Ann Jeanette got here earlier this morning, and even later in the morning I was able to go up and get a wristband at a time when they're normally totally maxed out. So we don't have the same kind of crowds here. There are a few fans, but certainly not the intensity or the scene, sort of the circus atmosphere that we've seen up until now. Now, of course, the big question is, who's here as the jury
Can you
deliberates?
actually
Well, we know the
see
attorneys are
yourself
here and in
like
the courtroom.
standing there
Just a
from
couple minutes ago, there was a
1
bit of
a.m.?
commotion behind me over by the doors of the courthouse, and I'm told Ben Chu, some of the other attorneys for Johnny Depp, had stepped out for a moment for whatever reason. Johnny Depp himself, well, if you were thinking, gosh, he must be so anxious over these deliberations and what's the verdict going to be, and he's probably holed up in his hotel room waiting all weekend, no. That is not what happened. Johnny Depp hopped a flight to the UK, where he was performing not once but twice this weekend with famous musician Jeff Beck. Last night in London, a second show. The two of them have a song, a collaboration they put out together back in 2020. There are clips all over the internet of them playing. So yeah, Johnny Depp left town and went to play some gigs over in the UK. We're told there is another show scheduled tonight with Beck. No word whether Johnny Depp will be playing tonight as well, or whether he is in fact headed back here to wait for deliberation. So I can tell you, I saw one of his security guards coming in and out. He just left a couple minutes ago. I said to him, hey, does this mean Johnny's going to be back today if you're here? And he just shrugged his arms. He said, I can't say anything. As for Amber Heard, no indication that she is here, and we're not really sure because her team isn't confirming one way or the other whether she'll be here. What we do know is once the jury does reach a verdict, notice will be given out. There'll be an hour notice before Black
Friday
time for everyone who is in the area to
in
get
the
here.
United
So you're
States.
saying there's a chance.
It's like
there's
a little
There's a chance. There's a
more
chance.
appearance. All right.
See,
well, we will wait and see.
like
I mean, look,
that's
when we
just
saw his security guard,
unbelievable.
we said, you know, why would he be here if Johnny's over in UK for the rest of the week? So
and maybe he lent out his security team for the lawyers to protect them, given what's happening here. It's a possibility. But I'll tell you what, we'll wait and see. Maybe they don't know, but he didn't say no. He didn't say no. So that's something to think about.
He did not say no. He said, can't say.
Oh, yeah.
We'll take that for now. Stacey
I have
Delicat,
actually
great reporting.
seen
Thank you so much. We're going to check in with you later on in the program.
how
we're going to continue talking more about
how
this case.
sales are going in the United
outside
States.
that courtroom and inside that courtroom.
That's
but
just another.
We played some of the closing arguments. Now let's go to some of the testimony, particularly
That's really
when
something
Johnny
else.
Depp and Amber Heard took
Like,
the stand again. Both of
to
them
be honest,
a second
really
time. Now Johnny Depp took the
smashing
stand to really
each other
specifically
for
refer
like a
to
scarf
to
or a
address the
handbag or
Adam
shoes.
Waldman statements
It's
that make up Amber Heard's
I've
counterclaim. Take a
never
look.
ever seen anything like this.
My sister, all of a sudden put herself in between Johnny and I. She just threw herself like in the line of fire or whatever. She just all of a sudden was there and was trying to get Johnny to stop. Her back was to the staircase, and Johnny swings at her, and I just see my little sister with her back her back to the staircase, and Johnny swings at her, and I don't even wait for any other, I don't hesitate, I don't wait, I just in my head instantly think of Kate Moss and the stairs, and I swung at him.
Okay, so that's Amber Heard talking about the infamous staircase incident. We really wanted to play Johnny Depp addressing the Adam Waldman statements. Take a look.
When is the first time that you saw this statement by Mr. Waldman?
The first time that I ever saw this statement.
To be honest, if you love your life,
was
you're
in
not going
August.
shopping on Black Friday or sales in the United States.
It was when the
Definitely not.
When August 2020, when I was countersued by Ms. Heard. This is the first time that I saw any of these statements.
Can we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1246? And this is also already.
So is it like really bad
You
as
scroll
well,
down to
or
the
do you
second
think
page.
more people use online shopping
Perhaps.
nowadays?
Thank you. Mr. Depp, do you see this statement that's attributed to Mr. Waldman here?
I do.
And when is the first time that you saw these statements?
Same, when the countersuit was filed.
And could we please go to Defendant's Exhibit 1247? And again, this is already in evidence. And if we could scroll down, please, thank you. Mr. Depp, do you see the statement attributed to Mr. Waldman?
I do indeed, yes.
And when's the first time that you saw this statement?
This is the same. It's the counterclaim to August 2020.
Okay, so aside from his connection to the statements, or if he authorized them and knew about them, there's a separate question of what effect they had on Amber Heard. Take a look.
Have you suffered publicly as a result of the Depp Waldman statements?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled. I am harassed, humiliated, threatened every single day. Even just walking into this courtroom, sitting here in front of the world, having the worst parts of my life, things I've lived through, used to humiliate me. People want to kill me, and they tell me so every day.
I have seen some
People want to put my baby in the microwave.
like
They tell me that. Johnny,
getting dragged out or just walked over because of a pair of shoes. It's
Promised.
like, what the is
promised
going
me
on?
that if I ever left him, he'd make me think of him every single day that I lived.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
Okay, so clearly you're seeing the impact of these counterclaims. Let's take a quick break. When we come back, we'll talk more about it on the other side.
Do you guys see any impact? Like, it's so very hard to cut or to do this all over again, you know? It's ugh. Like, we all have seen it. We all know where we stand. Or, like, when I start covering the trial, I actually really was a neutral thinking person. Like, I was Switzerland, okay? And God, I think that changed when I heard some of Gianni's witnesses. But then it was still waiting till Amber actually would take the stand and talk. Well, that was it, I reckon. Like, you have emotions and you have Amber Heard's emotions. And it wasn't even good acting as well, let's be honest. It was like, God, how did you actually got casted for bloody Aquaman? It was just horrific. Okay, so I think when she would watch that back, or her lawyers anyway, they should have pulled out, or geez, most of it was over by that time. And then the lies, and then her witnesses, and how easy it was for Gianni's lawyers to actually just expose the truth, you know? And her lawyers as well. Like, how can you ask questions where you don't know the answer to? Like, you need to know what a witness is going to answer. Or you actually have to know, well, that's a big fat lie, and then you just crush him by actually putting out that big fat lie. But in this case, there was no lie. So you're asking questions, what actually helps Johnny, and you're just standing there being stupid. Like, some witnesses and questions were just amazing, to be honest. And then especially they're expert witnesses. Like,
Okay, welcome back, everybody. We're still talking about the Johnny Depp Amber Heard defamation trial. Jury will continue their deliberations today, and we may get a verdict in this case that we have been following for 6 or 7 weeks. Unbelievable. Now, one of the things we have to talk about is the infamous Kate Moss reference made by Amber Heard on the stand. Let's hear what Amber Heard had to say about this.
Whitney, my sister, all of a sudden put herself in between Johnny and I. She just threw herself like in the line of fire or whatever. She just all of a sudden was there and was trying to get Johnny to stop. Her back was to the staircase, and Johnny swings at her, and I just see my little sister with her back her back to the staircase, and Johnny swings at her, and I don't even wait for any other, I don't hesitate, I don't wait, I just in my head instantly think of Kate Moss and the stairs, and I swung at him.
Okay, so when she made that reference, Johnny Depp's team kind of did like a fist pump in there. They were very excited that she made that reference because then they could call Kate Moss herself to testify about whether or not she was actually pushed down the stairs by Johnny Depp. Take a look.
Ms. Moss, did there come a time when you, while you and Mr. Depp were a couple, that the two of you took a vacation together to the Golden Eye Resort in Jamaica?
Yes.
What, if anything, happened when you were in Jamaica with Mr. Depp?
We were leaving the room, and Johnny left the room before I did, and there had been a rainstorm, and as I left the room, I slid down the stairs, and I hurt my back.
How did you...
And
I apologize, Ms. Moss. Please continue.
And I screamed because I was because I didn't know what had happened to me, and I was in pain, and he came running back to help me and carried me to my room and got me medical attention.
Did Mr. Depp push you in any way down the stairs?
No.
During the course of your relationship, did he ever push you down any stairs?
No, he never pushed me, kicked me, or threw me down any stairs.
Dr. Pearson, how significant is that? I mean, she basically said this rumor that, that has been circulating, and the one that Amber Heard referenced is not true.
It's critically significant. You first of all have to believe that Amber Heard, in that moment, if it did happen the way she says it did, thought of Kate Moss. I don't believe that. But if true, Kate Moss testified live from the United Kingdom for Johnny Depp to counteract Amber Heard's testimony and made Amber Heard look like a liar. And I think the other piece that I want people to understand is to listen to the difference in the way Kate Moss testifies and the way Amber Heard testifies. Kate Moss speaks in past tense. She talks about a situation that happened to her in the past tense. Amber Heard always talks in present tense, as if she's creating the story as she's talking.
That's an interesting observation. Doctor. That's a really interesting observation. And Joe, circling back to something that we didn't get a chance to talk about in the last block, but I want to address with you is the counterclaims. Connecting Johnny Depp to the statements of his attorney, Adam Waldman, he takes the stand, and as we've played before, he says, the first time I ever saw these statements is when I was sued by Amber Heard over them. But then there was testimony, including from Adam Waldman, that Johnny Depp accompanied him to a meeting with the Daily Mail. And when Johnny Depp was questioned about this on the stand, he couldn't really, he was maybe, wasn't sure, got a little wish-washy. Where do you stand on whether or not he really authorized those statements and knew about them?
I think that is pretty
difficult, evasive when being questioned by J. Benjamin Rottenborn.
I go briefly to the instruction about the definition between principal and agent. Principal is a person with power or right to control means and methods of performance by an agent that performs the principal's work, and the agent is the person subject to the power of the principal in carrying out the work. And so what Johnny Depp was saying is that once he didn't see these statements until the counterclaim, which means by implication that he wasn't acting on his behalf because he wasn't controlling what the agent did, because he didn't know what the agent actually had done until the counterclaim, which meant that there was no principal agent relationship for purposes of connecting him to that defamation. The occurrence of this meeting with the Daily Mail would seem to undermine that. Why are you going to the Daily Mail unless you're looking to publish something against Amber Heard? So again, here we have a believability thing, right? But it's a two-step process. You have to believe that there's a principal-agent relationship there, which is possible, even though he seeks to separate himself from it. And then also, then you still have to believe how it affected Amber Heard, which I think is as difficult as anything, just because of her credibility issues.
Okay, do you believe that, Dr. Pearson, that it's difficult to explain? We talked about before the harm that Johnny Depp suffered as a result of the Washington Post article, but we heard so much testimony about what Amber Heard has suffered as a result of these statements from Adam Waldman, that, you know, there was this huge social media campaign, all of these negative tweets that either referred to Waldman or referenced Waldman.
I think the dear doctor is on team, Johnny. Look at her face and her rolling eyes when we
all the harm that she has reaped and all the hatred to the actual statements at issue in these counterclaims?
What's good for the goose is good for the gander, I suppose, is the way that you might think of this. You know, what they've been arguing is that, you know, the harm doesn't come from the published statement in itself, as it goes back to the domestic violence allegations from the very beginning. That's one of the things that Amber Heard's team has tried to separate out. And the same thing applies to her. You know, the experts in this case, they're expert when it came to the harm she suffered. I found him implausible. I found him difficult to believe, in the sense that they could tie causation. There was correlation maybe, but not causation. And you have to look for causation when it comes to damages. You know, I could go on about, you know, examples of that, but suffice it to say, you know, things that she's attributing as damage, like her having to walk into the courtroom, well, guess what? Johnny Depp has a right to litigate. He has a right to defend himself. You know, this case beat a motion to dismiss, it beat a summary judgment motion, and it beat a motion to strike. So there's enough there for it to warrant a jury trial.
And her counterclaims as well. And that's what's so interesting. It's all in the hands of the jury. They have so much to consider. Defamation claims, counterclaim defamation claims, then the issue of damages. Maybe that could take a whole day for them to decide that. Now, Joe, you know where I'm going, because I know we're about to sign you off. We have about 90 seconds. When we getting a verdict, Joe? What do you think?
Listen, I've got bills to pay. If I knew that, I would have it, sell it, and get rich. But I think they're going to deliberate another day or so. I think it's going to be somewhere between 2 and 3 days, probably. And it's interesting. The question becomes, which narrative do they believe? Does the jury believe the one side, you know, Johnny Depp's folks, want to
I definitely hope it will be today.
Of abuse to just physical, and say that you really have to take Amber Heard whole, believe everything or believe nothing. On the other hand, Amber Heard's folks want to broaden the definition. Any form of abuse is abuse, and therefore, if verbal abuse happened, if other abuse happened other than traditional physical abuse, then he loses on defamation, as well as saying any one instance. You can split hairs and say, I don't believe A, B, and C that Amber Heard said, but I do believe D, and therefore Johnny loses. So the question becomes, how do you come out with that? Each side has 3 statements to consider, and so therefore the jury has some work to do. So give them another day.
I agree with you. I think it's going to take some time. I really do. But I've been wrong before, so we'll see. Joe Richardson, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Dr. Pearson and I will be right back right after this.
So yeah, it can take a while till they come back. Although I really, really would like to actually get a verdict and that's it. But they are right. Like, if there is just one argument or question in her defamation, then they should agree with her. Like, that's the weird thing. But like, I don't really, okay, I agree with abuse, okay, so that every form, if it's mentally, physical, sexual, I don't care what it is, all that is abuse. But in this case, I think it's different. And now I hear you actually saying why you think it's different. Well, because her statements were not about the mental abuse. Okay, I think if she actually had done that and would have said, oh, I need a divorce, I can't live like this anymore, he is mentally abusive, I think in that case then probably more people would agree with her, because he probably did, especially when he was completely out of his ass drunk and high on drugs. But she did not. She did not come out and saying, oh, he was mentally abusive. No, she came out saying he hit her. He was physical abusive to her. And then later on, and I still don't understand that. Like, if you are sexually abusive and you're just admit you were physical abusive, well, you can point that on it as well. But that just came, I don't know how long later. Like, what? So, what? It's oh, the brain again. It's like she was actually like saying, okay, I got physical abused and my life is wrecked and blah 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 blah. And I don't think it was even really because of the money. I think it was more to actually get the sympathy of the public and get more popular with the public. I think that's why she took the, like, being a speak person for domestic violence, or spokesperson, the English. Anyways, just to gain more popularity by the public. And the moment she would gain, if the plan worked, okay, let's say her plan worked, then when she is like a public favorite because, oh, she is a survivor and, oh, she is speaking out, she will get more roles and more movies and probably get her own, Aquaman leading role movie, superhero, whoa. But it didn't happen.
All right, welcome back to the Morning Docket, everybody. I'm Jesse Weber, and thanks for joining us. We are talking about the Johnny Depp Amber Heard defamation trial. The jury continuing their deliberations today. We are in careful view of that courtroom feed to see if we get any word about a verdict. But right now, I want to go to our boots on the ground, Anjanette Levy, who is live in Fairfax County, Virginia, outside of the Fairfax County Courthouse. Anjanette, good morning. Good to see you again. Any updates in terms of who's been arriving to court, what you can tell us about if the jury has officially begun their deliberations again? What's happening?
Hey, good morning to you, Jesse, from a very steamy Fairfax, Virginia. It's a muggy day. It's going to be a very muggy, hot day here, and the jury has started its deliberations, resuming after the long Memorial Day holiday weekend. Just in the last half hour or so, I saw Johnny Depp's lawyers, Camille Vasquez, Ben Chu, Jessica Myers, and another member of the legal team exiting the courthouse. They left. They were here. They left. I'm assuming they came to check in, as attorneys often do, letting the judge know, hey, we're all here, everybody's here. They have to stay
We're
nearby
all
in case there
happy.
is a question from the jury, because they have to be available in order to answer that, along with Amber Heard's attorneys. I have not yet seen Amber Heard's lawyers. I'm sure they are around, but I just haven't crossed paths with them just yet this morning. So the jury has a lot to go through. You know, I held these up for you before, and I'm still reading through them, and we're going to be talking a lot about we'll talk a little bit about the jury instructions during the lunch show today. We're going to do a 2-hour lunch show where we'll be answering all of your questions. So obviously we need people to submit those on Facebook, YouTube chat, Twitch, Twitter, you name it, we'll answer them. But we will talk about this and a lot of other things. So that's where things stand right now. There's a lot more media here than has been in weeks prior. You know, we've been here for the long haul, so have some others. But those numbers dwindled throughout the trial because I think that so many people could watch those, watch the feed and watch the Law and Crime Network feed and other feeds of the trial. But now there's a much larger media presence here. Cameras lined up back there toward the front entrance of the courthouse, awaiting any word on when this jury could reach a verdict.
You know, I keep getting the question, and maybe you can provide some clarity. How late can the jury go each day?
Well, Judge Ascarati made it sound like last week when she told the jurors what the game plan would be, that they could deliberate a little later. She wasn't going to tell them they couldn't deliberate a little later, but she said to them, I do not order dinner, so be aware of that. So they can stay, I guess, a little later, but she's not going to order dinner for them. It sounds like she'll order lunch, and that's about it. I'm sure they're getting snacks as well, but they have a lot to discuss. So I would assume if they don't reach a verdict today, they might be cutting things off around 5 or 5:30. Think about that. It's like a full work day. They're only getting paid, like, you know, jurors get paid what? Maybe $20 a day, depending on the county. This is a pretty well-to-do county. It's a pretty wealthy county. So maybe they get a little bit more, but this is not something jurors do. You know, this is civic duty. You're not in it for the cash. So it's a long day. It's a long day, and I'm sure they're going to be going through the instructions, going through the audio recordings, going through all the evidence. Remember, they were taking notes. So it's a lot of work.
It's funny you say that because I actually interviewed my father outside of the courthouse last week. We put it up on YouTube. You can watch it. And the first thing he said is, look how big this courthouse is. Where is all the money to go into the courthouse? And so maybe, you know, there's something to be thinking about there. Anjanette, I know you're going to go back in, see if we get any updates. Thank you so much. Appreciate the reporting as always. We're going to continue our viewers on what is happening outside.
We don't know yet, so they're back in deliberation, but it can be today or maybe it can take a couple of days, so we still don't really know how long it will take.
Forensic psychologist who played a pivotal role in this case, because this is somebody who
I truly hope it will be today, though.
Faking the symptoms of PTSD and had 2 different kinds of personality disorders. And then, of course, this is somebody who actually rebutted the testimony of Dr. Dawn Hughes. Dr. Dawn Hughes called by Amber Heard's side to suggest that Amber Heard has symptoms of being a victim of intimate partner violence and did have PTSD. So you have these 2 conflicting mental health professionals. And take a listen to Dr. Curry first.
All right. Dr. Hughes says that Ms. Heard has PTSD. Do you agree?
I do not.
Why not?
The results of my multi-method comprehensive evaluation based on carefully selected, researched, relevant test instruments, based on comparing those instruments to Ms. Heard's self-report, observing Ms. Heard's behavior over 12 direct hours of assessment, reviewing copious notes from prior therapists who indicated symptoms in their notes, reviewing the notes of Nurse Filati, previously Nurse Borum, who spent, I believe at one point, almost 2 months with Ms. Heard daily, reviewing the notes of her treating providers, all of the legal documents and discovery. There was no evidence of PTSD.
Well, we went to all the
How is evidence of PTSD
psychological
generally
testing the last time we were talking about it?
Really, the bottom line in a forensic psychological evaluation is a change in functioning. That's what we're looking for. Again, I said we don't have a crystal ball. We're not wizards. We can't get into somebody's head. What we're looking for were there identifiable changes in the way the person engaged in their world. Were they able to keep a job? PTSD is an extremely disabling diagnosis. When a person has true PTSD, it is difficult for them to work. You'll see unemployment, job loss. It causes extreme levels of distress and impairment. There's divorce, there's isolation and estrangement from children, from family members, extreme alcohol abuse, often a string of sudden DUIs when the person never had any before. They become homebound, they can't go to the store. They're certainly not going to events. They're not having success in their film career, usually. They're not exercising every day, pursuing their hobbies, being avid readers, obtaining level 3 sommelier training, having dinner parties with friends, speaking to public groups. Those are just indications of very high functioning. And when you're looking for a decrease in functioning over time, that is inconsistent with that decrease.
Okay, let's talk about this. I'm joined once again by legal analyst Dr. Tracy Pearson, but also joining the conversation, public defender Regatas Appling. It's great to have you both here. Regatas, I'll start with you. So the testimony of Dr. Curry, I imagine, if I had to take a guess, is something the jury is going to consider. What did you make of her testimony?
I thought she was very convincing. I thought she came with evidence. She went through each report very thoroughly, and she counteracted the defense's expert very well. You know, she definitely brought the receipts. So I think they're going to really weigh in on what she has to say.
Well, I can't play the testimony of Dr. Curry without also playing the testimony of Dr. Dawn Hughes. You have complete polar opposites in their conclusions about Amber Heard. So this is forensic psychologist Dr. Hughes.
Dr. Hughes, Dr. Curry also testified that a victim of PTSD has to effectively be prone and unable to function at all. Would you agree with that?
Objection, misstates the evidence.
She said
most of the time they are.
Couldn't move, they couldn't function in any shape, way, shape, or form. Thank you.
No, that is not correct. That is often actually a myth and misconception about individuals who are struggling with PTSD or trauma-based disorders, and I'm often called to answer that and speak to that. People who are struggling with trauma and PTSD are very strong, courageous, resilient people, even though that they're struggling. They get up, they have to go to work and drop their kid off at school and go to the market, even though they're struggling with these symptoms. So I often talk about it as this sort of walking around with a 50-pound bag of flour on their backs, just sort of trying to get through the day, where sometimes that button's going to press play and the trauma's going to start activating in their head, and then they're going to be having to think about it and have startle and have physiological reactions until they can find a way to hit that pause and shut it off again. So they still have, impairments in other ways, but they go about their lives. They're not, totally debilitated. If you have someone in that high range, the highest score is an 80 on the CAPS, Ms. Heard had a 28. If you have someone in the higher range, we have seen people who are, severely disabled because of it, but that's not the norm of people who have this moderate PTSD.
And did you find functional impairment with Amber?
Yes, I did.
Now, Dr. Curry also said that it is not within the scope of a psychologist to evaluate domestic violence. Do you agree with that?
Of course I don't agree with that. This is what I do for a living, day in, day out, for 25 years. We are specifically trained to understand the profound impact
I think
that
she
trauma
needs
has on
a
people's lives. That's what
couple
we do
of
in the
more
trauma division
training
of the
hours,
American
though.
Psychological Association. We disseminate that knowledge. And domestic violence is one of those profound traumas. Domestic violence is part of state licensing boards, that you can't get licensed in some states unless you take training on domestic violence. You can't renew your license unless you get training on domestic violence. So people who have, specialized training in this area, it is, beholden upon them to accurately assess for intimate partner violence and sexual violence. And it's more important to assess for this sort of scientific understanding of what domestic violence is. So you have to assess for the physical violence, the psychological violence, the surveillance, the economic, the emotional abuse, and the sexual violence. That is not gratuitous. That is
Objection.
understanding.
Narrative.
All right. Next question.
Dr. Pearson, who do we believe here? I mean, I look at them as both pretty credible and and very well versed and knowledgeable, but you tell me.
You know, my view on this is that there's a couple basic trial rules. One is if your witness doesn't do well on their first go around in testifying, you don't put them up in rebuttal. The second one is that you don't deviate from the plan. You don't deviate from the trial plan. No matter how ingenious it sounds at the time, you're dealing with adrenaline. So, because everything sounds great when you're in the middle of a trial. I found that she came off as defensive, meaning Dawn Hughes, during her rebuttal. And so she also had difficulty testifying during her primary testimony, where she was testifying from notes. The second you took her notes away, she couldn't answer questions. She couldn't remember. And she's an experienced for-hire expert. This woman has never seen a case of domestic violence that she didn't find. And so that is what she does. That's what, or PTSD, that's what she does. Whereas I think that Shannon Curry, she didn't give her credit. She threw a lot of shade during her rebuttal testimony toward Shannon Curry, which I didn't think was appropriate as a professional and as a colleague. Shannon Curry has worked with the government through veterans, working with veterans on PTSD, and is no slouch when it comes to being able to identify PTSD.
Yeah, no, and you know what's interesting here too, Regatas, is that it becomes a question of why this matters in the overall case. And the conclusion would be, right, that Amber Heard has a certain conditions that would make her prone to exaggerating details or making things up and being the kind of person who would create a hoax allegations against a major star. Is that going to be, though, too much of a leap for the jury? Do you think that there's a possibility they might cancel out both of these experts and look at all the other testimony that has been presented?
Well, I see there was a lot of evidence presented. So I definitely think they'll take into account all of the evidence, but I do think they will also take into account the experts here. The tests that were administered having to do with her personality, possible borderline personality disorder, seem to go in line with the evidence here. So I think they're going to take it in conjunction, and they're going to rely on not just the diagnosis, but how the evidence plays into the diagnosis. So I do think that they don't really cancel each other out when you take in consideration all of the evidence.
Okay, let's take a break. When we come back, we're going to be all Johnny Depp, Amber Heard for you as we wait for a live verdict in Fairfax County, Virginia.
So, sorry guys. To be honest, and we were talking about that when the psychologists were actually testifying. Like, if you make an assessment, do it right, okay? I like Dr. Curry because she actually has the foundation. She did the right assessment, used the right instruments, used the right tools, used the right tests. And then you actually look what is going on with the person and what she did. Like Dr. Hughes, and she should be knowing it, and that's what, like, yeah, well, right, of course. Didn't do the test, started with measurements, calling measurements tests like the normal test to actually figure out what's wrong with somebody. It didn't make any sense, and no, I'm not with Dr. Hughes in this case at all. The same with Dr. Spiegel, like, oh, please, mate. No. And like the other psychiatrist from Johnny thing, yes, like this is how it works. You can't diagnose a person by watching his movies. That's uh, no, no. You need to see a person in person to actually and ask the question, doing a clinical interview and see what's going on, and not by watching bloody Alice in Wonderland or Pirates or Willy Wonka, or he didn't even see Willy Wonka. God, he looks so stupid on the stands, and that's what they look at as well. Like if I if I was in that jury and I saw Dr. Spiegel doing his I would be over it. Really, like everything he said in his testimony just goes to really it flushes through the drain. It's oh god. Ah, really. It's, and they're really like great experts, and it's like, whoa, what just happened? And I think, to be honest, like Dr. Yu, she's doing them what they said with a lot of veterans and things like that. But it's like she is, oh, I'm working so long with people. The moment that people actually giving me those symptoms, they have PTSD. But don't forget that Amber is an actress who is reading a lot and probably did a lot of research as well. Like symptoms of PTSD, how people with PTSD actually
his testimony might have been a little
do,
bit biased
although she didn't do a really great job. And taking the stories of other people who actually lived through sexual assault or domestic violence.
Can you describe the arguments that you witnessed?
The first argument that I remember was walking in. It was a telephone argument. Johnny's at the kitchen table and he's screaming about something, and on the other line, because it's on speaker, and he's talking with the phone at the phone. The other person is Amber, and that she's in New York, and he's at the kitchen table, and they're arguing, and he's going, who is it? Who is it? And she's saying, oh, baby, come on, please don't. What are you doing, baby? Why are you being like this, baby? And this went on for a little while, and I'm listening, and then he hangs up. She calls back again, and it's the same thing. Who is it? What's going on? Who is it? And she's saying, oh, come on, baby, don't be, what are you doing, baby? And then hang up the phone again. The third time it happens, I'm saying, there's no solution in this conversation. I grabbed the phone from him and I says, hey, Amber, this is Isaac. Listen, this conversation is now over. And I hung up the phone. And she didn't call back again, and he went to the couch and went to bed.
And you wonder why he's a fan favorite. So
well, exactly. Like the moment you're actually having PTSD,
a lot of people who
we will, and especially when you're going into therapy, like this is maybe a little bit different because it's a forensic setting, but it's what you say, like you need to retest a lot of times just to for us also to see if the therapy is actually working, and seeing if the symptoms you have or the triggers or the flashbacks are actually getting less, and if you have them, if your fear is still as high as normally.
I would say
so like normally you would maybe have a stat at like 98, but maybe after like 15 weeks of maybe EMDR or PE, your stats will be maybe 64. So But then you're looking like in a therapy session. So we want to see that the stats are actually getting down and there is change in the PTSD symptoms.
That's a lack of actual evidence of physical abuse. Obviously, in
And
domestic violence cases, people don't necessarily
in Amber's
see
case,
actual physical violence.
it's
but
also
we
how
have
you
to take
behave
that in
and
consideration
how
with
you do. And that's what
everyone
Dr.
else's
Curry is
testimony and
saying.
sort of
We
see
actually
what
really
is lacking
looking
in
at
your
things that
testimony as well.
changed in your
Well, that's the
life.
question, right, Dr. Pearson?
Like,
Because
it's
Amber,
not
you heard
that
from Camille
you,
Vasquez earlier today in her
before
closing
your
argument from last week,
PTSD,
said if you
were a
believe Amber
person,
Heard,
and
then you have
after
to
your
believe
PTSD,
that
you are
everybody else
actually
that took the stand and
exactly the same.
testified in Johnny
There's
Depp's
no
case was
way.
not telling the truth and was a liar and was willing
Like,
to
you can
protect
put a
Johnny Depp
mask
at all
on
costs.
and do your
Do you see it
thing,
as simple
but
as that? I mean,
till
what's
a
your take? Because
certain
again,
point,
when you look at the testimony of Johnny Depp's witnesses,
like,
they
I've
were
never
favorable to him,
seen a
and clearly for a
real
reason.
PTSD
I
victim
agree that you need to look at the totality of the
having
evidence. I mean,
the
we're not just looking
time
at what
of their
people said,
life
but we're
in a
also looking
really
at documents.
public
And
event, and
there's a couple
then
documents that are telling to me.
actually
One is the
telling
document of the
about
letter from
their
Amber Heard's
experiences
divorce
with
attorney
a smile
asking
on their
for a
face
whole lot
and
of financial
being
support
proud
and
that they are a
financial support for her
spokesperson.
friends.
That's
And then
not really how it
immediately
goes.
after that,
Like,
after
if
the
she had
deadline
showed
letter passes,
maybe
she goes in for
anger
a
when
domestic
she was
violence
talking
restraining
about
order,
it,
ex parte.
or
So
maybe a
I
bit of
think
fear
to
what
me,
is still
you
coming
have to
out,
look at
because
all of the evidence. You can't just be looking
you
at
can
what
put your
people
stats
are
down, but
saying. But I do think
PTSD will
that
always
listening to the
linger in your
testimony,
brain.
that you start to see things line up for
So
Johnny Depp. And you see those threads starting to be pulled together. We saw Isaac initially, and so we placed him where he was, and then looking in the context of now, over time, who was the one that was making those phone calls to Johnny? It was Amber. Amber was the one that was persisting. Who was the one that was preventing him from leaving the room and to get away from Amber? It was Amber that was persisting. It wasn't Johnny that was persisting. So I think that you have to sort of see these threads and how they line up over time.
You talk about the phone call, so we just heard Isaac Baruch's take on it. Here's Amber Heard describing the same phone call. Let's see if it lines up with what we just heard.
Oh, probably
January
not.
of 2000.
Sorry, guys.
Danish girl, you're filming in London.
It also really depends
Yes,
how long.
that would have been
Okay.
January 2015.
Okay.
And what I
Now,
actually
we heard
really
some
like
testimony from Isaac Baruch
about
earlier about
her
a telephone
PTSD
call that you had with Mr. Depp.
is
Do you
that
recall that call?
you have a forensic
Can you please tell the jury,
psychologist
remember to tell them what
expert
Mr. Depp was
who is
saying
talking
on that
about
call?
she has a
And you can
PTSD.
give the
But
back. I didn't mean to cut you off on the context. Go
it's been a repeated
Is it okay to
series of events. So
nature of the
it
conversation
wouldn't
is
be even PTSD, because normally when we talk about PTSD, it's a single event. So it would be CPTSD, where she would be struggling with. So, like, when we really talk about PTSD, is a car accident, natural disaster, what is ruining everything, like take your house or things. Just one traumatic event. When you look to the army, for example, and they have like one major event.
I was in a hotel room in London.
When you look at domestic violence or intimate partner violence, it's, and in Amber's case anyway, because it didn't happen one time, it happened multiple times. It's not just physical, it's
and in the span of that short amount of time,
sexual as well.
It was
like sexual assault is like somebody's taking your soul away. So, and it doesn't really matter if you're a male or a female, or it matters if you're male or female, but it happens to both. But
who the f is he? Who the f is he? And he asked me that a few times.
Even after 6 years, like normally you see the fear. You know, your level, your stat levels are going down because you learn how to cope with triggers. Still depending on what you have been through.
Regardless, a very different interpretation.
But you
there,
will
very
be
different
angry.
What led up to this
Like,
call,
and
and
you will
reaction.
have
So now
mixed
you heard how
emotions
Isaac
when you're
interpreted it, and you're hearing
actually
Amber
give a
talk about it. What's your
testimony.
take?
What I think
Who do
was,
you believe? You know,
I
a lot
wouldn't
has
say
been
funny,
said about
but I
the
will
way Miss
use it
Heard
anyway.
testifies.
What I think was
A lot
funny
has
was
been
when
said about
Johnny
her
was actually
believability,
testifying the second time.
mostly due to
You saw
how she
those mixed
testifies.
emotions. He
She's
went
speaking
from sad
clearly,
to
but
confused
a
to
lot of times it
really
seems to be
angry,
simply
and
directed at the jury in a
so you
way
have it
that
there.
seems
The
like a
mixed
performance
emotions
almost.
when he was talking
And you know,
about things that
there's been a lot
actually
of
happened.
commentary on
And
how
then
she
when we listened
testifies,
to
and
Amber, it
really
was all
depends
over the
on
top.
if the jury
Over the top,
finds
like the
her
crying
believable.
without tears. And
I think Isaac was very believable.
I
He
love it
didn't
because
seem to
people
be
think
exaggerating. He seemed to be
that
just
when you
telling
are
what he saw, how he
crying or
thought it
sad,
was.
it's just here. So she's
Whereas,
sitting like this.
you know, Mrs. Heard's
And that's
testimony
it.
in
But it's your whole face what's
totality
actually going down
does
when you're
leave
sad.
one to
So her
question sometimes if it
behavior
isn't
and
that
facial
believable. For instance,
expressions were,
crying, but
yeah.
not actually having tears, and just making lots of faces and this type of thing. So
Oh,
if the jury
exactly.
in fact
But
finds
it's
her
also
believable, then they'll credit
how
his
we
testimony.
recall things.
Isaac seems very
So
believable. So
it's like when
just a matter
something
if they
happened
believe her or
to
not.
us,
All right. Well, maybe
we
we'll get an
use
answer
it
later today.
first
We'll
in the
see. Hard
past
to predict when
sense
juries
because
will come
it
back,
happens.
especially
It's
in
not
this kind of
happening.
case.
And
But
it's
we'll keep
what
a
the
very careful
doctor
eye on that
actually
courtroom feed. And when we come back, we're actually going to go to one of our
here in
reporters who's on
this
the ground.
break said. Like every time Amber is telling about something, it's like it's happening now. It's not in the past. So it's happening now. And when she is talking about it, it's not that she is like, oh, it hurt or not. Especially with the bottle story. I still think the bottle story was the most wooey thing for me. Because she is actually standing there and he did like this and he hit me on my arm. Normally he would say he hit me on my arm. Like, why should you make that move? Because that's not something you did. And then in the same time, she is saying, and then I showed the bottle to him and saying, oh, did you drink that much? So at that moment, you're holding the bottle, asking him how much he drank, but you just testified that he was holding the bottle. Like, when did you switch over? Like, okay, now it's my turn. No. The whole bottle story isn't true. And then again, like, as an owner of a JJ, I actually can say that the moment a guy didn't clip his nails, okay, and, well, use your imagination. Anyway, I know that he needs to cut his nails. So if a person is putting a bottle in you and you think it's broken, you will feel it. You will not wondering, laying there, oh, do I think it's broken? Yes, no, yes, no, well, maybe yes, maybe. You know. So that didn't make sense as well. And I think when you have women on the jury and they're a bit older as well, they're like, oh yeah, you would know. And then when you're bleeding down there, you actually will look for medical attention as well. So no way you will not go and look for medical attention. And we talked about it earlier, or a couple of streams ago. Like, you will make an excuse. Like, I was having fun with myself and, well, Johnny wasn't available at the moment. So I saw a vodka bottle. There you go. Stupid. Anyways, no. She even didn't do that. So that is a really hard one to believe as well. So yeah, and I think, like, if you lie about something like that and so serious, like, I think when you talk, like, no form of abuse is okay, but when you talk about sexual abuse, it's like when you actually a rapist and you go to jail, somebody will beat the shit up, will beat you up, okay? Because it's the lowest of the lowest what you can actually do. You're a sick ass. Just saying. So to accuse a person of doing that, well, then you lose all my respect, to be honest. And the testimony with how he did, and you know how hard it is, and the moment you actually see it back, because the moment you talk about it, you will see it back. And you won't see it back like how she did see it back. It was just like, what like, you know exactly what's going on, you know exactly what happens, and the big drama.
Trial. I believe the jury is going to continue their deliberations today until they reach a verdict, which may happen later today, may happen tomorrow. We'll keep a very careful eye on that courtroom feed, and also.
It was like when the moment you actually look back at her story and her testimony. And like the redirection from, or the cross-examination, sorry, from Johnny's lawyers, like they just swept her off out of the courtroom. Like there was nothing what was consistent, nothing what actually made sense, and every time her story changed, even if it was just a little turn.
At this point, so 3.5 hours into deliberations at this point, and we've been talking about this, right? It's not just do you believe Johnny Depp or do you believe
well,
Amber
for the
Heard.
public
it
is.
Nearly as black and white as that. The jury has to go through all of these statements that are at stake, both in Johnny Depp's defamation trial against Amber Heard and then her countersuit against him. They have to decide, do they believe that these statements really were defamatory?
In this case, about, of course, I think for Johnny it really is about the public opinion, and he doesn't give a damn about 50 million, you know. And I actually really think he won the public opinion part. Like, why would he?
Discuss amongst themselves, were these defamatory statements, were they made with actual malice? The actual malice is really key here. And then when considering the counterclaim, this is about whether Johnny Depp's attorney, Adam Waldman, acting as his agent on his behalf when he called Amber Heard's statements a complete hoax, whether Waldman's statements were defamatory and whether those were made with actual malice. They have to walk
and I think that was his point of doing this in front of a worldwide audience anyway.
Whether there are going to be any damages here, both compensatory or punitive, or might they award no judgments, maybe $1 or something symbolic on either
I think
side.
he is right.
So
like, you don't want to.
What could happen, things that could
and
happen
I think he was actually
and,
really waiting till she actually did something like this, so he actually could sue her and get the story out.
The scene has changed a little bit. You know, we talked earlier about how there wasn't a significant line.
Like now he actually had to court with Amber. She had to take this stand, and she had to testify.
Well, look, there's a lot of media presence out here. I mean, any trial, not everyone's going to be in it for the entirety, like Law and Crime has been every step in the way. You get the networks, you get the local stations, they're going to come for the openings, the closings, and of course, the verdict, which is arguably the biggest moment in the case. So we are seeing a lot of media lined up here outside the courthouse today. There's a mic stand in the front.
So yeah, but apart of that, like the real defamation, I'm really curious what sides. It really depends, though. Like, it depends if the jury is actually thinking like, okay, yeah, abuse is not just physical or sexual, it's the whole package.
a supporter that's been sitting over on a bench behind us
Although
with his sign.
I
There are a couple of
think,
supporters
or in
in
my
the
opinion, I
courtroom today,
agree
Depp
with
fans,
that,
but this is
but
nothing
in this
like we saw
case,
during the
it's
duration of the
Amber who
actual trial when
actually
testimony was
came
going
up
on, and
with
also when the fans
the
knew
bloody
that the stars were
physical and
here.
sexual abuse.
Jesse, you know, we talked about this. We don't know
Like, I
who's here
think
today and who's not. We know so far there is no sign
people
of
would
Depp in her.
have
Do we know
believed
that
her
Johnny
and
Depp
stood
was
by
out
her
playing
if she
music
would
this
have
weekend,
said,
and
no, my
not just
marriage was
nearby,
shit,
not
he
even in
was
LA, but
drunk
all the
all
way
the
across the
time,
pond
using
in the
drugs,
UK,
and
where he
was
appeared in not
really
one but two
verbal
concerts
abusive.
with the legendary rock and
Then
roll
people would
star
say, ah,
Jack
yeah,
Beck.
shit, Amber.
The two have collaborated
Like, life
before.
goes
They had a
on.
song, a
And then
remake
another
of
thing, by the
a
way.
John Lennon song that came out back in
Like,
2020. They
if you
performed that.
just got
Last
sexually
night he was
assaulted,
on stage at London's
is
Albert
there
Hall. We know
one
Jeff Beck has
little
another
brain
concert
cell in
scheduled
your
there tonight.
mind that
No word
actually
if Depp is
will
sticking around to play
go
more
with
music or
another
whether
guy a
he
week
has already
later?
headed back to be here in the event a verdict is reached today. But we're standing by for all of it, Jesse. That much I
Or
can
you
tell
have
You know what the
another,
best thing, you know what I
like,
will tell you is
a
I
mental
think that as we
disorder,
get
what's more
closer to the idea of a
sexual, but
verdict, or there's an
no
announcement of a
bloody
verdict, that
way.
scene behind you, Stacey,
No.
is going to change. That's my guess, but
Like,
you'll report back to us about what's
so
happening.
that's
Great
another
reporting as
thing
always.
that
Thank you
it's
so
like,
much, Stacey.
well,
Appreciate it.
you're not really showing
We're going to continue
normal,
focusing on the Johnny Depp Amber Heard
well,
trial.
there
And,
is
you know,
nothing
Stacey
normal
mentioned,
about it,
you know,
but about, like, victim, I can't really say symptoms, like, that sounds stupid, but how victims normally behave. And from 50 points, she has maybe, what, one? If she's lucky. Like, come on. And I think it's more because she actually observed people, and there you have when she had a personal assistant who actually got raped. Then she went to the Me Too organization and actually talking to people who went through it. And it's like she's just learning a script, taking their stories, how they react, their behavior, their things, and put it into her own story. Like, if I was a domestic violence survivor or a sexual assault, no bloody way I want Amber Heard as my spokesperson. Are you insane? No. And that's what she did all to herself with at this moment. Like, even the cops. But their dash cams as well. You know, there wasn't anything. Like, I have never seen such a nice house, and then suddenly 2 hours later it's a complete mess, and Johnny has redecorated your house. Well, maybe, like, he was a good redecorator when we watched the video, but not to her, not even in that video. Like, if he would have smacked her straight through the face, well, maybe. But not even then, and then he was bloody drunk. So, you just don't know what you do when you're that drunk. So, if you're a verbal asshole, you also would have hit her. At least once when there are witnesses. It's not that you're bloody drunk, but your mind is still that far like, oh, let's wait for like 30 minutes till everybody fuck up, and then give her a smash to her face. Now, if she's an annoying little, you will do it straight away. You're not waiting. Like, that's planned. Waiting is planned, but that's the same with her taking actually the video. That's just planning. That was planned, and it was planned very well, just to be honest. Like, I don't know one victim who actually put up their phone like that to actually gather evidence. And that's why cases of domestic violence or rape or IPV are so hard to prove, because there is no evidence. They're too afraid to gather the evidence. Oh, definitely. So, that's another thing. That was calculated behavior. That wasn't, oh, I'm in a panic and, oh no, what do I have to do? That was really calculated. So, that didn't fit any victim profile as well. Yeah. Well, and then we have the blaming her dogs for the practical joke on the bed. Like, have you seen the size of those dogs? And then have you seen the size of, I'm going to say it, Amber Stewart? Like, really? Oh, exactly, the delivery, that one is pretty good, but come on. Really, you're blaming your dogs? And then the same with, I think, that police officers trained in domestic violence, even if the other was still on training. Why would they lie? Why? What gain do they have to actually say no, she didn't have anything? Like, they were in bloody body cam. So, and it's not that they're on Johnny's payroll as well. So that was annoying. Oh, by the way, yes. Or the 15 minutes of fame. Like, every time when you have a witness who actually knows what happened, you're going to tell them, oh, you just want your 15 minutes of fame. Oh, woman, please. Really? Nah. So, I'm actually really wondering what the jury makes of that.
The officer saying she didn't observe anything, it is, I think, very relevant here. I do agree with you, though, that there are definitely people who are abused who just say, oh, I'm fine, please, like, leave me alone, leave, that type of thing. But those people don't tend to have the same personality, I'd say, as Amber Heard. Someone who is, sort of manipulated and abused tends to be isolated, not around their friends.
Well,
they don't have their entire family move into
it's like
buildings with
Emma's
them.
like,
They,
no,
abusers tend to
I
isolate
don't
people,
know.
I'd
He
say.
never was that. What?
I am, again,
Talking about the owner of
defense
the
attorney,
bloody park. What are you
not
on
a,
about? And
psychologist
I
in any
think
way,
what
but
really
I would say from
work
what I've
against
seen
her
of the police behavior,
is the
they don't
TMC
just let people go.
guy.
And
Like,
what I've seen
well,
of
that
people
was a
who were
good one.
actually victims of domestic violence,
Like, come on.
they don't tend to have the
like, she is the
same
one who
type of
created
personality
the
that we're seeing
video,
from
so
Amber Heard.
officially
All right,
she
let's
is
take a break. That's a
then
good observation. We'll get a little bit more
the
into this. So we're going to
owner
focus on
of,
another
or the
major
copyright
incident that was
owner
brought up
of the
during the course of this
footage.
case, the infamous
What was sent to
Hicksville
them.
incident. We'll be back.
So, yeah, that was a good one. So that are all things that we actually know that, okay, she is lying, and she is lying about a lot of things. What we already knew as well. But, yeah. So it would really be really nice if they actually come with a verdict today. And one has to win, like. But I think for them it really, like I think it really depends in this case what they see and think about what domestic violence is, and if they take that on board. But then on the other hand, it's like, well, can you take on board messages a person is writing to another person when they're angry? Like, I don't think that's really fair. Like, we all do that. We all send shitty messages, especially if it's about a shitty person in our life we're angry with. So, like black text, black humor. I don't really think so. It's like I'm bloody pissed at you, and I will tell my friend that I'm bloody pissed at you, and I will say that with not that kind of language, probably. So yeah, will be a difficult one. Interesting, but difficult. So in this case, like, we actually can say that the statements were written by Amber because she testified under oath that she wrote the bloody op-ed. So there's no denying. There's no denying there. And then we also know that it's false and things. So I think when I look to the evidence, what they presented, Johnny should win. But, and I think that's the only point that can be hard, is the domestic violence. Do they really watch everything, or do they just go with the physical and sexual assault as spoken about in the op-ed? So that's the question.
All right, welcome back, everybody. So we're talking about the Johnny Depp Amber Heard defamation trial. We're going through the evidence as the jury has continued their deliberations today. If we get any word about a verdict, we will go live. We will update you as soon as possible. But right now, we're going through some of the more critical testimony that you might have missed, including that of Morgan Knight, who is the former owner of this Hicksville trailer palace. And this was the site of one of the alleged blow-ups between Johnny Depp and Amber Heard.
I love
both
that
sides
one.
saying two different versions of what actually
Now,
happened.
guys, and
Amber
if you
Heard
enjoyed the
said that she was
stream,
sexually
if you
violated
could
by Johnny Depp
follow
in
me,
this
that would
Hicksville
be
trailer,
much
and that there's a
appreciated.
complete destruction of the actual
We will
trailer.
have more
And this was a really
justice
horrible
support
scene.
and physical,
but when you hear from Morgan Knight,
and
his description of
psychological,
events is
physical.
a
I'm
little
so in the abuse moments. That's really unbelievable.
How often do light fixtures in the trailers break?
I love this part.
They break pretty often. I mean, it's not like a usual thing, but things in the trailers generally get broken because it's all vintage trailers, and I would say as much as every couple weeks there's some incident of damage in one of the trailers. In this case, Mr. Depp had told me that.
Objection, objection.
Anyway, yes.
Thank you for following.
Beyond the light fixture, was anything else in the trailer damaged?
No, everything else looks fine.
How is that? So she is saying that he ruined or redecorated the whole trailer, and then the owner is coming and saying, well, only the light was...
Charge them extra for it for a $25 an hour cleaning fee, but they did not receive one of those because everything outside of the light fixture looks fine. On eBay, find a matching pair that would fit there.
Exactly, just the lights. Like, well, that's not really redecorating that trailer.
Nathan, whose credit card I had.
And then
understanding who Nathan was.
Mr. Depp's assistant.
Okay. And what did you charge Nathan?
That is another thing. Like, we have seen him in the kitchen and doing his thing, what Amber actually had on camera. But everything else was just pictures. It was no videotape, no security. Like, if she is lying about the abuse, do we then also think, except for the paint probably, but do we then also believe that he just redecorated everything every single time? I don't actually remember what he said about that himself. If he actually did it or did not do it.
There wasn't the greatest ruckus that was created of all time, that there wasn't the greatest destruction of all time, and therefore there is a reason to doubt the credibility of Amber Heard's account as to other things during those circumstances. You have to believe that Johnny Depp, who has the ability to go get cocaine anywhere he'd like to go get it, somehow went and looked up her vagina to get it. And it just doesn't make any sense to me.
I've
I mean, it
never
just
seen that
doesn't
guy
make any sense
before.
to me. It's not
And it's like,
you
well,
know, a fact pattern. It's
you
shocking
don't
and
remember
salacious.
actually the
It doesn't
guy
sound truthful.
Well, we've heard a lot of, salacious out there details of
who
this
gave
case. The
you
question, of course, is did it
like
actually
a tour
happen?
for a couple of
We're
the
dealing
owner
with a
of the
very
bloody
interesting,
park?
unique situation. Or did someone completely fabricate every aspect of this and fabricate all these details? Well, Morgan Knight was questioned by Amber Heard's side, and let's listen to that cross-examination.
I love the
You are a
cross-examination.
pretty big fan of Johnny Depp, aren't you?
I am not. To be honest, throughout the evening,
Sorry, I just asked you one question.
Oh, I
didn't ask you
apologize.
the rest of that.
I
You
apologize.
wanted to participate in this trial, didn't you?
I did not. I
You
was
knew-
asked by the attorney, and I wanted to. They asked me, and I said I'll be happy to come and tell the truth.
You knew this was on camera. That it was
There we
being
go again
broadcast
with
to a
her
lot of people,
15 minutes of
and
plain
you
bullshit.
saw testimony, did you
Like,
not?
is
in this
that the
case,
only
and
thing what you can
seized
say?
the moment and responded to the umbrella guy, the lead person for Mr. Depp's Twitters.
Come on.
Did you not?
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative compound.
Overruled.
Mr. Umbrella Guy is the lead. The lead.
You
what?
know that he leads one of the most predominant pro-Depp Twitters out there.
I have no idea. I don't care. Or
What
follow
was
the
that? That
Umbrella Guy.
happens as well.
In
With
fact,
Johnny the
you
whole time
do
actually
follow
staring at her
A tweet
lawyers.
called Johnny Depp fan, don't you?
Absolutely not.
You don't? That's your testimony under oath?
It is my testimony under oath.
All right. And on April 21st, Mr. Depp testified in this case about Hicksville, didn't he?
I wasn't here.
And in fact, you
And in
tweeted in
fact,
response
like what?
to the umbrella guy on April 21, 22, quote, "That never happened. I was with them all night. Amber was the one acting all jealous and crazy." Do you
Yes,
recall writing that?
I do recall writing that.
Okay, Regatta, he's an interesting witness because he wasn't planned. He got himself involved in this case by tweeting in response to the Hicksville testimony that came up during this trial. It was called by Johnny Depp's side, and as we said,
Exactly,
he
but to
testified
be
that
honest,
he
like
observed
I was
Amber
shocked
Heard being
a lot
emotionally
of
abusive.
times
There was an objection
listening
there, but
to
testified
her.
ultimately that there was no damage or significant damage to the trailer. Do
And
you think
him,
he's
by
not
the way.
credible? Do
It's
you
like,
think he's
God.
biased?
So I thought that the cross-examination of him was not helpful to Ms. Heard's side. They seem to be sort of attacking his tweets or his associations on Twitter, which just seemed really petty and strange. The important part was what happened that night. And
exactly.
the actual documents, $62 worth of damage on a light sconce. These are the facts that are important. Not if he likes Johnny Depp, if he cares about Johnny Depp, if he follows people on Twitter. I don't care.
Like I would have
What
said,
we wanna
like, do
see
you actually still
are
have the
documented
papers
facts.
or
We want to see
documents that it
exactly
was just
what happened
62?
factually. And
Like,
factually,
no.
there
Oh,
was
you
not
want
the
your
argument
5 minutes
that
of
Amber
fame?
Heard
Like,
described.
are
the
you a fan
destruction,
of
at
Johnny
least, that
Depp?
she
Who
described.
gives a
They
fuck?
could have
Nobody
had
cares.
this argument. It's possible. This very,
I had
very,
it a
kind
lot of times. It was with Dr. Curry as well when she actually got on the stand. And like she just saying that your client has a borderline. But the only thing she is coming back with, yes, but you had dinner with Johnny Depp. Yes, and his whole team, but you had dinner with Johnny Depp. Like, who cares, mate? Nobody. Nobody gives a fork if she had dinner with Johnny Depp. What we care about is, okay, what kind of test did you do? Is there a foundation for the test? Did you do it? Yeah. There you go. Well, actually, I think Johnny is like a brilliant actor.
And especially,
but then there
I
were
would
also
say that if
movies that
you're
I was like,
witness to
yeah.
this kind of altercation,
And I
this kind
don't
of
even
problems
think
or these
that's
kind of
really
verbal
his fault.
altercations or
It's
destruction,
just,
you're going to kind of remember
but
these details.
a
But I will
fan.
tell you,
Like,
this case,
when are you a
unlike
fan,
any
to
other,
be
so
honest?
these are the questions we have to ask about if you want your 15 minutes
Like,
of fame, because legitimately, I've never seen a trial as big as this. Maybe O.J. Simpson, but this is just
I don't
this
know.
is such a massive ordeal. So
Like,
clearly,
I'm a little dweeb anyway when I see somebody famous, you know? It's, or sort of. Like, we have Aussie football here, and then I was shopping one day, and one of the team I support, bloke, he was just shopping with his kids. So I got my picture with him, and the whole day I was walking like completely happy. Like, it's a team I support. He's great, but it's not my like favorite player in the team. But like, it's famous people, so yeah, or famous. You know what I mean? You know, it's everybody likes to see it or have a talk. Like, if I was him and Johnny Depp and Amber Heard came to my trailer, like, I would be stoked, mate. Like, bloody Johnny Depp in my trailer. It sounds really bad as well, in my trailer. Like, on my trailer park. It's like, come on. And he had a good time. You know, they had a talk for a little while, and he watched everything. He was sleeping in the house, so he was there. And the moment that Johnny is playing the songs and the girl, and she is a jealous little shit. And then actually now make it like Johnny was really jealous. And then her own best friend said, oh, I don't recall. And then it's like, oh, well, there were so many people is 60 people. That's a lot of people. 12 people, it's not a lot of people. Even my parties have more than bloody 12 people. And most of the time I see everything what's happening. Okay? Like 12 people is nothing. Especially when you're sitting with everybody around a campfire. You know what's happening. And maybe you don't hear everything or whatsoever, but there should be at least a couple of witnesses who actually saw Johnny grabbing another girl, her wrist, and twist it, and then saying, oh, I can break it, blah, 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 blah. At least one or two. From the 12. So, oh, exactly. So everybody remember what they were doing, and they were drinking, and they were doing this, but, and that's not even in that the trailer park thing, but in Australia as well, and all the other instances, everybody was there, except for and they all saw him drinking and being an ass. But nobody, not on her birthday, not on the other occasions, they actually saw him doing something really bad or push her or whatsoever. Like, how? How is that possible? I don't know, I think when I look back at some of my last moments in life, I think I have like a lot of witnesses who actually witnessed things and were actually too afraid to actually say something because he was completely out of his mind. So that's why I'm saying there should be at least from everybody there. Like, that doesn't really happen behind closed doors, or you have a narcissistic sociopath or psychopath person, but they will not get that drunk. You know what I mean? So they're calculated. They will do things completely different and not how she described it. So it doesn't make any sense. Oh, thank you, Sarky. Who do I think will win? Well, I would love, or love, it's a big word. I think Amber is really lying. So, to be honest, I think Johnny deserves to win. But, like we just had, well, it's not criminal court. It would be a good one though. So, I think to actually, if Johnny wins, even he would be happy with just $1. I think it. I would actually throw at least, like, how much would Johnny get for Fantastic Beast? Because for sure he lose that job because of what she says. So I would give him that money for sure. Or the 7 million she pledged what she got from her divorce. But I think that's the thing. It's the jury.
And the other things they have to answer all of these questions about.
I think it really depends if the jury sees his verbal abuse as domestic violence and they will put it into it. But I don't think it's fair because the op-ed was about physical and sexual abuse. In that case, I think she will lose, but if they be like, well, it's mental abuse as well, then she wins on 1 point, so it will be a tricky one.
Because that's what juries are supposed to be, right? They're supposed to be representative of the population, but that doesn't always happen. So it's an interesting composition.
Well, exactly. Like if I'm a jury and I actually think Johnny is right, and I think they actually think he is right, but according to the abuse, but it's in the defamation, it's so really hard to prove. But I would love for one to actually stand up and give Johnny or the 7 million what she took from the settlement, or a little bit more, but then the children hospital, or he is saying, oh, I will donate that money to the children hospital and to UCLA, what she pledged to do, so yeah, that will be, thank you, Michelle, for following, much appreciated. So this is what we do, right? We wait for I feel like we're pretty good at guessing when it could come. Other times, really would like to see how that's going. So I really believe that it's now more about what the jury sees as abuse to decide this case. I don't think they will give him the 50 mil though. Should the verdict come in, say, at 10:20 in the morning? She said it would be at the top of an hour from the top of the hour. So well, she doesn't have the money. Like, let's be honest. Like, she played in Aquaman. I have to say that I was a bit shocked by how much money she actually got for it. I thought it would be higher, that she got like, what, 10 or 11 million or something for that movie. Just one, what was it, 1 million or 2 million or something? It's like, oh shit.
We're going to continue following some of the testimony that you might have missed.
And just a little, 8 episodes of 200,000. I think the only money she actually has now is the 600 million that's left over from the 7 million.
And those audio tapes told a lot about what was happening behind the scenes.
Oh, so I love these audio tapes.
To one portion of an audio tape, and this is where both sides attempted to use them to their advantage. Take a look.
No, it's not to get you mad. It's just to get out of a bad situation while it's happening before it gets worse. in Australia when we had the big fight where I lost the tip of my finger. At least 5 bathrooms and 2 bedrooms I went to
avoid talking to me, to avoid working it out. That's
to escape the fight.
You don't escape the fight. You escape the solution.
No.
You escape the solution.
No.
You escape figuring it out. We cannot work it out if you run away to the bathroom every time.
Listen to me. Listen to me. A boxer can't go 12 rounds without a minute break.
I'm not giving you a minute break. You do it at minute 3 at the beginning of an argument.
No. There are rounds, man, and when it gets too hairy, the ref splits them apart or whatever. But all I'm saying is, you can't have a solution if the argument just keeps mounting and mounting and mounting and mounting. I go into the bathroom and sit on the floor. Bam, 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 here you come. I come out. Fight, crazy, escalated. I split again, I go to another bathroom or a bedroom or something. Knock, 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 bang, bang, bang. You kept coming to get me. I'm not the one who throws pots and...
Those are different. That's different.
Else at me.
That's different. That's one does not negate the other. That's irrelevant. It's a complete non sequitur. Just because I've thrown pots and pans does not mean that you come and knock on the door. Just because there are vases does not mean that you come and knock on the door.
Really, I should just let you throw...
I'm not saying that. You're saying that. You're putting words in my mouth and then making non sequiturs.
I'm giving you a situation.
No, you're trying to justify how you don't or do come to the door based on whether I throw pots and pans. It's irrelevant.
I'm justifying how you seem to think that there's this cowardice in me that runs away and I don't fight for you.
And you're justifying that by saying I throw pots and pans? Okay, cool. Let's talk about everything you do wrong.
I'm not the one who...
All right, let's bring in legal analyst Dr. Tracy Pearson and also attorney Sharina Enke-Kroll.
Wow.
Great to have you both here. Sharina, welcome to the program. We'll start with you. When you hear those audio tapes, how devastating is it for Amber Heard? Because, you know, it doesn't look like Johnny Depp's the aggressor in that case.
Absolutely. Throughout the entire trial, I thought that Amber was always looking for a partner who would basically treat her the way she was treating Johnny Depp. She wanted to scream, she wanted to yell. She has that passionate way of going about fights, I guess. But Johnny Depp simply was not giving her that passionate sort of comeback. He wanted to go to another room. He wanted to go lock himself in a bathroom, which was completely the opposite of what she seems to have been looking for. She wanted that combustion. She wanted him to come back at her with some fiery words, screaming and yelling just like she was. But, you know,
I'm not really agreeing with that. Like, if you actually, that's why I'm pretty agree with Dr. Curry. Like, if you actually look at the person suffering from borderline, you actually don't want them to go anywhere. You need them to stay. So it's more that it goes that way. Like, you don't let anybody leave. Like, I gave the example of like when you're a child and you're just clinching yourself to your parents' legs so they drag you through the room. We do that for fun as kids, but like when I heard some of those audio tapes, it really reminded me of that. It's like you're just clinging on.
This is really pretty.
You want to cut me somewhere?
Do I want to cut you?
Yeah, you want an arm, you want a chest? What do you want the scar? What do you want? Cut me.
Don't cut your
These
skin.
all Amber's tapes, by the way.
Why would I do that?
It's easy.
Don't, please do not do that. Please do not do that. Please don't. Please don't cut yourself. You don't need to cut yourself.
I need to do what I want.
I know it hurts. I feel the same.
Cut me. I want you to mark.
You have
No, you don't. They're gone. No, thank you. No, thank you. There's sperm on the pillows.
What's that? What, she's laughing? Why is she looking so sad here?
He spits romance for this because he's a
Don't. Please don't. Don't cut yourself. Please don't cut yourself. Please don't cut yourself. Please, I know it hurts. I would never cut you. I would never do that to you. Please don't.
Come on, pussy. Yeah, you hate me. Come on.
Come here. It's really dull.
Oh, this is the most boring audio tape I've heard in this whole trial. Except then for the pillow part.
Don't you tell me. Please don't do that. Put the knife down. Just put the knife down. Don't do that. Do not do that, Johnny. Please, you're gonna
look at you.
You're gonna hurt yourself. Please
I want
stop.
to look at you.
I know you're in pain. Wait. Stop. Please
There's a
don't.
way for the pain to go away.
No, it's not that. It doesn't make it go away, trust me.
You don't fucking know.
I do know. It doesn't make it go away.
Really?
Oh, that
Doesn't make it
explains
go
her
away.
scars on her
It did?
wrists,
Please don't.
on her arms, like she does know.
Dr. Pearson, what do you make of that audio? Because for me, when I listen to it, I know why his side, Amber Heard's side, has brought that in. It shows him to be, violent and unstable. And also, if there's the question
Not
of
really.
did he cut his own finger in Australia in
Well,
2015, when you have an audio tape
that's
of him
another one.
seemingly cutting himself, it maybe makes that more likely. But then again, I'm not sure. What do you make away from it?
I think we need to look at context. This was after the TRO was granted. This is after his life was devastated and he was at the lowest point of his life. So when I hear that, what I hear is somebody talking who is profoundly mentally injured at that point, and is at the lowest point and just wants to make the pain go away. So, I don't know that necessarily helps Amber Heard.
Sharina, how much do you think the jury is going to be listening back to these audio tapes, the videotape of him destroying the kitchen? They're going to have access to all this material. They can watch it as many times as they want. Do you think it's going to play a central role in their deliberations?
Well, yeah.
At the end of the day, the jury is consisted of people, right? They're everyday people, just like us.
Like, she is a doctor, so she knows the mental state. So we're looking more at the mental state than probably other people do. They would probably, maybe jury would be like, yeah, he wants to cut himself, so
Mostly, for the most part, made up
maybe he cut his own finger off.
Be going back to certain
But
evidence that is still available for them to revisit. But
I-
if they're going to go over everything, every
I
single
don't think
little
like
detail,
this
I
video
don't
had
foresee
such
that
an
happening.
impact
Okay, let's take a
than
break.
the
When
other
we come
ones.
back, we'll
Like,
get
you
more
had
evidence in the Johnny
worse
Depp,
ones
Amber
than
Heard
just this one. But it's really like, how do we look at it? When did it happen? And like, let's say, like, the jury is still just normal people. Like, how, like, lawyers look at some cases, or psychiatrists, psychologists, especially in this case. Like, there's a lot that I'm like, well, really. But it's not about us. It's about the jury actually have to make that decision and say, oh yeah, he is completely out of his mind. And if he could say that, he cut his own finger off. But that finger wasn't even really cut off. Like, that was just a complete fractured finger. Like, the pictures were really disgusting, by the way, as well. And that was another, like, brain. That it feels like your brain is slowly dying. Well, I had that when we had the expert witness about the fingertips as well. So the whole point was that his nail wasn't black. So if you have a fracture like that, your nails should be black. But then he still had that fracture and his nail still wasn't black. And that fracture would be if you get your finger to a car door or two separate things just point. But then your nail is black as well. Like, really? So it just didn't happen. Like, it came from another angle and his bloody nail doesn't have to do anything with it. Although I'm still curious why that whole nail wasn't black at all. But weirdest things happened. It's not like, even if you cut it off yourself, you're still fracturing the bone. So you would still think that your nail will be blue. The blue nail was so like, what the fuck are you on about? Really? Well, yeah. Could have. Like, I don't believe the phone story. Like, how the hell you're ripping off a phone and then you're smashing the phone against the wall and that's how you lost your finger. Or there was like a very sharp piece of plastic. It doesn't make any sense because you're having your fist and you will do like this. So more logical if it's actually breaking right there. So yeah, the finger story was something else. And I like Camille there as well.
2 hours
like saying
testimony that you might have missed, and that includes when Johnny Depp took the stand. What we're going to do is we're going to play you first when he initially took the stand, and
sorry,
when he came
guys,
back
just
later on in the trial. Here was when he first took the stand, and he was explaining what these allegations have done to him.
Did you experience any consequences after the release of the op-ed?
Absolutely.
And what
Yes.
were those?
Oh, well,
exactly, it's metal.
I
Like
believe
how?
it was, I don't think it took Disney very long, maybe a couple of days, to announce that that I had been removed from the Pirates of the Caribbean films franchise, which I learned about reading reading one of these
That
type
must
of,
have heard though.
some magazine,
Like
the article,
Jack Sparrow
where
is
Sean
like
Bailey
his
was quoted,
baby, isn't it?
which was very odd to me, as I have had many creative conversations with
Or
the
maybe
Disney
Amber.
people,
Like she's in superhero movies.
even to the point of where they were asking me to come back and write Pirates. Sorry.
What, to your understanding, is the status of Pirates 6?
At this point,
Yes.
I believe it's in dangle mode.
Mr. Depp, have you ever physically assaulted Miss Heard?
Never.
Have you ever sexually assaulted Miss Heard?
Never. Certainly not.
What have you lost as a result of Miss Heard making these allegations against you?
Nothing less than everything. Nothing less than everything.
So, Sharina, overall, Johnny Depp took the stand, told his truth, or what he was saying was his truth. Overall, how do you think he did on the stand? Because I know the jury's going to be thinking about it.
Absolutely. I have been thinking about it. In my perspective, I found him to be very credible. His demeanor from the recordings that Amber Heard put forth matched perfectly with his demeanor in court. And I think that's a big deal that we haven't really been hearing much about, but his demeanor matches up with that of the recordings. He stayed calm. He stayed focused. It almost seemed like even in the recordings, he was very focused as to what he was talking about. The same thing during his testimony in court, which is not the same thing as Amber Heard. She was very combative sounding. She was angry, screaming, yelling. It was a little bit different from what we saw in court, where she seemed more calm and collected. So I don't know what the jury's thinking. Obviously, we're all wondering what they're thinking. But in my perspective, from my point of view, I think he did a fantastic job, especially because we can see him being very consistent, both on and off camera.
Okay, well, let's see how he did when he came back on the stand in this rebuttal case, primarily responding to not only some of the accusations thrown out by Amber Heard during her testimony, but he also responded to the counterclaims that he and his attorney Adam Waldman orchestrated a public smear campaign against Amber Heard. So let's see how he did on rebuttal.
What happened at the end of that week on May 27th, 2016?
Well, we saw this already, didn't we?
May 27th, my daughter's birthday. May 27th. I was not in Los Angeles. I was on the way to on tour, and that was when Miss Heard went for the restraining order. And oh yeah, also that was the day that Alice Through the Looking Glass, a film I'd done, was opening.
Did Miss Heard know that you were out of town on May 27th?
Yes.
And how would she have known that?
Well, I told her I was going on tour. I mean, that was well established.
How long were you going to be out of town on that tour?
2 to 3 months.
And did Miss Heard know how long you'd be out of town?
I don't know if she knew exactly how long I'd be out of town, but it was a pretty extensive tour of Europe.
How did Miss Heard's actions on May 27th, 2016 affect you?
Changed everything.
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh, it didn't change everything?
This lawsuit.
Sir, if you could wait till the objection, please.
Yes, I'm sorry.
I actually...
A little colorful commentary there from Johnny Depp. But no, the truth of the matter is he comes back, Dr. Pearson,
I like
and
it when
he
he
addresses,
actually
like I said, the
fights
counterclaims.
back,
He
but then I
addresses
couldn't
some of the
really
accusations from
take
Amber
it
Heard, and he
from
also addresses
Amber.
this idea that Amber
You know,
Heard
well, she tried it as well.
purposely went for the TRO
But
with these alleged
in
bruises
that
on her
moment,
face
it was
while he
just,
was going to be
like,
away and couldn't
really
fight it, right?
annoying.
And so the
moment
question, of
Johnny
course,
is
was
doing
it
it, it's
necessary
really
for him to
funny.
come back on the stand? And how do you think he did? My personal belief is when he was questioned by Jamie Benjamin Rottenborn that second time around, he appeared to be a bit more shaky. You tell me, what did you make of it?
I thought he was exhibiting trial fatigue. You know, they've been in trial for a number of weeks. Trial lawyers even exhibited it. Everybody looked tired. The jurors were tired. And so if they were tired, I'm sure that they weren't necessarily perceiving it the way we are, where, you know, we're fresh as a daisy and you know, watching this every day from the comfort of wherever we are. Except for you and Anjanette, of course. You guys were in Fairfax. But I think that it's very possible that that it wasn't that noticeable to them, but very noticeable to those of us out here.
Yeah, I don't know. My perspective when I was in the courtroom, I looked at those jurors. They didn't show any sign of fatigue, but maybe there was a day that I wasn't there and somebody observed something. They seemed to be paying much attention. But I do agree with you. This was when he was testifying towards the end of this case, and it was so much inundated, and this jury's inundated with so much. So, Sharina, I do want to ask you about something that the allegation that Amber Heard went for this TRO when he was out of town. This whole conversation about it, that she leaked the video of Johnny Depp smashing the kitchen cabinets to TMZ, that she or someone from her team alerted TMZ to her going to the court to file for this.
Otherwise,
all
it
of this.
wasn't possible.
How significant is that in this story for you?
Well, if the jurors believe it, it would go to show that she really couldn't be trusted, that she was very calculated, conniving, and she waited for Johnny Depp to be out of town, and she basically formulated the entire plan in her head even before he left out of town. So it wouldn't look good for her. And I think one of the most damning evidence against her is Kate Moss's testimony, because here she was bringing to the attention of the entire world that she thought about the Kate Moss incident, where Kate Moss was supposedly thrown down the staircase, and it's because of that statement alone, Kate Moss was able to come into virtually come into court and do a testimony, proving once and for all that she was not ever thrown down the staircase or even abused by Johnny Depp
Didn't
at
see
any
that
point.
one coming.
So
That
all of
was
these
the
things
most
combined,
stupid
she
thing
just
she
does
did.
not look like a very credible witness. And I'm wondering, just like everybody else, if the jury is going to come back with that same decision.
All right. Well, they have a lot to consider right now. We keep talking about it. We're going through 3 hours right now of just of all of the testimony and evidence that they have to consider. This is just a microcosm of the 6 weeks of testimony they have to consider.
From that kind
Take a quick
of
break.
things.
When we come back, we'll get an update live from Fairfax County, Virginia. We'll be back.
So yeah, like accusing people from abuse or sexual assault, like there needs to be a statement out as well. Like there are a lot of victims and survivors, and Amber has made it really hard and really difficult for those people to come forward because of her bullshit. And I think there should be, like, don't do it. If you actually go through things, or you have been abused or sexual abuse, you need to come forward. You need to be able to tell your story without problems. If it really happened to you, if you lie about it, because you're actually really destroying somebody's life. And if you are a rapist, well, sorry or not sorry, you actually deserve that your life will be destroyed, okay? But if you're not and you're lying about it, you should be accountable as well. Like if I was that judge, and let's say the jury is actually coming back and decide in Johnny's favor, I definitely would put her on for perjury. Because that was so obvious that she lied about several things. You know, you want to lie about things that are so horrendous, and they are, okay? You should be... Yes, I think so. Like, if you're making accusations about that, and it cost him a lot. You know, he can be a pain in the ass probably, or showing up for work too late, but people, it's bloody Johnny Depp night. You know, everybody is going to Pirates to see Jack Sparrow and not another person. Like, let's be honest, the whole pirate thing is Johnny Depp. So if you have to wait because your star actor is being an ass, well, you give him a warning and you say the next time it will get out of your pay. Well, or something like that. Like, I don't know how it's working, but he lost the movie. He lost the Fantastic Beast. Like, well, we can't have you because you're a wife beater. So she destroyed a lot. And now that when you hear all the lies coming out, yeah. Not just for Johnny Depp, but especially for all victims, if they're male or if they're female, or no male or female. They should be punished. Like, it's so serious, you know. And I don't know what it is lately. I have it with a lot of people and all the sexual harassment things, and it's like, well, till a certain point as well. Because I know.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. So I want to go right now to
Not
Stacey
everybody's
Delacat, our
actually
reporter on
telling
the
the
ground
truth,
in
and
Fairfax County,
destroy,
Virginia, who's been covering the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial for.
You can destroy actually a person's complete life, and then there shouldn't be consequences, I think. Well, exactly.
I do have a little bit of an update for you.
Oh.
This is what we know. In just about the last 5 or 10 minutes or so, we did see a little commotion at the door, and we did see Johnny Depp's attorneys, Benjamin Chu, Camille Vasquez, going inside along with a member of his security team. We saw them walk back in the courtroom through the front door. Ann Jeanette is on her way inside right now to sort of find out what's going on. We think perhaps jurors have a question, and that's why they're going back inside. We're not exactly sure, but it's the first movement, so to speak, that we've seen probably since earlier this morning. So could be something up here. Again, Ann Jeanette on her way inside right now to find out, and as soon as we get an update, of course, we're going to bring it to you. I also want to point out, I don't know if you can see in the shot behind me, Jesse, but there's some orange and white barricades that have been set up. About a half an hour ago, sheriff's deputies pulled up. They began unloading these barricades and setting it up around the media because there really is increased media presence here today as we get ready for this verdict. Of course, law and crime, we've been on the ground the entire time, right? But a lot of other media outlets parachuting in, so to speak, for this final stretch of the trial for the verdict. There's German media, there's British media, all kinds of international media, still photogs, paparazzi, a lot of members of the media up there. And so the sheriff's deputies went ahead and set up some security barricades to make sure everyone sort of stays in their place and things stay safe out here on this very hot day in Fairfax. Jesse.
Any idea of who else is showing up outside that courthouse? We kept talking about the pass through, this morning, that the line to get into court was insignificant. I mean, it was pretty easy to get a pass this time. There's not the level of fan responses we've seen the past few weeks. But there are some people there. Do you see an increased presence as the day is moving forward?
It's hot out here, so remember that. I mean, we're in the 90s here today. Humidity is high. There are not a ton of people outside. There's a few in the shade. There's an Amber Heard supporter that's been out here since early this morning. Again, yeah, it was pretty easy to get a wristband this morning, so there are a few Johnny Depp fans that we saw inside in the overflow room and so forth. But it's certainly not the scene that you guys were watching and sort of living out here for the past 6 weeks leading up to today. It's definitely far diminished in terms of the spectators who are out here. But that could change as we get word. If we get word that there is a verdict, I mean, I would imagine a lot of people may come out. They may just be inside right now at a nearby coffee shop or deli
I think
or whatever,
that must be hard as well. Like you going inside of your
now, as for the stars at
or
the
up
center
the
of this
courtroom,
case, well, Jesse,
and
we've
then
been talking about
except for your mom
Johnny
and
Depp
sister,
didn't stick around here this weekend. No, he didn't go back to LA.
I think
he flew
everybody
across the
else
pond to the UK to perform with legendary
would be
rocker
Johnny
Jeff
Depp.
Beck. I think we actually have a clip, an amateur clip of him on stage at one of the two shows that he performed. The first one in Sheffield, England, Sunday night. He was a surprise appearance. And then last night in London's famous Albert Hall, the two musicians, or Beck and Depp, I should say, have collaborated together in the past. They have a remake of a song that came out in 2020 for a song called Isolation. And apparently they got a standing ovation. Depp got a standing ovation when he was on stage in the UK. Jeff Beck scheduled to perform another show tonight at Albert Hall. Whether or not Depp will stick out there and appear with him again, we don't know. Or he could have already jumped a flight back and may be on his way back here, if not already back for the verdict. We just don't know. Again, we did see a member of his security team go in with the attorneys. I asked that member of the security team earlier this morning. I said, oh, you're here. Does that mean Johnny Depp's going to be here? And he just said, oh, can't say anything. I don't know. So we're waiting to see. No sign of Amber Heard
I think
yet,
he should be, though.
But many are saying she is likely in the area and will
you
come
start
back when
up,
the verdict
so
is called, but no confirmation of that at this
should
time.
be here
the member
to
of the
end
security
the
team didn't say
whole.
no, so there's a possibility we might see both
On the
stars
other
here
hand, do
as
you
the day
really want to
progresses
be
and
there
maybe as
when
we
you
get closer
lose?
to a verdict. Stacey Delicat, thank you. Appreciate it as always.
But-
Great reporting.
Yeah. All right, and Jesse, don't forget we're going to have our live show coming up from 12 to 2. Anjanette and I will be here. We'll be taking viewer questions live, and of course, hopefully Anjanette will be back out with an update of what's actually going on right now in court as we speak, and we'll have all of that right at noon, right here on Long Crime.
Great, very important to report that, yes, because again, we take your questions. It's going to be a fantastic opportunity. People have a lot of questions about this case as we come to the conclusion of it. So Stacey will host that. It'll be great for everybody to tune in 2 hours, as Stacey mentioned. Thank you so much. All right, we're going to continue on. Moving on to, we played you before, the testimony of Johnny Depp when he first took the stand and when he came back in the rebuttal case. Now we're going to do the same thing. So Amber Heard took the stand.
Oh, God, we are
testified,
getting Amber.
and she was talking about the quote-unquote smear campaign that was directed against her by Adam Waldman and Johnny Depp. Adam Waldman, Johnny Depp's attorney. And she talked about what this has done to her, what these allegations have done to her, why she felt the need to
Is
counter.
this my dog stepped on a beast?
This is
Still
an
don't
article
know
that
what
was in the Daily
that had
Mail
to do with anything.
on 8 April 2020. You see that?
I'm drinking too
And then,
fast.
Michelle, if you can move that to the next page, and
Or I'm talking too
Perfect.
much and I need to drink.
it says,
Sorry, guys.
Adam Waldman, Depp's lawyer, said afterwards, Amber Heard and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and a shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as the sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Is this a true or a false statement?
False.
And why is it false?
Well, you have to use what I've lived through and what I've survived, calling it fake, saying that I'm harming Johnny with this, I'm harming the public with this. This is what I've lived through, and to say that it's a hoax, that these aren't even real things. I mean, after everything I've lived through and survived, and also I hadn't even spoken about the sexual abuse within my marriage. I had been protective of that. I didn't want to talk about that ever. Adam Waldman was the one who put that out in the world. As remarkable as that is, I had protected that. I had to go to another country to give testimony, and thankfully they allowed me to do so with confidentiality and some protection. And then Johnny, through his lawyer, not only uses that against me, but says it's a hoax.
Sharina, those counterclaims are very significant in this case, even though Elaine Brederhoff in her closing argument said we're not looking for $100 million, but what is fair and reasonable here, it still doesn't change the fact that these are important claims for the jury to consider. How strong are those counterclaims?
I probably wouldn't counter sue as well.
Amber's counsel has thrown pretty much everything they have on the wall just to see what would stick. That's my take on it. First of all, Johnny was the one that started the lawsuit, and then she came back with a counter lawsuit for double the amount that Johnny was suing her for. And she was counting on the public's sympathy and empathy on this man just taking advantage of her, being abusive of this poor woman that she is, quote unquote. And all the things that she drew up against the wall, and she wanted to see what would stick. And in my opinion, not much has stuck, if anything at all. And they sort of just kept trying to find new ways of framing the situation so it would be damaging.
Well, exactly. That was just a horrible thing. And I think that is it. Like, she doesn't... when she is sitting and she actually was testifying, there was not a moment of empathy I felt. And I'm a person crying over Disney movies, like Simba's father gone, crying my eyes out. So normally I'm a really sympathetic and empathetic person. I didn't have it at all. There wasn't a moment that I was like, oh, you poor girl. That must have been hell where you went through. And normally I have that with people, because maybe not everything is true, but there is a part of it. And the only moment I had with her that I was like, well, that must be shit, was when she actually was more talking about the verbal crap he gave her. Because let's be honest, that can be pretty hurtful as well. But that's the only moment I actually saw real emotion in her eyes. Not in the physical, not in the sexual, not in the here.
I have to live with the trauma and the damage done to me. My friends have to live with a set of unspoken rules about how to not scare me.
Objection, hearsay.
Yes, sir. Unspoken rules. Overruled. Go ahead.
Back in the script.
Touch me, not to surprise me. My intimate partners have rules about how they can deal with me, how they can touch me. I have rules for doctors and medical professionals I see, gynecologists I see. I live my life with these sets of rules that I have to follow, my friends have to follow for me not to have a panic
But
attack.
nobody was telling about or talking about
even if I'm
rules.
training to do my movie, for instance, if I'm training for Aquaman, a combat scene and a trigger happens, I have a meltdown and have to deal with that. The crew I work with have to deal with that because of the damage I walk around with every single day from what I've lived through.
Where are those testimonies?
From what I've survived. I'm not sitting in this courtroom snickering.
Sorry?
I'm not sitting in this courtroom laughing, smiling, and making snide jokes. I'm not. This is horrible. This is painful. And this is humiliating for any human being to go through. Perhaps it's easy to forget that, but I'm a human being. And even though Johnny promised that I deserve this and promised he'd do this, I don't deserve this. I want to move on.
Yes.
Dr. Pearson, she's really highlighting the emotional distress component if the jury ultimately finds in favor of her for these counterclaims. And
look at their faces,
especially
the doctor.
Well, I'd like to know if James Franco or Elon Musk had any rules. I'd like to know how she explains her sitting in the courtroom smiling the day before and smirking the day before. And really, at the end of the day, what we're looking at is there's no causation between what Johnny has done here and what she claims has occurred, because she negates the allegations that she made against Johnny Depp and her publicist and her conduct in relation to those that domestic violence petition.
I could debate this a little bit more with you, but we do have to hit a break because there was a whole testimony about whether or not the extreme social media campaign against her, negative tweets, millions that were actually associated or connected or referenced.
Look at their faces. They're just like, oh, well.
Maybe we'll address that on the other side. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
So I actually, they should be, just like me, to be honest, they should be in Switzerland as well. But you just can't, can you? Because it's so over the top. She could, after 6 years, I would have seen probably more anger. He has put me through this, and this, and it ruined my life. And now people coming, putting my baby in the microwave. What, by the way, is disgusting. Okay, people? What the bloody baby has to do with it? That's sad. Anyways, we will put you in the microwave, Amber. That's a different, well, that's a bit sad as well. Anyways, she should be more angry. instead of the really emotional, and when you're emotional, go act emotional. So you put your head down and you're just drumming up in place of sitting like that. And then with your, it's so Christ. And then when you're in your emotional state, you just fluff everything out. And in this case, there was like the objection, and the moment that she could actually answer, she goes straight back to the words she wore before the objection. Like normally you don't remember that, you just fluff everything out, and this happened to me, and that happened to me, and this is what people say, and then you get stopped, and then you're in your head, you're still going, so you actually really have like, where was I, and then you don't come back to the same word anyway, because you're in emotional distress, so you're stressed out. Oh, well, exactly. Like, if she had just told them without the overacting, like it was almost that you're watching Jim Carrey at Liar Liar when he is the lawyer and he's he's really overacting. What's actually the best movie ever. So funny, but not in her case. But like, it's over the top. That's it. And I think when she was talking, when she would have talked slower and like Johnny actually did, and just explaining the story without the drama, probably the jury would have a tougher job believing her. That little hair flunky is.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. We're covering the Johnny Depp Amber Heard defamation trial. The jury has continued their deliberations today. If we get any word on a verdict, we will bring that to you in real time. We have Stacey Delicat and Anjanette Levy live on the ground in Fairfax County, Virginia. I also want to let you know that they are going to be hosting a 2-hour live Q&A session where they will take your questions on YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, Twitter, throw them in. We'll answer them in real time. It should be definitely something that we've seen people really have a lot of response to, because people have a lot of questions about this case. And as we come towards the conclusion of this trial, let's finish up with the closing arguments from last week.
Well, you did that as well already. Well, exactly. Like, they won't be dramatizing. It will be to the point, quick, and short, because you don't want to go through the whole readily. And if you're going through the whole story, you will do it fast as well. And that's the same when you're crying and you're visibly upset. You know yourself when you are crying. Like, you're not nice and calm when you're really emotional and really distressed. So your breathing will be very short. And not just taking a deep breath and then, I needed this and this to me, and then this happened. No, you will be bloody stressed out. So your breathing will come, and then you have to tell your bloody story. Even when you're angry, your breath will be like, and you need to take your time at moments just to take the deep breath in and to calm yourself down. So if you're crying or if you're angry or if you're distressed or whatsoever, it's a different kind of breathing. What Amber doesn't have. Like, she is breathing as the calmest person in the bloody world. Well, you don't have that. Not when you have to tell that story. So I definitely agree with you, Silver, there. Like, there is no way people will make a movie of it, and it's such bad acting as well. It was like, God. The only thing I have to say, and I think it was in the closing arguments actually, like he was a bloody fluink during the trial. Amber Heard's male lawyer, what is its name, rotten thing. But like going through the text and actually putting out what he said, well, that was a good move because that's what people remember, and that was kind of nasty as well. But although I can't get over the overused flappy fish market, like, right, how you come up with that? Well, exactly, but probably he isn't that interesting, so I every time forget his name. It's really bad. But then, to be honest, like, Camille is the superstar of this trial. Like, God. If I'm getting in trouble ever, I want her to be my lawyer. True. Let's see what they think about it.
Before they get to the question of actual malice, there are separate questions about whether...
Yeah, it's malice crap. Yeah, I really like Camille. To be honest, she was like unbelievable. And I think that's the thing as well. I'm not sure how it's actually. It would be so nice if you actually can talk to people who were in the jury before to actually know what they really look at. Like, if I was in the jury and you have Amber lawyers and Johnny Depp's lawyers, and to be honest, a lot of times I got so annoyed by Amber lawyers. That I totally was like, her lawyers again. So, in how far would that be a thing when you actually going over the case? Like, you can be biased, but like, we're human. So, are we watching, or the jury anyway, like when you have like annoying bloody lawyers like Elaine, your feeling goes automatically to the other party? Or are you actually, but that's the same thing like, oh, you can't do research about the case. Wouldn't you? Like, I'm a person who wants to know everything, okay? So I would probably be in bed with my phone and just go over every little thing, just to know what it is, what they saw, or I don't know what. Or you're so tired of it that you even don't want to watch your phone. So has anybody been on a jury before or not? Like, I'm really curious, to be honest. Yeah. Well, that's another thing. Then you get actually called and then it doesn't go to court. But then, what is it? How many people are getting called? Like, what, 25 or something, and only 12 ends up in the jury, and then in the... That's what I don't understand from this case. Oh, Christ, yeah. 2 states away, so what is it? Isn't it just state bound? Although the states are pretty big as well, so. Or is it that, okay, you're living in New York and there is a trial in Los Angeles and then you have to go to Los Angeles? Like, that's shit. Are they paying for the tickets though? I see. Two. Well, it's actually funny, like, we don't have, or now we do, but in the Netherlands you don't have jury. You just have judges and the court. That's it. So there aren't people actually deciding over other people. It's just sometimes 7 judges or something. And you go more to the high court, or 2 or 3. So that depends. So I don't really have, except for what I'm seeing on the movies, not really a jury. But here they have a jury, but I know a friend of me, she had to go for jury duty, but there's nobody else I actually know who had to go here. So yeah, it's funny how the justice system works in different ways. Although, sorry, but why? Like, it's 2022. What's that with English and Australian as well? What I understand. Why the wikis? Why the things on their head? Like, it's not 1718 anymore. Like, it's 2022, people. Like, I can't watch an United Kingdom criminal show because the moment it's going into court, I'm over it. I'm done. I can't be, thank God I never have to be in a jury there. Like, I can't handle the wigs. I would be laughing my ass off all the time. Like, why? Like, come on. It's so weird. And it's true, isn't it? It's like, well, okay, like, I know, like, in the Netherlands they still need to wear the, like, the, how we call it, toga or something. So the black dress with the white thing. Well, okay, I can understand a bit of separation between normal people and lawyers or judges or things like that. But lose the wigs with the white curls, and it's just it's just like you just walk into a bad movie. I I'm so happy I don't have to be jury there. It's like, nah. I should piss myself like every bloody second when I see that, and it will be completely like I'm not even focused anymore. The same when I'm watching the show, and you see that I'm completely lost. Like I don't know what they were on about anymore because I see the wigs. It's like, but yeah, that's about the wigs. I don't know why did we actually? How did I came up with the wigs? No idea, but oh shit, that's really no. No disrespect for any UK viewers about their justice system.
Humid and suspense is mounting as we head into hour 5 of deliberations in the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard
Like, how long can it take? I really hope that they would come back
since it started.
with a verdict. Like, I know it's a lot of things, but you were there, you saw everything, you heard everything. So how long does it take?
His former spouse Amber Heard for $50 million, claiming a Washington Post op-ed she penned in 2018 cost him not only millions of dollars, but his career. In that article, she said she was a survivor of domestic violence, though she never actually named Depp. Meanwhile, Heard countersuing Depp for $100 million.
Okay, guys, I will grab myself a drink and have a quick break. I will be back though. I will keep this on so you can listen to them instead of my I'll be back stream. Guys, grab something to drink. Get a break yourself as well. Like, we have now just questions and answers. Would be interesting for some, so
security guards go inside. We thought maybe something was happening.
Okay, guys, see you in
what's the latest?
Well,
a bit.
First of all, it's so great to be with you here, and I think we had some vibe going on because we didn't even plan this, but we both have a little sprinkle of yellow on.
Exactly.
Unfortunately, we don't really have much to report to you because I went inside, and even though the lawyers went in, nothing was happening. I went into the courtroom to see maybe if there was possibly a jury question. There was not. Apparently, they will be knocking on the door to see whether or not the jurors want to order lunch soon.
It is that time.
It is lunchtime, right? So you get here at 9 a.m., you start your work, noon, 1 o'clock, lunchtime. Judge Askarati said she does not order dinner, so we know that if they are going to deliberate later, they will not be getting dinner. So that's where we stand right now. So to our knowledge, nothing really is happening. That's about it.
So let's set the scene for our viewers who are joining us live now on YouTube and other platforms. We know there's a lot of media out here today, and compared to what you've seen, there's more media than usual, right?
Yeah, most definitely. So behind us, you'll see there's a barricade of sorts. There's also a line of cameras. And really, we haven't seen that much media here since the first week of the trial. The first week of the trial, there was quite a bit of international media here. Now we have the U.S. networks. They have not been here. You know, the big three have not been here since, I don't even think they were here week 1 that I recall, but they are back now. Some of them started showing up last week. There is more media than there has been. Obviously, with technology, they don't have to be here every day, but you really don't get the feel for what's going on unless you are here on the ground. So we have more media. Fewer Depp fans.
Yeah.
I got here before 7 a.m. to get my trusty wristband. Stacy got one too. Thank goodness we both have our wristbands.
Matches our yellow.
Yes, it does. We've got this thing going on yellow. Maybe it's, we'll have to like look into that. Maybe do like some color analysis. But anyway, no crazy line. You know, we had told you about the line, and the line was horrendous. I cannot convey to you how awful the line was over the last 2 weeks. People were injured. I spoke to a reporter this morning who was bruised. I have a couple of bruises. I'm not 100% sure they're from that, but they could be because we were all shoved. Much better this morning. I think there may have been 10 people here, so not nearly as crazy as it has been. Thank goodness.
Yeah, and we do expect, if we hear a verdict has been reached, everyone has an hour to get in the courtroom. It's possible people in the area will start migrating here. It's a hot day. Maybe people are seeking out some cool AC and so forth. So we have a lot to break down over the next 2 hours. We're going to be revisiting some of the most pivotal moments from this trial. We're also going to be taking your questions live right here on the air. We have a whole panel of guests to answer. But first, let's go to one of the more, let's say, high-profile moments, at least in the final weeks of the trial. And that one happened last week. And that has to do with Kate Moss testifying, the iconic supermodel Kate Moss taking the stand, dispelling sort of rumors, statements that Amber Heard had made that Johnny Depp had pushed her down the stairs when they were dating many years ago in Jamaica. Let's take a listen to her testimony.
Whitney, my sister, all of a sudden put herself in between Johnny and I. She just threw herself like in the line of fire or whatever. She just all of a sudden was there and was trying to get Johnny to stop. Her back was to the staircase and Johnny swings at her and I just see my little sister with her back her back to the staircase, and Johnny swings at her, and I don't even wait for any other, I don't hesitate, I don't wait, I just in my head instantly think of Kate Moss and the stairs, and I swung at him.
Ms. Moss, did there come a time when you, while you and Mr. Depp were a couple, that the two of you took a vacation together to the Golden Eye Resort in Jamaica?
Yes.
What, if anything, happened when you were in Jamaica with Mr. Depp?
We were leaving the room, and Johnny left the room before I did, and there had been a rainstorm, and as I left the room, I slid down the stairs, and I hurt my back.
How did you...
And
I apologize, Ms. Moss. Please continue.
And I screamed because I was in, because I didn't know what had happened to me, and I was in pain, and he came running back to help me and carried me to my room and got me medical attention.
Did Mr. Depp push you in any way down the stairs?
No.
During the course of your relationship, did he ever push you down any stairs?
No, he never pushed me, kicked me, or threw me down any stairs.
All right, so first you heard some of Amber Heard where she alluded to this incident with Kate Moss, and then you heard Kate Moss herself beamed into the courtroom. And Jeanette says when she popped up on the screen, a lot of people in the court were like, oh, wow, she's really testifying, right?
Yeah, right. It was interesting because we knew likely when Amber Heard said that, we all saw the fist pump from Ben Chu. Johnny Depp picked up on it first, actually. He smiled like, I can't believe she just said that, because it opened the door. Yeah. Kate Moss was not going to testify. Right. Had Amber Heard not, she literally put her hand on the door, twisted the doorknob, and flung it open to bring Kate Moss in to testify. So we were pretty certain it was going to happen, but we didn't find out until a couple of days before. Right. And then that morning we knew she was coming, and they said Kate Moss, and everybody in the courtroom was like,
right.
Kate
Is
Moss,
she coming?
Kate Moss.
No. Beamed
Kate
in.
Moss, yes.
But interesting, for sure. Definitely a key moment. I want to bring in our panel of guests that we have outside of Fairfax with us. Of course, we have Law and Crime's own Linda Kenny-Bodden live in studio with us this hour for the next 2 hours. We have Law and Crime legal analyst Dina Dahl, and we have criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor Marie Pereira. So, Linda, I wanted to start quickly with you as someone who's also been watching this trial so quickly. I mean, what do you think was the impact of Kate Moss's testimony? Obviously, she disproved any rumors that Johnny Depp pushed her down the stairs, but what does that difference really does that make in this defamation case, right? The case isn't about Johnny Depp and Kate Moss.
Well, good morning, Anjanette and Stacey. Nice to see you there in the heat. Well, I'm here in New York in the cool weather, but I won't rub that in. Okay, so let's talk about this in reality. This was a real pivotal moment because Amber Heard, when she was first on the stand, said with the sister Whitney, all I can remember was the Kate Moss being pushed down down the stairs. Later on, she came back in the Sir rebuttal and or I guess we would call it Sir rebuttal, and said it was a vague rumor trying to walk back on her steps. But this allowed both Ben Chu and Camille Vasquez in their closings, and I'm sure it was sanctioned by the judge because I'm sure there were argument on it behind the scenes, to say that there are no other victims here, right? And you know, we all did an when Kate Moss appeared and when she spoke, and how she spoke the word room and all. But there are no other victims here. They didn't come out of the woodwork. There's only a me. There's no me too. And I think that was important, that they could then say that Johnny Depp has never been accused of assaulting, abusing, or somehow destroying by defamation any other woman. And that's the portion of the Kate Moss testimony that became important for the closing theme of Johnny Depp.
All right, Linda, thanks for putting that in context for us. Now it's time to go to some of our live viewer questions, and we thank you all for tuning in and submitting these great questions. The first one comes from the user HYFMF from YouTube. The question is, if the jury finds in favor of Amber Heard, can Johnny Depp appeal? How does it work in defamation cases? How does it work in civil cases? Dina Dahl, let me go to you with this one. What's your take?
Yes. She could definitely appeal, and I think that if either one of them loses and is asked to pay damages, they will certainly appeal their case. That really, when you appeal your case, you're asking the Court of Appeals to say that there was a mistake in the law. They're not really looking at the facts so much. Again, that, you know, the jury's already decided the facts, but maybe the judge made a ruling about what evidence should come in or what should come out, or the jury instructions were worded in a way that maybe there's some case law to rebut it. So they asked the Court of Appeals to review those kind of legal issues that may have, in their perspective, gone, you know, not according to case law, and that's why the case should be looked at again.
Okay, Marie, do you agree whoever loses here could appeal?
Absolutely. Appellate review is always a right that a person has, and Dina put it really right on point. There could have been things, rulings, objections that weren't honored that they can come back and complain about, and definitely, I think if either side loses, there will be an appeal.
All right, well, we'll stay tuned for that. Before we even get to that part, though, Sean Kelly on YouTube has the $1 million question, the $50 million question, the $100 million question. Everyone wants to know, do you think we will be getting a verdict today? I mean, Anjanette, having been on it from the beginning, everyone says it's like reading a crystal ball. What's your take?
Well, you know, I think that's right. It is like reading a crystal ball, but I think you have to keep in mind this was a 6-week trial. Okay, they heard testimony, they heard audio recordings, they saw text messages, copious text messages. So there's a lot for them to consider, and there's a lot in these jury instructions for them to consider. They have to go through these and read them. You know, there is a such thing as jury nullification, where they just, O.J. Simpson, right? Not guilty after 2 hours, after a 9-month trial. But but that's totally different. We could talk for an hour about why that happened, but this is totally different. And for the most part, jurors, I think, take their duty very seriously, and they like to go through everything, and they want to get it right, and they want to be fair. And I think that's probably what's going to happen here. So today would seem quick for a 6-week trial. Maybe tomorrow, who knows? Maybe we could be here all week. We just don't know.
Linda, let me get your quick prediction, just because you watch so many trials alongside with all of us and our viewers. As Anjanette said, this is so different from so many trials we cover here. If you had to guess, when do you think there'd be a verdict?
Okay, so having tried 2 defamation cases, it's a little more complicated than your normal jury verdict. Most civil cases come back in a day. I think this afternoon, or at the latest, maybe tomorrow morning, because of the amount of questions that have to be answered in the verdict form.
Okay, well, we'll see who's right. We should really start placing bets. I'm sure there are some people who are placing bets. All right, one more question before we take a quick break. This one's from Twitch, the user SceneStole, and the question is, why wasn't Jennifer Howell a bigger part of this case? She was a best friend of Whitney, Amber's sister, who directly contradicts what she said about the staircase incident, but she barely got a mention in the closing statements. Anjanette, got to give that one to you because it's so in the weeds there.
Yeah, so Jennifer Howell, for our viewers who may not be aware, she was somebody who Whitney Enriquez, formerly Whitney Heard, Amber's sister, described as her chosen sister. She testified to that on the stand. And she lived with Jennifer Howell for a time after the staircase incident. And after the staircase incident, she moved out of the penthouses. According to Jennifer Howell's declaration, Whitney did that because she was afraid of Amber and didn't want to live near Amber anymore. And she had told Jennifer Howell, according to this declaration, that she was afraid that Amber Heard was going to kill Johnny Depp. That they were on the stairs that night. Totally, Jennifer Howell totally contradicted Whitney Enriquez's and Amber Heard's testimony. So I don't know if it's because it would be considered hearsay. Maybe Judge Escarati was like, you know what, we just can't go down this road. It's hearsay, even though she has this declaration. Jennifer Howell has also been kind of vocal on Instagram. She hasn't addressed this directly, but she has put out some stuff on Instagram talking about how you want to be on the side of the truth and injustice, speaking against injustice and things of that nature. It's our understanding too that she's been treated very poorly because of her willingness to support the Depp team, and that some things have happened. She's been reported to the IRS, it's my understanding, to investigate her nonprofit. Some other things have also happened. So she would have been I think she's a crucial witness, a crucial part of this story, but it may have just been considered to be hearsay, and the judge wasn't going to let her say everything that she had said in the declaration.
Interesting. And it's interesting what you said. The IRS has been contacted. She's facing all kind of backlash. I'm reading and hearing that so many witnesses who testified on the Heard team are seeing all kinds of backlash and threats now, which is really sort of disappointing. But anyway, we have so much more to discuss. We're going to take a quick break. More questions and clips right on the other side. This is Long Crime. Welcome back to For the Record on Law and Crime. I'm Stacey Delicat here with Anjanette Levy. We're live outside the Fairfax County Courthouse here in Virginia on a sweltering, steamy day as the jurors go into hour 5 of deliberations in the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard defamation case. I almost did like a combo of their names, you know, Johnny Depp. So we're waiting for some word. There have been no updates this morning. We've seen attorneys come and go a few times. Not much is going on as far as we can tell, just that deliberations continue. But one question that everyone is asking is, where are Johnny Depp and Amber Heard? And will Johnny Depp be here when the verdict is read? Well, for those people that thought, oh, he stayed around his hotel here in Fairfax this weekend over the long weekend or even flew out to LA, no, he actually flew across the pond for a surprise performance on stage. Take a look at this video we have. He showed up first on Sunday night alongside famous rock musician Jeff Beck at the Royal Albert Theatre. Oh, no, sorry, that was on Monday night. First, he appeared elsewhere in the UK, and then last night he was in London for a second show on stage. The two musicians have collaborated in the past. In fact, they came out with a song in 2020 called Isolation, a remake of a John Legend song. Two performances. Apparently, Johnny Depp got a standing ovation at both. And a lot of people are wondering, did he fly back or is he sticking around overseas in the UK? What are you hearing? Were you able to get any answers from Depp's team?
You know, I wasn't. And, you know, it's unfortunate. Apparently, the last I heard, it was unclear if he would be here for the verdict. He had these concerts apparently previously scheduled with Jeff Beck. They're apparently, they've described themselves, or at least Jeff Beck has on his website, as they call themselves musical soulmates.
Yeah.
So they're very close. So they had these planned. Obviously, he went over there. He had testified during the trial. You know, some people have given him some heat for this, that music is really his first love, not really acting. Really, it's music, and that was something he found some solace in and some comfort in growing up in an abusive household. So he had these things planned. You know, I'm sure getting on stage and just playing some music with a friend feels really good. And also, I must say, I think I heard a clip of them also playing, I could be wrong, correct me if I'm wrong on this, people, What's Going On by Marvin Gaye.
Right,
too.
they played some Marvin Gaye. They did a bunch of covers.
Yeah, I just had to throw that in because I'm a big music fan.
Yeah.
So I heard it and I was like, oh, that sounds really good. So anyway, we don't know. And Amber Heard, I had seen mixed reporting over the weekend that she may be here for the verdict. I was seeing a lot of reports that she would be, but I have not gotten an answer on that just as of yet.
Right. So we know Jeff Beck is supposed to play again at the Royal Albert Hall tonight.
So
might he stick around? I mean, it is 6 hours. It's only 6:30, you know, in London, but we'll see.
Can we just ask the viewers, if you see Johnny Depp at the Royal Albert Hall tonight, please submit your videos to us and give us permission to use them.
Tag us so we can use that audio and so forth. This morning I did see one of Johnny Depp's security guards, as did you, going in and out. I said to him, hey, you're here. Does this mean Mr. Depp's going to be back today? He just sort of shrugged. He said, can't say anything. So it wasn't a no. There's a chance he will be here, and it's possible both of them are in the area, and if a verdict's reached, again, everyone has an hour's notice to get here. It's possible that they will head this way. So stay tuned for that. In the meantime, we want to go back to some more key moments in the trial. Obviously, Depp and Heard both took the stands on multiple occasions in this trial. We now want to play some testimony from Amber Heard during the rebuttal case when she talked about what all of this has cost her.
Well, that's just a lot of
Amber,
repeating.
How did Mr. Depp's statements and threats to you that you were discussing, how do those continue to manifest themselves today?
In the harassment and the humiliation, the campaign against me that's echoed every single day on social media and now in front of cameras in this room. Every single day I have to relive the trauma. My hands shake. I wake up screaming. I have to live with the trauma and the damage done to me. My friends have to live with a set of unspoken rules about...
There we go with the rules again. Like, if that's the case, why don't bring that up? You know, with all the witnesses we heard from Amber's side, why not bringing up like, okay, that's what happened. What's going on now? How is she responding? Are there differences, or? But then on the other hand, like, not a lot of friends are actually her friends anymore. So, but that would be interesting. Like, if you actually hear firsthand what it has done to her. But not one. Again. So we're still waiting for a verdict. Nothing came up yet. So the opinions are a bit like all over the place. Some actually think it will be today, and others think that it might take a couple of days before they actually reach a verdict.
That he's a victim of domestic abuse, didn't you?
I said I find it hard to believe that he would do that knowing that he himself had beat me up for 5 years.
But he has told the world that he's your victim of domestic abuse, hasn't he?
Well, he started to say that only recently. He didn't make that claim up until very recently. So when we signed our divorce agreement and we signed a statement saying that neither party had ever said false claims for financial gain, it was relevant. And
but it's for financial gain.
Making the accusations. I was the only one making those claims. He wasn't doing that at the time, and he signed his name to it.
You didn't expect as many people to show up and testify on his behalf that did you?
Incorrect.
When you told this jury under oath that you never assaulted, actually, strike that, sorry. When you told this jury under oath that you punched Mr. Depp because you thought of Mr. Depp pushing Kate Moss down the stairs, you didn't expect Ms. Moss to agree to testify that never happened, did you?
Incorrect. I know how many people will come out of the woodwork to be in support of Johnny.
So you think Ms. Moss needs to come out of the woodwork to testify for Mr. Depp?
Everybody who was around in the 90s,
like
and the
bloody
Kate
Moss people.
I had heard
really
that rumor from multiple people. Of course, that's what flashed through my head when my violent husband not only swung for me, but all of a sudden swung for my sister. Of course I thought of that. I did not expect her to show up or not expect her to show up. It didn't matter. It doesn't change what I believed at the time when we were on the stairs and I thought he was going to kill my sister by pushing her down the stairs.
You told this jury under oath that Mr. Depp was aggressive and trashed a trailer in Hicksville. You didn't expect the manager of the Hicksville property, Morgan Knight, to come forward and testify that was untrue, did you?
Incorrect. I've already been through trials with this man. I know how many people will come out in support of him.
When you told this jury under oath that you had no idea that the paparazzi would be at the courthouse on May 27, 2016, you didn't expect a TMZ employee to show up to testify that TMZ had been alerted that you would be at the courthouse and knew exactly which side of your face to take a picture of, did you?
I know how many people will come out and say whatever for him. That's his power. That's why I wrote the op-ed. I was speaking to that phenomenon. How many people will come out in support of him and will fall to his power? He is a very powerful man, and people love currying favor with powerful men.
Currying
and I know
favor
that
and
firsthand.
risking jail time for committing perjury?
Excuse me? I didn't hear your question.
You didn't hear my question?
Ms. Vasquez, if you do mind, please just repeat the question. I didn't hear you.
Curry favor and commit perjury in this courtroom?
I have seen people do this.
Man?
I have seen people do this time and time again.
All right, so again, some really key testimony there from Amber Heard during the rebuttal phase of this trial. And I want to bring in our panel of guests now. And first start by asking, because, I mean, Amber Heard's breaking down on the stand there. She's getting very emotional, describing all of the trauma she has experienced, the impact on her life. Let me start, Dina Dahl, with you, law and crime legal analyst. Do you think the jury will sympathize with that? I mean, you know, taken completely out of context, you hear that piece of testimony and, wow, you really feel for this woman. But how do you think the jury took it?
I missed that feeling, though.
You know, I think that there are points in it that I'm sure they did sympathize with when she talks about the death threats on her and her child. I mean, that's pretty awful. But then she goes into that the reason why this is all still happening is because Johnny Depp promised he was going to kind of ruin her life. And, you know, this wouldn't be happening if 2 years after the TRO, she hadn't published the op-ed. I mean, essentially, they were kind of done with the TRO. She said so herself. They'd signed the statement. They did the divorce paper. And really, that's the part that kind of bothered me the most in her explanation there was she kind of opened up the can of worms by publishing that paper. And somebody has a right to sue if they think that they're being maligned. So that was the only part that didn't quite, you know, for me, kind of resonate.
Yeah, Marie, let me ask you, because I know a lot of viewers watching, when they heard Amber say, that's why I wrote this op-ed, saw it as sort of like, oh, here's a key moment. She's admitting here she wrote the op-ed about him, even if he isn't named. I mean, do you think that jurors are really considering that statement?
They're absolutely considering it. And I agree with Dina that on that stand, during that cross-examination, she opened up a can of worms. So that's why you wrote the op-ed. The same op-ed you said wasn't even about him. It was about your life after him. It just shows you're disingenuous. You're manipulating the jury. And the jurors don't like that. They already have a tremendously hard job to do. And all these lies by omission, embellishing, diminishing on both sides, not just hers. Because it's really hard when everyone's lying to figure out who's telling the truth. What the jurors are going to have to do is find some sort of corroboration, not through witnesses, not through Amber Heard or Johnny Depp's word. And it's making it very hard for them, I'm sure. They want to get out of that room, but I don't think they're going to get out by tomorrow, Linda. I don't think so.
I definitely hope so.
That's what everyone's wondering. We're watching our watch here. We're at the 5.5-hour mark. We have a lot of great questions coming in from our viewers, but first we're going to take a very quick break. We'll be back with those questions right here live on Long Crime.
So, yeah. It's a lot of repeating. I think we all hope, I reckon, that we get a verdict pretty soon, though. You just don't know, do you? Like, you just don't know what side the jury will actually be on. Like, I have seen cases that you would say, well, that's a slam dunk, and the jury did just completely opposite of what everybody expected them to do. So that's another thing. Then I think like the only thing that was a bit like, I don't know, Johnny, was the moment of those text messages, the way he talked about women. And he said he didn't wrote that. So that was, I think, the only moment that I was like, I'm not sure about that. But I really haven't had a moment with Johnny, his testimony, and that I was like, well, he's really lying. Like, he was pretty honest about the things that he did and what alcohol and drugs actually are doing to him. So don't know. And I think like all the audio tapes will make more impact in this trial, I think, than that one video. And then, of course, the witnesses. Like, I don't really think that a lot of witnesses on Amber's behalf actually made it better for her. I think most of all because they just didn't know. Like, they heard the stories, but it was all, well, Amber told me that. Oh, that's what Amber told me. Yeah. Well, I wasn't there. I didn't witness it, but Amber told me. So it's all like a hearsay thing, and you just have to believe her, what she's saying. So,
welcome back. I'm Stacey
yeah.
Here with For the Record on Law and Crime. I've got
And it's really, who do you believe?
We are live outside the Fairfax, Virginia courthouse, where deliberations are underway in the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard trial. And a little update for you: the deliberation clock has stopped, at least for a few minutes, while the jurors have lunch. It is 12:36 on the East Coast, so it is about that time. And so they deliberated about, let's say, 5.5 hours total so far, about 3.5 this morning before breaking for lunch. Obviously, so far no verdict yet, no questions yet either. Earlier we saw some movement, attorneys going in and out. We thought maybe there's a jury question, but no, not a whole lot was going on. Now we want to turn to your questions. So many great questions have been coming in on Twitch, on Twitter, on Facebook, on YouTube from the viewers. And so let me go to this question from A340.
Maybe it will take a couple of days, guys.
Question about their drug use, and they answered about how much and what they took. Can there be legal consequences for admitted drug use? I'm not familiar with U.S. law in that regard. Of course, we know we have so many international viewers joining us from all over the world. There's so much international interest in this. We've got international news crews here standing by for a verdict. So let me go to our panel guests, and let me start with you. Dina Dahl, I mean, these drug admissions are from who knows how many years ago, but can there be any consequences for Johnny Depp or Amber Heard for taking illegal drugs in the past at this point?
You know, no, I would say probably not. For one, there are also different jurisdictions where they admitted to taking drugs. Not sure what the Australian law would be on that, and there's various state laws on drug use. So that is a question probably for each jurisdiction. But really, our drug laws are more about possession of a drug. We don't have laws saying that for prior, like, ingestion at that point. There's nothing about them distributing or selling it. So I would say no, there's no sort of like criminal admission they made just by the fact that they maybe have taken the drug themselves.
Okay, glad we set the record straight for that. Here's another question from a viewer on Twitch.
I love that picture of the table with the lines as well. That's the cleanest bloody drug table I've ever seen in my life.
And Heard be found guilty. So can the jurors find that they both defamed each other, essentially, and with malice? Linda Kenny-Bodden in the studio for us. Is this a possibility?
The problem you have is that once they find, let's say they find for Johnny Depp, okay, and that one of the three headlines, and I'll start with the first one, I spoke up against sexual violence, not domestic abuse, sexual violence, and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change. Once they find for that was not true, that what Amber Heard had alleged, it becomes very difficult to find that Johnny Depp actually defamed her, or his lawyer defamed her, which is really the allegation. Could there be some exceptions? Sure, juries come through with inconsistent verdicts all the time. But in this case, probably unlikely, and don't make me eat my words, jury.
Is it possible that they find you know, neither of them defamed the other one, right? That
Yes.
everyone gets off scot-free.
Yeah. That is what most people are saying is the most likely verdict here. Of course, you know, there are two types of juries. Juries that have an opinion when they go into that room and they want to like say, okay, let's look at the law in relation to the opinion that I have as to who should win. And then there are other juries that want to find all the facts and all what happened for themselves. That's when you have the long deliberations, by the way, not the shorter deliberations. So yes, could they say, okay, there's just too much here, we can't decipher it, I can't find behind clear and convincing evidence or beyond clear and convincing evidence that anything happened here on either side. I have suspicions, but I can't comply with the law on finding a verdict.
Okay. Let's go to a question about the ACLU, because as many people may know, when Amber wrote that op-ed, she did it in conjunction with the ACLU. In fact, the ACLU sort of wrote it for her, although she had input and her team had input, and she had asked them to take out sort of specific things that alluded to her marriage to Johnny Depp. The question from Sue Ann Justice on Facebook is, can the ACLU put a lawsuit on Amber if they prove that she lied? Marie, can the ACLU do that?
I don't see that the ACLU would do that. Anyone has access to our court systems. I don't think they would sue Amber to say, girl, you made us write this op-ed and you told all these lies, so therefore you made us look dumb. We're suing you. I don't think so. I think what they're going to try to do is to try to get her to keep her end of the bargain and get off some of that money. So they're not going to want to piss Amber off. They're going to play nice with her and try to get the money. That's what I think the ACLU is going to be focused on.
Anjanette, talk to us a little bit more about ACLU. I mean, what do you think of that? And also, there's this story out this morning that the ACLU is actually billing Johnny Depp because they're claiming his legal team made them do all of these redactions or unredactions from a document. They're billing him some $86,000 or something.
So, okay, so first of all, I want to say we love that Marie Pereira never holds back.
Thank you, Marie.
Thank you, Marie. We love you. Never change. Second of all, okay, so yes, I just want to say, let me start out by saying, Terrence Doherty, the gentleman who testified, the general counsel for the ACLU, I was under the impression he was not involved in any of this, okay? So let's just say that. Let's put that out there. He seemed like a lovely man, Columbia Law School graduate. He sat for a deposition for hours. If you watched the videotaped deposition, it went on probably for 8 or 9 hours. I'm sure they took breaks. But yes, the ACLU, there was this Romero guy that was involved with Amber. I think he met with her, and then the Elon Musk part of this, like Elon reached out to the ACLU to get Amber involved in all this jazz. So the ACLU has filed something in the courts in New York saying, we want Johnny Depp to pay us $86,000 and change because of the money we had, or the time we had to spend compiling documents for the case.
Right.
So that's what they are asking for, and some stuff is going on with that in June in the courts. So there were some documents filed in April about that. People kind of threw them out there over the weekend again. I kind of like remembered this happening or heard about it a little bit, but then I saw some stuff for the weekend. I retweeted it, and then I looked at it a little more closely. Apparently, yeah, they can do this. They can say, we want our money. So we had to pay this much for office staff to do this, so give us our money.
I mean, that's a lot of money for preparing documents, $86,000.
How much are these people making that were pulling documents? Like, I don't know.
That's what I was saying. Like, that's a major salary. All right, we will see how that all shakes out as well. We're going to take one more question from a user on Twitch, LatinLove22. How come the jury has to include emotional, psychological abuse in their final decisions when the only abuse that was mentioned in the op-ed was the sexual and physical abuse? Linda, do you want to take this one?
Sure. And there was a distinction. This is a great question because it was a distinction that Camille Vasquez made, and also Ben Chu, but mostly Camille Vasquez, in her rebuttal closing, that the article talked about sexual violence. That was the headline, and that was the implication. So she argued to the jury, you do not have to talk about anything else that you may consider abuse. So that becomes the issue in a jury. They can accept that, or they can accept Mr. Rottenborn's argument that if you find that there was any abuse at all, no matter what type of abuse, you then don't have to fine for Johnny Depp. You can fine for his client Amber Heard. But it's going to be a question that will be answered by the jury.
All right, and many questions they do have to answer. We're going to take another quick break here in Fairfax.
I think
We'll
it
be right
just
back after
should
this. This is
be
Law Crime.
about the op-ed. Like, that is what this whole thing is about. So, like, why? Like, I think it would be different. Somebody put their mic on. I think it would be a completely different story if it was a criminal case, for example, or really an abuse case, a domestic violence abuse case, but everything. So not just the op-ed. And even in the Waldman statements, was it about the physical violence, and I don't know if the sexual actually came up, but it didn't have to do with the verbal or mental abuse. And I think Amber's lawyers actually knew that. Well, exactly. It's like they have to go through everything, and the photos, I think we all saw it. So I think that's what the jury is considering as well. Like, okay, you're going into a court building to ask for a restraining order, and you have that big bloody bruise. For the first time in forever, you're not wearing makeup. Like, come on. If you really actually always use makeup, why not that day? And then the day after, you're walking nicely, laughing, like, and having fun with no bruise. Like the photo, the data of the photo, like, I'm really not meta data. I'm really a dummy in that kind of things, but to actually see two different pictures made the same moment, same seconds, well, I think that would be proof enough. So I think the jury actually know that she is lying. It's only if they consider if the text messages and the verbal abuse is for them actually reason to say, okay, it was domestic violence. And I don't know if they actually will do that. Like, if they will do that, it can actually be a problem for this case, because then she has a point.
Welcome back to Law and Crime. I'm Stacey Delicat here with Anjanette Levy. We're outside the Fairfax County Courthouse where jury deliberations actually on a brief pause. It is lunch break for the jurors. They're going to have a quick lunch before they get back to deliberations. So far, they've been going since about 9 o'clock this morning. So far, no word of anything yet. So we don't know if they're close or not. We haven't heard anything. They haven't had any questions. We are literally standing by out here. We want to thank everyone for their great questions that have been coming in so far. We're going to get to more of some of those
so I
viewer
think that's another
in just
thing.
a minute. But before we do that, I want to
and
go
that
back
was
to
one of
some
the
key audio
questions.
That was played in this trial.
One of the questions I asked, like, do you actually really not look up anything what's on the net if you're in a jury because you're not allowed to? Or are you actually sneaky looking at things what's on the net, yes or no?
The last time that it got crazy between us, I really did think I was going to lose my life, and I thought you would do it on accident. And I told you that. I said, oh my God, I thought the first time.
Amber, I lost a finger, man. Come on. I had a mineral can, a jar of can of mineral spirits thrown in my nose.
You can please tell people that it was a fair fight and see what the jury and judge think. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them, Johnny Depp. I Johnny Depp, man, I'm a victim too of domestic violence, and
Yes.
I know it's a fair fight. And see how many people believe or side with you.
It doesn't matter if for fair fight my
Exactly, because you're.
Well,
All
that
right,
didn't
some
really
very
help her, did
compelling
it?
audio there. Angela, just put this in context again for the viewers of when this recording was taken and what was going on here.
So the TRO was filed May 27th of 2016, and this was sometime after that, but before the July 2016 San Francisco hotel room meeting where Amber had asked to meet with Johnny Depp. He was there performing with the Hollywood Vampires. So apparently there was this conversation between them. Johnny Depp recorded it, had her on speakerphone, it sounds like. And so apparently there was this phone conversation, and she's challenging him to tell the world and see if they believe you.
No, and
so
that's,
it happened before the San Francisco
I think
meeting,
that is the
after
other
the
thing as
TRO.
well.
So
We were talking about it
earlier.
earlier. It's like, okay, if he was under influence of alcohol and drugs, and he is destroying, redecorating her closets and rooms, and there are many people who actually witnessed that. But why and how is it possible to not see once something physical? So, and I think with her testimonies during this trial and all the witnesses, I don't think the jury actually believes her. I think the biggest issue at the moment is more what Rottenborn actually said about the abuse. I think that's the biggest issue. If the jury is smart and just look at the op-eds, not that they're not smart now, but then they actually only should consider the physical abuse and the sexual abuse. What's well, like Johnny already won in the public opinion side, so yeah, Amber winning would.
I think there were missing pieces in that conversation that would have been a natural progression of the conversation.
That would, like hell breaks loose, I reckon. And I definitely hope that the jury just keeps it to the physical and sexual abuse. Like, I'm sure they also will question why she never sought medical attention, especially after like sexual assault. So
let's move on to a question actually that has to do with the recording. So many recordings throughout the trial,
I definitely hope that they will clear Johnny's name, and I also hope that there will be consequences for Amber. And well, exactly, and there should be consequences for that as well. Like, she made it a lot harder for real victims of domestic violence and sexual assault to actually come forward. And
Amber Heard, that's the issue, and whether or not she turned them over in discovery, or whether or not they were found
it's really bad. Like, you can't lie about that kind of things, you know. That's just really ruining a person's life, and do it while you know it. So it's calculated.
No one really trusted her. So I don't really think that is going to become relevant. What will become relevant is jurors don't necessarily like people that record you. I know that I have never recorded my husband. He has never recorded me. When I get a client who comes in with, here are the tapes, I'm like, oh, dear me, because they could be illegal. Sometimes
and why are they doing it? What's the motive?
Right. Sometimes it could be great. Sometimes it's perfect. It's wonderful. Other times it's like, just as I said, oh dear me. Now what are we going to do here? Okay.
Well, that's the other thing. Like,
is what happens. But she did make admissions, and if this were a criminal case, the police would be using those admissions against her that she hit Johnny Depp.
Can I add to that just briefly,
Sure.
just to give some more context? Johnny Depp had testified that he had told Amber Heard he was going to record her because she would sometimes deny what she had said. So that's how it started. And apparently also there was something involving the marriage counselor, Dr. Anderson, where this was supposed to help them improve their communication with one another. So some of these were consensual, some were not.
All right, great input here. I want to thank Marie Pereira, criminal defense attorney, former prosecutor, for being with us and for always telling it like it is. Your opinions and have been invaluable as always. So thanks so much for being with us this hour. We are going to take a quick break. When we come back, much more live from the courthouse here in Fairfax, along with many more.
Yeah, it will be interesting.
Some replays of some of the other pivotal moments in this.
I also don't know, like, how it's going with the perjury. Like, we know she actually did it. We know she lied on the stand. Like, where are the consequences for that? Is that something what still can come? Or is there, like, a judge that actually can say, oh, well, listen, you lied on stand. It's not only that you lied from 2016 till now, but you lied on the stand, and not once. Like, then she did it in England as well. What doesn't matter in the United States because it's a completely different legal system. But yeah, I think there should be definitely consequences for Amber if Johnny wins this, and I think he has a big chance though. And that's what I said. Like, I think the only thing what actually can ruin this trial for him is the text messages he sent or the way he behaved when he was drunk or under influence of alcohol and drugs. So then on the other hand, like, when we listen to the audio tapes, like, it's so really clear that she is actually the one physically abusing him. What she actually confessed about so many times. Except for here, well, sort of anyway. Like, in her own protection. Well, you will not speak at the audio tapes when it was just for your own protection. Like, you will say that as well. Well, I hit you because you hit me. You start hitting me, and that's why I hit you back. So, that wasn't in the audio tapes at all. So, and he didn't confess to the physical abuse. Yeah, he confessed of being a dick at moments, but not to physical or sexual abuse. And I think that is something the jury probably will take with them as well. So that would just be interesting. I think really that's the thing. And not asking for money. I think that was a smart move from Johnny's team by saying, okay, listen, we're not here to ask for the money. We are here to actually clear his name. You know, that's the whole point. They're here, or they're in court to tell, or Johnny's in court to tell his story, his side, and where he had to live with, and what it actually did with him and with his career. And to be honest, we actually know that he lost and Pirates and the Fantastic Beast movie because of this bullshit. Like, Amber didn't lose anything, really. Like, there isn't an Aquaman 3 coming, and she would be already, like, playing almost nothing in Aquaman 2. I actually feel sorry for Warner Bros. Like, I don't think after this trial that I would want her in the movie at all, because that will be like a massive boycott if she will be in the movie.
Welcome back to For the Record on Law and Crime. I'm Stacey Delicat, live in Fairfax, Virginia, outside the courthouse where deliberations are underway in the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard defamation trial. I am joined by Law and Crime's Anjanette Levy, who has been here every step of the way. And we are in a little bit of a holding pattern right now because the jury has taken a short lunch break. We expect them to resume deliberations in just a little while, but so far they have deliberated for just over 5 hours since first getting the case on Friday. We know they have an extensive list of jury instructions they have to go through, an extensive list of questions they need to answer and debate, and so we're not sure when we could hear something from them. So far, we haven't had any jury questions. We've seen some of the attorneys coming and going. We've seen some of Johnny Depp's security come and go. And we've seen a lot of media outside waiting. Everyone is just waiting right now for word. And so while we wait for more developments here on the ground, and before we take some more of the great questions that have
really don't know. I know that this
Johnny Depp on the stand earlier.
Channel was actually live streaming the whole court, so
under direct and cross-examination.
I actually just chose this one to watch and follow.
After 6 years, he's been waiting
because it was just live and just went on all the time.
No human being is perfect, certainly not. None of us. But I have never in my life committed sexual battery, physical abuse.
Yeah, I need to watch it on YouTube as well. Well, I'm live streaming it anyway, so it's easier to do it through YouTube.
Committing these things.
And to be honest, I actually really like this channel as well, because you have the questions, you have the insight of
waiting to be able to
the courts in the break. So
out. So this is not easy for any of us. I know that, but no matter what happens, I did get here, and I did tell the truth, and I have spoken up for what I've been carrying on my back.
I think
for 6 years.
He was actually right there.
And I wrote it down before lunch. You said, when Ms. Myers asked you something about, you know, how does it feel to make you, or how does it feel to be here? You said, I've been living with it for 6 years and waiting to be able to get the truth out. Remember saying that?
Yes.
You also said, I've spoken up for what I've been carrying on my back. Something to that effect. You remember saying that?
Well, he couldn't really do anything, not in the Sun's as well, because that's not against Amber, that's against the Sun.
Yes, sir.
But that's just not true, is it, Mr. Depp? That's not true.
No, for me it is true.
Okay, well, here's the thing. The fact is, Mr. Depp, when Dan Wooten wrote an article that was published in The Sun calling you a wife beater, you brought a lawsuit against The Sun in June of 2018, correct?
Yes, I put
And that was 6 months before Miss Heard ever wrote her op-ed, correct?
I don't know.
And in the summer of 2020, there was a several-week trial in London against the Sun, correct?
Ms. Heard was not a party to that trial. Was she?
Not my question, Mr. Depp. In the article that the Sun wrote that you sued over, you sued for Mr. Wooten calling you a wife beater, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained. Next question.
And in the trial that you subsequently
That's a
brought,
completely different
called
question
eyewitnesses,
or
right?
case. Like, I can't believe her lawyers.
I
They're
don't know what a lot
such.
is, but I don't know.
Many people testified on both sides of the trial, correct?
Yes, many people.
And many exhibits were introduced, correct?
Like a trial, yes.
And you, just like in this trial, you were on the stand for several days in that trial, correct?
Yes, sir, I was.
And that trial involved the same factual issues that you are litigating here, which is whether
Objection
you committed
calls
domestic
for
abuse
illegal.
against Amber Heard.
Sustained the objection. Next question.
You brought that case against the Sun because you were angry at the Sun for calling you a wife beater, correct?
Yeah, that's probably a pretty good reason.
And you went through that trial in London, correct?
I did indeed, yes.
Mr. Depp, you've already had a chance to tell your story, haven't you?
No, there were great limitations in the UK trial.
All right, so that was one of Amber Heard's attorneys, Ben Rottenberg, questioning
Like,
Johnny
you're
Depp
not-
on the stand, and he brought up that case in the UK when Johnny Depp sued a publication, the Daily
One
Mail,
doesn't
what's
have
the
to
other,
do anything
the
except
Sun,
for the
Sun, thank you.
Suns.
So interchangeable.
Or the
for,
Sun.
Saying that he was a wife beater in one of their headlines, and he lost that case. So joining us this hour, by the way, we still have our very own Linda Kenny Bodden with us, live from our studio in New York. We have law and crime legal analyst Dina Dahl, and we have Dave Ehrenberg, a state attorney, joining us right now. So
What
Dave,
did you
let me bring
guys
you into
think
this,
about
and,
that
do you think
London
Rottenberg scored
trial?
some points there by bringing up that case that Depp lost in the UK?
Good to be with you today. I don't think he won any points because none of the jurors ever saw Depp testify. You know why? Because it wasn't televised, and that's the big difference. So when they say that you already had your chance to tell your story to the world, that's really not true because the world never saw him on the stand. They only read about it in publications. And if you're in the United States, they didn't follow that trial as much as they did in Great Britain. So no, I think the jurors are probably looking at the lawyer saying, I don't remember him getting a chance to tell his story because he didn't. He didn't until now.
Can I add to that just briefly?
Please.
So also, we need to keep in mind that these are two different justice or legal systems, I should say. The way that the trial, and I know this because I interviewed Nick Wallace, a UK reporter who's here, and he covered the UK trial, and he told me it was much different the way that this went down. Apparently, the Sun's lawyer, Sasha Wass, I think was the name, started every witness, and it's almost like you start with cross-examination. There is no direct examination. So it's with this, the Sun's attorney basically, going into cross to almost defend themselves. And so there was a lot of stuff that didn't come into the UK trial. Plus, it was a judge over there. And you're talking about suing a publication who had a source.
Right.
And the source was Amber Heard, not suing the source of the information. And if you're talking about press protections, it's going to be much different.
Exactly.
Also, it wasn't televised. And Judge Ascarati, I believe, in one of her rulings, said the UK trial, she didn't think it was a fair trial.
Interesting. Well, that's.
I don't
great
think
to
that
add
was
for
a
context.
fair
Thank you,
trial as
Jeanette.
well.
We're gonna
Like,
switch gears now and go to some of the viewer questions because so
like
many
if you
are coming in
actually
on our
had
various
all
platforms. And I'm
the
gonna start by
issues
one
what
from
you have
Northern
now, I think that
Farm
outcome
Girl,
would be
from
probably
YouTube,
a
who
bit
said,
different as well.
What in this case should the jury not pay too much attention to? For example, the alleged fecal matter funk on the bed. Linda, let me go to you. Is that something the jury should really be paying much attention to at this point of the game?
Well, let me just start off with saying hello, Dave Ehrenberg. Nice to see you, state's attorney in Palm Beach. You were here in the studio. Boy, you get around, sir. You're great. And Stacey, going back to your regular question, yes, he was just my little Vector in the studio last week. He was absolutely great then, as he is now, as he is always. But that's an important consideration. It's not just a little matter because, you know, again, I look at this as juries would do for their own personal experience. Now, I can't remember a time, Michael, maybe you can correct me. Did you ever leave fecal material in my bed on my pillow? No, of course he didn't. And so the jury doesn't like that. They look at their own experience, all right? So
Well,
it is an important thing.
who
And then
does
she
that
later admitted to
anyway?
it. She said it was a joke. But given their relationship, it doesn't sound like much of a joke. So the jury will look at everything.
Like, and then she actually said she didn't, but come on, people.
Plus, they'll say, was she lying about it? And that's how they
Well,
will like put the evidence into a funnel and come out with the verdict at the end.
But
I
it's
think
not
she
just that
was
she said it was
lying
She came
about
back in the trial and she said, no, it was the
everything.
dog.
I
So
think,
it's
and
been a
that
little bit
will
back and forth and
actually,
changing the
or
story.
shoot.
But let me go to another part of this question. Is there anything that the jury doesn't need to pay that much attention to that came up in this trial? I mean, Dina, can you think of anything?
Yeah, Amber's witnesses,
No,
because
I
they
mean,
sucked.
essentially all the evidence that came in at trial was already determined to be relevant. Any evidence that, I bet both parties, you know, before trial, they do these pre-trial motions and they decide what evidence comes in. The judge makes the determining factor. And we know there was a lot more evidence that just didn't come in because because it wasn't relevant enough or it was too prejudicial. So the idea is that the evidence that came in only came in because it did speak to this essential issue of whether or not the statements defame them. So the jury cannot, you know, decide to not pay attention really to any of the facts that came in because they're all supposed to be important in the issue.
Okay, let's go to another question. This one's from Melanie Rose from Facebook, and she said, could Amber be found with perjury, I guess guilty of perjury, if she's found guilty for lying, or could she face any perjury charges perhaps? Dave Ehrenberg, do you want to take that one?
Yes, because that's something we prosecute. We prosecute perjury. It is a crime, but it is extremely unlikely for anyone to be prosecuted after the fact in this case because we're talking about a civil matter, and to prove perjury, you have to prove that they knowingly lied and it was material. And prosecutors have so much more bigger fish to fry. They've got other cases to deal with. They've got gun crimes, and I don't think they're going to waste their time prosecuting Amber Heard for fibbing on the stand. Plus, it's not clear that if she made some misleading comments, that it was an intentional lie. So these cases
Are you kidding me? Like, and that's why
and it would be a waste of prosecutors'
people
time.
just keep going on with false, making false accusations about other people, but should be bloody
Melanie
punished.
had another good question, and she said, if all of this started with the Waldman statements, why isn't Amber suing him alongside with Johnny? Remember, Adam Waldman is Johnny Depp's attorney, who Amber alleges was acting as his agent on his behalf when she says he orchestrated a smear campaign against her by calling her allegations a giant hoax. Linda, why isn't Waldman named in this suit alongside Johnny Depp?
Well, there's a number of reasons. One, she doesn't want another attorney there. Two, she wants to focus it only on Johnny Depp. Three, you know, we don't know if there was a confidential settlement of any sort with his malpractice policy. You know, I send a letter, we get a settlement, we get an agreement, and it's you know, settled quietly, just as a nuisance suit. So we don't know any of the background. But the last thing she wanted was another attorney. She wanted to make sure, as a strategic decision, it was only Johnny Depp that jury looked at.
Okay. Well, we are going to take another quick break, but we're going to be back in just a minute with much more and many more of your questions live here from Fairfax, Virginia. This is Long Crime.
So, yes. You just don't know, do you? Although I think they need to change that. Like, if you're really lying and it's about really big things like this, like, I totally understand gun issues and murders and things, what's going on, but like, you can't just accuse people of horrendous crimes, you know, and that should be like punished as well. Like, why are you allowed to destroy a person's life without any consequences to it? Like, to be honest, now he is suing her for the bloody op-ed. But if she loses, but you don't win with it. Like, I really wonder how you can actually make sure that people don't do this kind of shit. Like, I'm not talking about the real victims, okay? But how many men, for example, are actually falsely falsely accused as well? And I think that's what we have to look at as well. Like, it's horrible when something actually happened to you, but it happened, okay? And then the perpetrator needs to be punished. But if you lie and you destroy a person's life, you should be punished as well. And then coming with the excuse that, oh, there are bigger fish and we have gun problems and murders and all. So it's just okay to lie on the stand. And in her case, she's lying to the whole world, and that's how we know. But it's with every man or woman who gets falsely accused of that kind of things. Like, it's ruining your life. Yeah, what if a teacher gets falsely accused? Well, you lost your job. You never can really get a job anyway, because it will always stay on your record as well. So you're done. Even the moment that people find out, oh, it's false, you're still fucked. So people who lie about that kind of things, or lie about being raped just to get back at their exes, or boys they like but aren't really into them, or vice versa, it needs to be punished. You know, you just can't lie on the stands.
Welcome back to For the Record Online.
Like, why you have to swear when it's okay to lie because they're a bigger fish.
Where we are waiting for jury deliberations to resume after a quick lunch break in the Johnny Depp versus
Pissing me
Amber
off, really.
Heard defamation case. Already just over 5 hours of deliberation since Friday. Things got back underway after the holiday weekend at 9 this morning, and we're waiting for some kind of word, some kind of action. So far, we haven't had anything yet. And so while we wait, along with all of the other media who's lined up here behind us, there are international outlets, Germany, UK, ton of photographers and press out here. While we all wait out here in this sweltering heat and humidity in Fairfax, Virginia, we're looking at some of the pivotal moments of the trial. And one witness who has come up in a lot of discussion is an employee of TMZ. We want to talk about
I liked
Morgan Tremaine and his testimony, because there was TMZ video that surfaced of Depp basically having a meltdown. This was in the couple's kitchen. This is video that was, of course, played during the trial. So Depp's team called a former TMZ staffer to testify about this. And we also hear from Amber Heard herself when questioned by Depp's attorney. Let's go ahead and listen to that now.
How much time had passed from the time you received the kitchen cabinet video to the time it was posted on TMZ?
About 15 minutes.
Did any other tabloids other than TMZ post this video?
Objection leading and cause for hearsay.
Did any other tabloids?
Overruled.
Mr. Tremaine, go ahead.
No, they did not.
And why not?
Because it was a TMZ exclusive.
And what does that mean?
It means the TMZ owns the copyright to it. So it can't be distributed by any other media source without backlinking to TMZ, and they wouldn't be able to upload that media without getting a copyright strike.
Have you seen the kitchen cabinet video that was played in this trial?
I have, yes.
How does that video that was played in this trial compare to the one you received on August 12, 2016?
Or Amber,
when
anyway.
I had clicked the direct link that we received and watched the video in its entirety, it was much shorter than the video we had received, than the video that's been played in this trial. There was a bit at the beginning that was played here in which Ms. Heard is seemingly sort of setting up the camera and getting into position. And then there's a bit at the end where she's seemingly sniggering and looks at the camera. That part was not present in what we received.
Did TMZ edit the video?
No, not even a little. When we receive something and it's edited, there's a clear indicator, because there's sort of a journalistic practice they use is when there's an edit, you do what's called like a white flash transition, which covers the entire screen with white to very clearly indicate to everybody there was an edit here for time or whatever, just to make it a little more compelling. But in this case, it was not edited, as I was staring at the machine that edited it and present for the entirety of receipt to publishing.
Now, the video of Mr. Depp beating up some kitchen cabinets, you admit that you took that video, correct?
Yes, I did.
Right. And you acknowledge that the video was released online the day before you were deposed in connection with your divorce from Mr. Depp in August of 2016, right?
I believe it was, yes.
But you testified that you had absolutely nothing to do with the video's release, right?
Absolutely not.
And you testified that you learned about it when you landed after flying into LA. Do
Mm-hmm.
you remember that testimony?
Upon touchdown is when I was alerted to the video's
You
existence
heard Mr.
online.
Tremaine testify about this video as well yesterday, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And you heard Mr. Tremaine testify that TMZ received the cabinet video the same day you landed at LAX, yes?
I don't know if I don't know if that's what his testimony was. I'm sorry.
You heard Mr. Tremaine testify that the cabinet video was posted 15 minutes after TMZ received it, yes?
That's what I heard him say.
And that this could only have been possible if the video was received directly from the source, yes?
I heard him say that. I don't know if that's true or if that's possible, because
And
it
you
didn't come
heard
from me. I was
Mr.
flying.
Tremaine
So
testify.
I know that's incorrect, is what I mean to say.
Another liar on the stand?
I just know that that's incorrect.
Right. And you heard Mr. Tremaine testify.
Nobody believes her anymore, you know? It's
right?
That's news to me.
The cabinet video you filmed of your then husband.
like, just
yes?
admit it.
The copyright ownership of that is news to me. I learned that yesterday.
It's the cabinet video that you captured of your then husband, yes?
That is correct. I did capture that video, and
The
yes,
cabinet
that was
video-
my husband.
The same cabinet video that was released the night before you were deposed in your divorce, yes?
That's correct.
Okay. You must have also heard Mr. Tremaine testify that the version of the cabinet video that TMZ received was incomplete compared to the video the jury saw in this trial. Did you hear that?
The video that that you have seen is complete.
Right. But the one TMZ got the day before your deposition in the divorce was incomplete.
I don't know. I haven't seen it.
He testified that at the beginning portion of the video,
I
where
love
you
this
set up the
part as
camera,
well.
that wasn't included in the video that TMZ received.
When she
I
actually
don't know
saying,
what
I
video
could
that
have done
TMZ
it so
I'm
much
talking
better
about Mr.
because in the
Tremaine's
beginning,
testimony.
of course,
Let's just
she
focus on
testified
his
that she doesn't know
No,
how.
I'm asking you if you recall hearing him say those words to this jury.
Yes,
Under
I
oath.
heard his testimony. We all did.
And he testified that the end of the video where you can be seen smirking. I know you testified earlier that you haven't been smirking in this trial, but you sure were caught on camera smirking in that video.
I disagree with that.
Was also not included in the TMZ video.
Everyone can watch that video and you can determine whether you think it's funny to me or not.
That's because the video came from you, right, Ms. Heard?
No, it did not.
You edited
That video
out
did
the
not
portions.
come to me. I mean, come from me.
Ms. Heard, you edited out the portions that made you look bad before sending it to TMZ.
You're very wrong about that.
So
If
that
I
only
wanted to
Mr.
leak
Depp
information, I
looked
could have
bad.
done it in a more effective way, a lot sooner and a lot more.
Because
I
you
was
knew exactly
living with
how to
a
do that,
mountain
right?
of this evidence. If I wanted to leak it, I could have done a lot more with it.
All right, so there's Amber Heard being questioned about that video that she filmed, admitted to filming on her phone of Johnny Depp having kind of a meltdown in the kitchen and slamming the cabinets, though she says she did not give it to TMZ. Let me go to our guests. Dina Dahl, legal analyst, why do you think, or do you think, do you believe her that she had nothing to do with submitting the video? And how much do you think this is going to, how much weight is this going to carry with the jury, whether or not she handed over these videos to an outlet like TMZ?
I don't believe her. The fact that they got the copyright within 15 minutes, the fact that the parts that made her look bad were edited out, I think she was clearly lying about this. And it really made me question why her team put her back on the stand that morning. Because
I
the
was
day
actually
before, we'd
thinking
heard
about that
TMZ
one as well.
employee, we'd heard the somebody from the trailer park testify. We heard a lot of witnesses speak about her prior testimony. And so they knew this was coming. And her only defense was, oh, this person had to be lying because of Johnny Depp. I think that was a really bad response on her part. And, you know, this was at the end of the trial, and this is what the jury is left with. She's caught in a lie, and she doesn't even have some good explanation or anything. I thought that was very damaging.
Anjanette, let me bring you in because there's this TMZ clip. There's TMZ, Morgan Tremaine saying that they were tipped off to photograph her outside the courthouse when she first filed her restraining order, and the photographer was told she was going to stop for the camera, et cetera. TMZ has played a bit of a big part in this case, and there's another TMZ clip that was brought to your attention, especially this weekend. Tell the viewers about it.
So over the weekend, you know, I'm here in Fairfax hanging out, and I get all of these DMs, and I'm getting tagged in this clip from TMZ from August of 2016, and it's TMZ Live. It's their television show, and Harvey Levin and another, I think 2 other employees are discussing this video. So I think we should play that, and people should listen very carefully to what is said by one of the TMZ employees.
Okay, TMZ Live 2016.
The first thing I notice in this video is that Amber Heard, and this I think she thinks helps her case, that this has happened enough to her that she puts this camera down on the table and starts filming because she knows the way this argument's going to go and wants to get whatever he says or does on tape. If you notice, halfway through the video, she moves the camera so that it gets the angle of Johnny Depp so that he's on camera. Now, the other thing that I have to say Amber thinks by leaking this video is going to go a long way for her is that she's been alleging a lot of bad things about Johnny Depp, about domestic violence, about hitting her, breaking bottles, and overall acting a certain way and being intoxicated. She thinks this video proves that. The video to her proves, number 1, you can tell Johnny Depp's intoxicated. Number 2, he breaks a glass and a bottle on tape. And 3, at the end of it, he grabs the camera in a menacing enough way where you think maybe something happens after that. We are told this video was taken months before the alleged assault took place. Amber's, I think, hope, and she hasn't said she didn't put this tape out, but come on. You know, she taped it and she's the only one with the video.
And by the way, and her side, we should say, her side says there was no domestic violence here. This is, and we know that they are also saying that this was heavily edited, they say, and that's their position, but it is.
Okay, so I think that what was interesting about this is that they basically say she leaked it. You know, they didn't explicitly say, like, well, Amber sent that to us, but they know, okay? They know.
Right. I mean, this is how Hollywood works, right?
Right. So I thought that was interesting. They talked about it, and they were saying that this was months before. I thought they said months before they got it. So that would have been possibly, and I still don't know if we're clear on when that was shot, but it would have been around maybe the time where he was learning about his financial situation and possibly his mother dying.
Right.
But we don't know that. I'm not going to act like I know that for sure, but if it is indeed months before, as they stated, it would have been in that time frame.
All right, so let's go to some of the fan questions now, or some of the viewer questions. And one viewer on Twitch, Nabia Ziz, asked, going to Morgan Tremaine's testimony, the TMZ employee that we played a clip from, how damaging do you think it was to Amber Heard, and what impact, if any, did it have on the jury? Again, this is all tied in together. Who leaked the tape? Who tipped them off to her appearance at the court when she filed the restraining order? Linda, what do you think? Is Morgan Tremaine's testimony going to be something that really comes up a lot in deliberations?
Well, it's going to be one of the high points of cross-examination and examination that's ever been played, right? You know, in terms of your 15 minutes of fame. But having said that, juries don't like liars. They don't like liars in the courtroom to them. They may not mind it if you lie. You know, if Anjanette, for instance, lied to you, Stacey, okay? Or, you know, that they don't care about. But they're in the courtroom to determine the truth. They're setting their lives aside. They're not going to like somebody leaking the video for advantage, who's manipulative, who lies about it, and they didn't even see the TMZ, and the only one that could have leaked it would be her, or possibly somebody she gave it to, giving her phone on.
No, Nikki, it's still going. Or, well, the case is finished. We're just, we are at jury watch, so the jury has to come back with a verdict. And
Okay, good point. Dina, let me ask you
no,
this.
we
Another
don't
question
know
from
for
Twitch
sure
B
if
and
it's
Z.
today, yes or no.
She's denying tipping off
I
TMZ,
hope
yet
so.
She used the main exit
I
rather than
truly
the side
hope so.
celebrity exit when she filed her TRO. Any ideas why Depp's team did
But
not use that info during closing arguments? Again, this goes to Morgan Tremaine testifying.
we're not
that TMZ
sure.
tipped off she's going to come out of the court. She's going to turn one way and pause so that photographers can get a shot of the bruise on her face. Why do you think that this wasn't brought up or emphasized more by Depp's team during closing arguments?
I thought I did hear in closing arguments them talk about the TMZ employee and the fact that they knew exactly where to photograph. I think it was one of the many things that was brought up, and that maybe it got a little bit lost in the conversation because they were really trying to point out many of her inconsistencies. But I do think that those witnesses we heard at the very end of Johnny Depp's rebuttal may end up being the most important ones, because this TMZ employee, because of the Trailer Palace person, because of Barbara, the person who stopped that altercation at the airport. I really considered them to be completely disinterested witnesses. They were not friends. They were not employees. They were not hired expert witnesses. They were truly people who had information about the case. And again, at the very end, when Amber Heard was on the stand, she was confronted with all of this, and she was really asking the jury, believe nobody but me. And again, I completely
Yeah,
agree
well,
with
that
Linda.
didn't
They
really work.
don't
Well, we
like
don't
getting
know
lied
yet,
to.
but
And their instructions say if you think somebody has lied, you're allowed to throw out their testimony. And I think that's what we've come down to. Have they has she lied enough? Because I think she has lied at least some. The jury is going to see that.
Good afternoon. Oh, let me get you copies.
Oh,
Do you
people!
have a question? Copy who says? I only have 2 copies, so that's what go. Let me just read into the record the question.
Oh, we have a jury question.
Basically, in regards to number C, items 1 and 3, and number C is a jury instruction on the finding instruction for the online article title. The question is, does question number 3, the statement is false, pertain to the headline, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath, or does it pertain to the content of the statement, everything written in the op-ed? So I think the confusion came in this particular one because the statement in question is the title of the op-ed. So I think they're just confused as whether it's the whole op-ed or just the title is the statement. And it's clear that the title is the statement. So I was going to answer to say the title is the statement in question for number 3. Does that seem appropriate to everybody?
Just take it. Just take it, because then the jury will say it's false. Like I would. Like, because she's talking about domestic violence in the article. Domestic violence can be the verbal shit as well. So the mental state.
Which they phrased as headline as opposed to title. But
right, because the headline is the
title. Jesus, Elaine, sit down and shut up.
The statement.
So
the statement is the headline, and not the entire op-ed. Is that what you want me to say?
Oh, they should object to that. They should say, no, it's the complete article. Because that's standing domestic violence. In this case, it's only the sexual abuse.
All right. I will send that back to them.
And just so we're clear, Your Honor, the wording would be what again?
I can give you the copy of this when okay, it says the statement is the headline, not the entire op-ed.
Well, that's going in Johnny's direction then, because she lied about it.
And Mr. Chu, I did get your motion. I'm not ignoring you, but I am kind of ignoring you because since the jury has the case now and it's out of my hands, I appreciate your motion, but I'm not going to entertain it at this time, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Just, can I have one moment, Your Honor? Just one.
Look at the jury's face, or to the judge's face. She is like, oh, for God's sake, here I am again. Elaine, I think she knows that because it's not just, or it's just about.
Are you satisfied with that answer? Okay, I will. We'll make copies of this first, and then I'll get it back to the jury. I'll get it back to you. Okay? All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Recess. Thank you.
Ooh. So then it's only about a bloody assault. What will be better, because she lied about that one, we all know. Like what I said earlier, and as the owner of the VJJ, I actually can say, and the two women who are sitting in the jury, they know as well, like that's a lie. You know when there is a broken bottle in your VJJ. Just saying. So that will be interesting, because they know it's false. And they also know she said it just to bloody, what, get more sympathy or something. So that will be like malice. Oh. So yeah. It will be just about a sexual assault. What will be good, I reckon. So let's hope. I really do. Let's hope that they are really already did Amber's claim and already said, well, she was lying. So nah, she won't get shit. And now they're busy with Johnny, and already by 3. So how many points did I have to go to? 3 or not? It's about 3 statements, wasn't it? So that will be the last statement. So if we are actually bloody lucky, we will get a verdict today. What will be really good? Like, we're waiting for it. Come on, let's go. So just about a difference. So if it would be about a whole op-ed, then she is saying it was domestic violence and speaking up against it, blah, 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 blah. Then it would be tricky, because what we said before is like, what do you see as domestic violence? Like verbal and mental abuse is domestic violence as well. So are they really looking at that, or are they focusing on the physical and sexual violence that was written in those statements? So I think this question is a pretty good sign, I think, for Team Johnny. But again, I'm not a lawyer, I don't know. Although I think Johnny's lawyers were pretty happy with that question. Like, oh yeah. Oh yeah, I know. Because if they don't come back with a verdict today, I have to string tomorrow again. Not that that is a bad thing, but it would be actually nice. So we can have a look at some other cases that are coming in. Oh.
Welcome back to Law and Crime. We're live outside the Fairfax, Virginia courthouse, where we just had our first little bit of action today. The jurors actually had a question in the case. They began deliberations, resumed their deliberations, I should say, around 9 o'clock this morning after deliberating for 2 hours on Friday. They took a break for lunch. Things were pretty quiet. Not too much was going on here. And then just about 5 or 10 minutes ago, everyone was called back in. The jury had a question, and apparently this question had to do with one of the jury instructions. Does the statement about the headline, right, the headline of Amber Heard's op op-ed, Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change. Does the question in the jury instructions rather apply to the headline or the content of everything in the op-ed? This is something we've been talking about frequently on our broadcast. Linda Kenny-Bodden is in our studio in New York. What do you make of this question, Linda?
Yeah, it was interesting because the judge said something about question number 3 in the jury instructions, and maybe it mirrors question number 1 on the verdict form. But basically, the question from the jury is, do you look at the statement, the headline, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath, that has to change. Is that the defamatory statement, or do you look at it in terms of the whole op-ed piece? And the judge answered, it is the statement that is defamatory, just like the motion for summary judgment that survived with the chief judge. It's the statement that's defamatory. And our viewers picked up on this, Stacey, early on when they asked the question about the closings, right? Why did Ben Rottenborn say it could be any act of violence, any act of domestic abuse, and therefore she's not guilty? The jurors are basically asking that question in reverse, right? Isn't this the statement that we have to look at?
Dave Ehrenberg, state attorney from Palm Beach, is also with us. Dave, what do you read into this as we look at the tea leaves? What does this mean that they've had this question? Is it the headline or is it the entirety of the op-ed?
You know, Linda brings up a good point. If they're focusing on the sexual violence, then that's probably good for Johnny Depp, because even though Rottenborn said that all Amber Depp has to show that she was a victim of one act of violence, they tried to broaden it to say verbal abuse, sexual violence. But no, the thing is, unless Amber Heard can show that Johnny Depp committed some act of physical violence, not verbal abuse or sexual violence, then she's going to lose. And so I think if they're focusing on the title of the op-ed, that's probably good for Johnny Depp, because that title was the most inflammatory part of the op-ed. And her defense could be, well, I didn't write the title, that's done by editors. But she owns the title because later on she tweeted out the article. She didn't try to walk back the title, so she owned it. And I think if you had to judge, and it's always tough to judge jury questions because juries are notoriously unpredictable, but I think it's probably a good question if you are on Johnny Depp's side.
I reckon it is. But
all right. Well, much more to come on what's happening in the jury deliberations. We'll see if we'll get any other questions. I also want to mention that the judge said to Johnny Depp's team, she received the motion they filed. The case is now in the jury's hands. She was denying the motion. We don't know what was in that motion. I know Anjanette is working on it to talk to her sources. We're going to try to find out a little bit more of what the motion may have been that was filed by the Depp team this morning. But as we've told you, we did see Camille Vasquez. We did see several of the attorneys coming and going this morning, and so perhaps they had filed a motion there, as the judge suggested. We're going to find out more about that. Let's switch gears now and go to some of our viewer questions. Really great questions continue to come in. Here's one from Twitch from Pixelmaker, and this is for Anjanette. Anjanette, what do you think about the level of disdain we're seeing toward Amber Heard? As a woman and a trial observer, do you think it's fair, and do you think it's possible for a fair trial with this type of media coverage?
So I do think it's possible to have a fair trial with a lot of media coverage. In some respects, I think it makes it more fair because you can't claim then that you're getting it through a filter of the media. You have access to this trial. You can log onto our feed and watch it. There are other feeds as well where you can watch it uninterrupted. So I think that that is kind of a hallmark of what, you know, one of our founding principles. You know, there were trials that were secret, you know, in Europe and things like that. We come over and we found this country, and I know I'm on my soapbox, but, you know, trials are public for a reason. The public has a right to know. The level of disdain toward Amber Heard, look, Johnny Depp is a more well-known person than she is, and his supporters are very passionate, and they believe that she is lying. Now, do I think people should be threatening her life? I absolutely do not think that. I think it's wrong, and I think that should stop. I think it's ridiculous. Quit it. Quit it. If you're threatening violence against anyone, stop it. Knock it off. Things come full circle in life very often. You know, my mom always says, you know, whenever I get upset about anything, don't worry about it. It all comes out in the wash. So I think people just need to let the process unfold and temper their passions. And, you know, things have a way of coming full circle and working themselves out. And the jury is tasked with determining the truth in this case. They are the triers of fact. So let's let them do their work.
Yeah, I mean, I absolutely agree with you on the violence that, you know, and the threats that she's faced and her family's faced, and not just her, but all of the witnesses that have testified for her team. I mean, a psychiatrist I heard was getting all of these bad reviews online, you know, after she testified on behalf of her,
Well,
and that's not really right. But let's get back
on the other hand,
matter
it
at
was a
hand to what's
pretty
going on now.
bad
And we
bloody
have another
testimony.
question from a viewer about
Like,
the
Jesus.
question that was just asked by jurors in court. Remember, that question was about, does question 3, the statement, you know, apply to the headline of the op-ed or to the entirety of the op-ed? Shannon, or Judy Powell Shannon from Facebook, asks, according to the question the jury just asked, how far along do they seem to be with regards to their questions they must answer in rendering a verdict? Linda, can we really tell how far along they are? Because, I mean, there is a little bit of splitting hairs here. They're talking about question number 3. We've got the special verdict form on which it might be question 1. Can you make any determination of how far along they might be at this point?
Why don't we go to question 3? The question 3 is, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. Now, let's do a little bit of a I'm going to pivot here on this question. Does the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse, is somebody really asking then, do we look at that in terms of, number 1, the headline? That it has to be with, I spoke up with sexual violence and face our culture's wrath, or do we look at it independently? So if they're really looking at question number 3 and asking if it relates to question number 1, we know that they're probably at question number 3, but the caveat is they could just be going through the questions and seeing what problems they have before they actually answer the question. So that's a roundabout way of saying it could be any of the above.
We don't know. We just don't know. All we can do is stand by here and wait for news, as they say. We're going to take another quick break. We'll be right back after this.
So we still don't know how long it can take, but, and although you don't really know what the jury is going to do, I think it's been a good question, I reckon, for Johnny Depp, because there is no proof. She didn't prove any sexual assault, and because of the lies, I think the jury think, well, there was never, ever sexual assault. And in that case, it will be malice. So, interesting. Okay, guys, I will have a quick break. I need another drink. Yes, again. I will be back soon. I will keep YouTube playing so you guys don't miss anything. Let me know if they come back, but probably not. I will be back in soon. Need to pick up something as well. Okay.
Welcome back to Law and Crime. We are live here in Fairfax, Virginia. It is a hot and humid day outside the Fairfax County Courthouse, where deliberations are back underway after a brief lunch break. And as soon as they did resume, we got our first sort of little piece of news so far today, and that was that the jurors had a question. The judge brought everyone back in, and she read the questions. She said the question had to do, she read off some different numbers and letters. There's so many forms here. There's jury instructions. There's a special verdict form. But the bottom line is this. Jurors apparently wanted to know, regarding the question, was the statement false? Are they looking at the headline, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath, that has to change? Or do they consider the entirety of the op-ed that was published in the Washington Post back in 2018? Karen Felicia Nance, criminal defense attorney, is joining us. Thank you so much for being here and joining our little panel. Karen, what's your take on this jury question and whether they are asking for clarity on whether they need to determine whether it's just the headline that's false or the entirety of the op-ed?
I agree. I know that Dave had discussed this a little bit earlier. I think it's just the statement, which is great, as he indicated, for Johnny Depp's team, because it doesn't do the expansion that Amber's team wanted in terms of all the different types of violence or abuse that's available that they were arguing throughout their case. So I think that it bodes well for Johnny's case. And I think that Amber's team did not substantiate by evidence, any evidence, that there was actually sexual violence. I don't think she was a credible witness in that regard.
And Jeanette, having been in the courtroom, watched the jurors, I mean, it's been 5 hours, they come out with a question. I mean, did you think we'd hear anything before now?
It's hard to tell. There's a lot of paper here, as we've been discussing. This is a lot to get through. We're used to looking at this stuff. They are not. So they may just be coming through this. And, excuse me, they're trying to follow this so-called, this finding instruction, this piece of paper, and match it up, I guess, with the verdict form. So they are to consider that statement on its own, as Dave Ehrenberg said, and as the judge said, not as, the op-ed as a whole. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know if I'm, totally shocked, because I think that this is a lot. And if you're working to get it right and you're doing your due diligence as a juror, you're probably going to have some questions.
I'm not surprised at all they had a question, just that it's been, this long till they did. Let's go to a viewer question from YouTube now. Crystal Hoveter asks, if they don't believe that statement of the headline, that leads me to believe that they think she is a liar. If that's so, can they then throw out her entire testimony? Dave, do you want to take that one?
Yes, as Linda correctly said, that when a juror believes that someone has lied at any point in the trial, the jury instructions will tell them they can disregard their entire testimony. And that's why Amber really, I think, hurt herself when she seemed to split hairs and obfuscate on some issues that weren't really that important to the ultimate question at trial, like the question of whether she gave the $7 million to charity. Remember that? She sort of obfuscated and pushed back. She didn't have to. Just accept what they're saying, just acknowledge it, and move on. But instead, she made bigger issues when she didn't need to. And so, yes, all the times that she looked like she was misleading on the stand, that will come back to haunt her. And yes, some of the jurors, if not all, could reject her entire testimony because of it.
So another question from AmRiptal79 on YouTube says, if Amber Heard loses this case and loses work or money as a result, can she bring a defamation case against Johnny Depp for the things he said in court? Well, she's already brought this countersuit. I guess the question is, does she have any recourse if she loses ultimately? Linda?
Not for what he said in court. Anything you say inside the courtroom in a lawsuit is completely protected by a name, something called immunity. He has complete and absolute immunity for anything said inside that courtroom. So she cannot bring a lawsuit against that. Can she bring a lawsuit against the ACLU for writing that headline and claim she didn't really authorize it? That'd be an interesting question to see in the future.
Yeah, for sure. Well, as we're getting ready to wrap up our live coverage outside the courthouse, just Ann Jeanette, why don't you give a final wrap of sort of set the scene how you feel the vibe is here today. I mean, we see crews everywhere, crews filming us here, media all lined up there. I mean, how does this day, compare to everything else? She knows everyone. Set the scene for our viewers before we throw it back to the studio.
So a lot more media here today. As we had been mentioning, we've gotten to know each other over the last several weeks. We've become a little bit of a media family, I think, but we've got some new members that we don't know as well coming in today. So it's interesting, and I'm very interested in this question that the jury asked. I think it's an important question, and going through the finding instructions, we have finding instructions plus the special verdict form. I think it's a lot, and I think it was interesting.
So, of course, we're watching the deliberations. We're watching for any more questions. We're watching for anything else might happen. We're also watching for who's coming and going. Will Johnny Depp be here if the verdict's read? Is he still in the UK where he was this weekend performing with his band? There's a lot of stuff that we're watching here on the ground. So be sure to stay with Law and Crime, because we're going to obviously have live updates throughout the day from here at the courthouse. Anjanette's going to be going back inside soon. We'll have plenty for you. I want to thank our guests for being with us, Dave Ehrenberg, Karen Felicia Nance, sticking around. Of course, the coverage does not end here. Linda Kenny Bowden is going to pick it up for you live from our studio. So much more to break down, so many pivotal points, so many key witnesses to talk about in this case. Thanks for joining us for this lunch hour, and stay with Law and Crime for more live updates from Fairfax. I'm Stacey Delicat with Anjanette Levy.
Zo, dat was ik. Rollend naar de andere kant van me. Okay, so we're still waiting, I reckon. They have a lot of breaks. Like, normally I'm watching the Oscars or the Academy Awards live. A lot of commercials. Like, that's just unbelievable, unreal. So he just had one jury question. Oh, it's freezing in here.
The question is, does question number 3, the statement is false, pertain to the headline, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath, or does it pertain to the content of the statement, everything written in the op-ed? So I think the confusion came in this particular one because the statement in question is the title of the op-ed. So I think they're just confused as whether it's the whole op-ed or just the title is the statement. And it's clear that the title is the statement. So I was going to answer to say the title is the statement in question for number 3. Does that seem appropriate to everybody?
And there you have it, Judge Penny Ascarate telling the lawyers and us, the public, Law and Crime Network, all of you, the viewers, that the jury had a question. And the question is something I want to discuss with Karen Felicia Nance, trial attorney, who is here with me on Linda Kenny Bodden, as you know, on the Law and Crime Network. But Karen Felicia Nance is here with me, and let's talk about it. Karen, okay, so the special instructions that the jury has to make findings on also are mimicked in the special verdict form. They're basically equal, right? They're basically the same thing. So here the jury had a question on that, when they have to vote for their findings, and they wanted to know, does special instruction 3 relating to, would be corresponding to jury question number 1, does the I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath, that has to change, relate to just that statement? Was that statement defamatory, or do you look at the statement and the content together? Tell our viewers why it matters that the jury asked this question.
Thank you, Linda. It's a huge question in terms of clarity for the jury, because the article is pretty lengthy in terms of having to go line by line to figure out each and every sentence in that article. Is this defamatory? Is this defamatory? It really narrows the scope of what they have to focus on and makes that particular question much easier for them to address. And we have plenty of testimony that they've heard throughout the trial. We listened to the audio tapes for them to make that determination. I think it makes it much easier for them, and it shows that they're, one, being very specific, going through each and every, not only instruction, but also the findings page. So I think that it just makes it a lot easier, a lot cleaner and crisper, and they can focus on this one sentence, basically. So I think it's a good start.
Yeah, and they have to know what they're finding and what they're deliberating about before they can vote. So it's one step closer. Anyhow, we're going to leave the jury to deliberate for a second and take you back to some of the major clips in the trial. And, you know, there were many articles, much discussion, and there was much focus in the courtroom. Did Amber Heard have bruises from Johnny Depp, and did she cover them up? So let's listen to her talk about the makeup routine she said she used to conceal what she said was the violence by her then husband, Johnny Depp.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about as a color correction kit. This is not obviously the exact one I used to carry, but I used to carry it with me all the time. Sometimes this pink is sometimes a little bit more purple of a hue, and sometimes the kits are 3 colors. You can get them in 3 or 4 colors. Sometimes they have even more. But the idea is that you want to counteract whatever color you're working with on the bruise. So the first day of bruising, well, the immediate is red. Red is what shows up right away, so you want to go with the opposite on the color wheel by dabbing on a bit of the green or something to counteract the red. After a day or 2, you get more purple in a bruise, so you'd obviously have to go with more of the red tones, the orange tones here. Day 2 for me was always the trickiest because day 2 just I feel like, well, day 1 and day 2 are hardest for me because that's when you get the most blues and purples, and you have to deal with the sensitivity. Bruises don't like to be touched. That's the whole point. So that's the trickiest part. But after a few days, that becomes more of that blue becomes more of a brown, yellowish browns, like a 5-7 days in, becomes more of a yellow green, and then fades into a brown and then into your skin.
Oh, I agree there.
Whatever color you're working with in the bruise, you want to go opposite color on the color wheel. The opposite. I mean, so in the first couple of days when you have more of the
I think she actually doesn't know herself anyway.
And the purples, you want to go more of the orange on the color wheel as opposed to the greens that you start with, and then it progresses from there. I also noticed that bruising on your face tends to heal a lot faster than, at least for me, it was faster healing than bruises on my body, or at least it seemed like that to me. And a nose is pretty much unrecognizable after a day or two, depending on how much you ice it. Lips are the hardest because they crack and bleed, of course, but it's easy to hide with lipstick if you're a woman, or, if you wear lipstick, I suppose.
We heard some testimony of people in the week of May 21st to 27th saying that you didn't wear a stitch of makeup. Was that true?
No bloody way you can cover a bruise that
They
well.
just don't know what they're talking about. I always wear makeup.
You always wear makeup?
I mean, it's part of my bathroom routine in the morning. Wash my face.
Except
I put on
when
moisturizer.
she
My
asked for the
moisturizer
restraining
has
order.
taken foundation in it, and I'm
Then
certainly
she
not going to
totally
walk around
forgot.
LA with bruises on my face.
Okay, let's discuss this clip, because online, obviously, people watching justice in the courtroom, this clip really garnered some attention. Karen Felicia Nance is still with me, and joining me here in the studio is Gabriel. I said to Gabriel before, I have friends who are Gabriel Sepulveda Sanchez. You normally see him not in the studio, so here he is, right in New York City. So Gabriel, let me ask you this. You're a man. There are 5 men on that jury. It's a 5-2 split on that jury, to men to women. When she's talking about this makeup routine, did it make sense to you, or did you say, huh?
You know what, as a man from personal experience, it doesn't make that much sense. It doesn't make sense to me. I didn't have any sisters growing up. I didn't watch my mom put on makeup too much growing up, so I'm not really sure how credible that is how you apply your makeup. So from a male perspective, I wouldn't know how to answer that one, but I think it's interesting that in the jury selection phase, I'm sure these kind of topics are brought up. You're going to want to explore different things like this, especially this testimony is key to her defense of a truth. Is she,
woman, no.
What she said
and there's still 2 women on that stand, so they will be like, no bloody way.
If she can establish that these statements were true, then this knocks out Johnny Depp's case. So I think this is just really going to establish whether or not her allegation her statement she made about Johnny Depp, assuming the jury thinks they're defamatory, if those statements were true by Amber Heard, then this is going to knock his case out. So I think it's key testimony to hear, and the jury's going to really want to kind of evaluate whether she's being credible there. I have a hard time finding if she was credible with those statements as far as how she puts her makeup on. But yeah, it's interesting to hear this.
So Karen Felicia Nance, I have had people text to me that if you look at Amber Heard in the courtroom, her makeup, I mean, I'll just turn my head, right? You really can't see. My makeup's not professionally done. But I don't have that look of that blush up there. That perhaps that almost looked like a bruise, and if she could do that in the courtroom where it looks so much like a bruise, how do we know that she didn't put on the bruise if she's such a makeup artist or expert herself? Do you find that kind of comment credible?
I do. And I think the other thing that disturbs me about Amber's testimony, the clip we just saw, she indicates that she wears makeup all the time because she's not going to walk around downtown or around LA with no makeup on when she has a bruise. Well, does she have a bruise every single day? I mean, so either you wear makeup all the time or you only put on makeup when you have these bruises that you're trying to cover. And when she was discussing the color wheel, it was like a class. It wasn't from a space of I've been abused and I have these bruises I have to cover, and so I'm having an emotional tie to this because it was very painful for me. It seemed so matter of fact, so that to me went directly to her credibility, and it came off as just a walk in the park. This is just something I do. It didn't emote any sense of pain of all the supposed experiences that she's had as a result of trying to cover up these bruises. So that struck out to me with this clip we just saw.
Well, to try to support her credibility in the courtroom, Amber Heard's lawyers called her makeup artist, Melanie Iglesias, who also did makeup for Johnny Depp, we heard, at various times. And she told the jury about times that she said she did have to cover up a bruise on Amber Heard's face and a cut on Amber Heard's lip before she went on TV. So why don't we listen?
On December 16, 2015, did you return to Amber Heard's penthouse?
Yes.
And why did you come to Amber Heard's penthouse on December 16?
It was the James Corden show. She had an appearance, so I came back to work.
And when you arrived at the penthouse on December 16, please describe for me what you observed about Amber Heard's face and any injuries.
When I came to the penthouse on December 16 to do Amber's makeup, she had injuries. She had two light, I don't know how, I don't know, I mean, I'm not a medical expert, I don't know how I would describe them, but it could have looked like somebody had headbutted her lightly, so she had a discoloration here, under both eyes, and on the bridge of the nose. And she had what I would call a split lip or something on the lip, like a gash or a split lip.
Ms. Iglesias, I'm going to ask you to look at what has been marked as exhibit number 11. Do you recognize this photo as being Amber Heard's head?
Yes.
Okay. And could you please describe,
like, how do you know
what this photo is showing?
It's showing a chunk of missing hair.
And what, if anything, did you observe on December 16 about Amber Heard missing a chunk of hair?
I remember this because she showed it to us, and I looked at it.
Okay. And can you describe what is depicted right along her scalp there?
I don't know.
Do you recall that there was some bruising along the scalp and some pus, for lack of a better word?
I don't recall.
Could you please describe what you did by way of makeup to prepare Amber Heard for the James Corden show on December 16, 2015?
Yes, we covered, I just did makeup, but just a little heavier where needed. So we covered, the discoloration, the bruises with a little slightly heavier concealer, one that has a little more of a peach undertone, which I would normally don't use on Amber, but peach do cancel blue. So I did that under the eyes, and although Amber always, has a red lip, is one of the signature look, I remember clearly talking that we had no other option that night but then to use a red blood, like a really red lipstick to, make sure we could cover up the injuries on the lip.
And were you able to cover all of the injuries with the makeup that you applied and as you just described?
Yes.
Ms. Iglesias, if you could look at what has been marked as exhibit number 22, do you recognize Amber Heard in that picture?
Yes.
Okay. And is this the picture of her, is this a picture of her that evening, December 16, 2015 on the James Corden show?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you observe on the difference in Amber Heard's demeanor before the show and then on the show?
that she had the ability to, turn it on, that she, the ability to do her job and perform how she was supposed to perform on the show.
And prior to Amber going on the show, and while you were working with her on her makeup, how would you describe Amber's mood and demeanor?
Angry, sad, a little erratic.
Karen Felicia Nance, let me go to you first. Did the ability to turn it on and do what you had to do, become that star on TV, did that take away from the makeup artist saying that she used red lipstick and just covered the bruises up with this color wheel and her looking so absolutely picture perfect? Did the two cancel each other out, or will the jury take them separately?
I think that the jury will take the totality of Amber's appearance, not only as she's sitting there listening to the testimony, but also her testimony on the stand. And as the clip just showed, she looked forlorn, sad, in that clip. And so I think that shows us that she does have that ability to turn it on and turn it off whenever she wants. She's a great actress in that respect. So I think that it does impact the credibility or the believability of this particular witness, only to the extent that Amber could be fooling her. And I think that that's probably what happened in this particular case.
Wow, and that's something to be said. I'm sure the jury is discussing those exact terms. Karen Felicia Nance, Gabriel will stay with me. We're going to take a quick break here at the Law and Crime Network. As you know, this is For the Record on the Law and Crime Network. I'm Linda Kenny Bodden. On the other side, guess what we'll do? More Depp. But stay with us, and we'll let you know what's happening in that courtroom, maybe in that jury room if they have another question. We'll be right back.
So, while we are thinking, the jury is thinking as well. We just had one jury question. Still waiting till they make up their minds. Hopefully today. But, well, it's 2:15 now. So, if they reach a verdict, it has to be in like around 3 hours, and otherwise they will go on tomorrow. So I think it's really about credibility. And the question of the jury was actually about a sexual assault. That was in the statement, so the title of the op-ed. And the question was if they have to take it just the title or the complete op-ed, all of it. So the judge said it's just the title. What would work in Gianni's favor, because that's not about domestic violence, so that is really on the sexual. So she need to prove that she was sexually assaulted, and there is no proof except for her words. And like what I said earlier, you still have like 2 females in that jury, so they know that there is no bloody way that if you're thinking it would be a broken bottle and you're bleeding, that you won't look for medical attention. So I think that's working actually in Johnny's favor at the moment. And well, that was the only question they had, so I'm really curious how far they are. know if they did already Amber's part or not, and what they actually take away. So domestic violence, and what her lawyer was saying, you have to take everything, or if it's just the sexual assault. And now we know they're just looking at the sexual assault part.
The question is, does question number 3, the statement is false, pertain to the headline, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath, or does it pertain to the content of the statement, everything written in the op-ed? So I think the confusion came in this particular one because the statement in question is the title of the op-ed. So I think they're just confused as whether it's the whole op-ed or just the title is the statement. And it's clear that the title is the statement. So I was going to answer to say the title is the statement in question for number 3. Does that seem appropriate to everybody?
And that is Judge Escarati in court just a little while ago telling us that the jury had the first question, which was, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change. Do they look at that statement by itself, or do they look at it in the context of the content of the op-ed? And she answered it. They look at that statement to see if that statement by itself is defamatory. So let me bring Gabriel Sepulveda Sanchez into this. Gabriel, I want to get your thoughts about this, because it seems to me that perhaps maybe the jury instructions were not that clear. If the jury, up to this point, didn't realize that they're only looking at that statement alone and not anything else.
Yeah, it's very true. That the jury instructions might not have been that clear. Speaking as someone that's done jury trials and has been involved with creating jury instructions or special jury instructions, sometimes the forms that the state gives you to submit aren't really clear, and if you have to create your own special verdict form or special jury instructions to help aid the jury, sometimes they get confused a little bit. But I think the good thing to note is that the fact that they're taking their time with this and asking questions is really important. And I think whenever that's a good sign. Whenever you're waiting for that verdict, as an attorney, you're always looking at what kind of questions they're asking you. From my experience, though, you can't really predict which way it's going to go by the questions they're asking, but it still shows me that there's a good leader in there that really wants to get this done right and make sure they're following the law. So I think it was a good question to ask, whether the title, whether they're going to be referencing the title or the content in general. And I think you have to ask yourself, if they are, the judge said that they're taking the title as the defamatory statement, is that title, is it clear to the public that that is referencing Johnny Depp, though? And I really kind of, if you're looking at the whole of the article, it might weigh more in favor of Johnny Depp. But if you're just looking at the statement itself, is that statement itself, how do we know they're not talking about a previous relationship or something, some sort of other? It just doesn't seem as clear just from that title itself that they're referencing Johnny Depp. I mean, we all know that.
Let me just say, I think that was answered kind of in court, though, by her when she said that, Gabriel. So why don't, but you make a good point. Of course, we don't know whether or not it's just one juror in there saying we have to look at the whole op-ed and they want clarification for that one juror. But you know what? Let's both of you stay with me, because now I want to look at some of what happened at the trial. And this was one very important piece, because as you know, related to that statement, Gabriel, was the fact that it involves sexual violence. And Amber Heard did allege that Johnny Depp had committed sexual assault on her a number of times. One of them is in the Bahamas in 2015, and she was cross-examined on it. So why don't we listen to this portion of the trial?
You testified that you and Mr. Depp got into a fight while on the island in December of 2015, correct?
That's correct.
And this all started because you perceived Mr. Depp as nodding off during the trip, right?
I thought he was passing out again in a similar fashion to what he had done the previous year.
And when he nodded off, he spilled wine on you, correct?
Yeah, 2-3 times in a row.
You testified that Mr. Depp's son, Jack, was there when this happened, right?
At the beginning, he was there.
He was there when Mr. Depp allegedly spilled wine on you 2 or 3 times, right?
He was there for that because he offered me help.
Right. You also testified that Mr. Depp then sexually assaulted you in the bathroom, correct?
That's correct.
And you testified that after this, you needed to get away from him, right?
That is correct.
So you ran out of the house.
That's correct.
And you admit you threw something at him, right?
I did throw something at him to get away.
You sat in this courtroom when Tara Roberts testified, right, Ms. Heard?
I did.
She's Mr. Depp's manager on the island.
Yes, that's correct.
You heard her testify that she witnessed an argument between you and Mr. Depp on the island in December of 2015, right?
Yes, that's correct, yes.
And you heard her testify that Mr. Depp was trying to escape you, right?
I don't know if she characterized it like that, but that was the gist of it. She kind of misrepresented it to seem like that, yes.
She misrepresented it. How convenient.
That's correct.
Okay. And
When I say I'm going to try and change X, Y, and Z thing or work on blah, 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 I can only do those things. And since I have been doing these things,
What things have you been doing?
working on these things, not doing certain things, trying to change certain things. That's last several times.
Hence, screaming when I spilled wine accidentally on you for falling asleep, and screaming in front of my kids and freaking Jack out. And that's trying.
I really appreciate it. Yeah, you're right. You're right, Johnny.
That him up, you know.
I'm sorry I son up.
No, it weirded him out. It never.
I'm so sorry I fucked kids up.
You didn't my kids up, but it was pretty. It was pretty weird for him, you know.
Because I jumped up and screamed and I went, oh, that's amazing.
Yeah.
You're right. I'm really surprised he's for the counseling. I'm sure that's terrifying.
I don't need your
No,
your clever
it's not against me again.
comebacks. No, you think you're controlling yourself. You think you're controlling yourself.
Your characters become so clear, especially when you use them. It's embarrassing for you. I'm gonna walk away now because you're.
You saw the little smirk there.
Making me seem even worse. And believing me, I'm not gonna be calling you at 3 o'clock in the morning after having an Ambien and think I'm gonna just forgive and move on. Trust me, it is gross how you're using the kids. I've done nothing but be there for them in a good way. And if you take that for granted, fine. You're right. Meet a woman who would not jump up and scream if she had been spilled on 3 times in a row. And I hope you're happy with whoever that is, because that would be a special kind of person, no doubt.
it's you and Mr. Depp in that recording, right?
That's correct.
And you're discussing what happened in the Bahamas in December of 2015, right?
No, that's not correct. We were discussing a part of it.
You're discussing
What?
when you screamed at Mr. Depp in front of his children, correct?
No, we were talking about a part of that argument.
Including when you screamed at Mr. Depp in front of his children.
That's not a fair characterization of what happened.
Mr. Depp says you screamed at him when he accidentally spilled wine on you, correct?
I realize that's what Johnny said.
Yeah, and Mr. Depp tells you that this freaked out his son, Jack.
Johnny often used other people to back him up in our arguments.
You don't seem too concerned about that, do you?
I had a lot of concerns.
You don't mention Mr. Depp sexually assaulting you in this recording, do you?
That was not the point of that conversation. If I had gotten into the details of what happened to me with him, it would have been another fight.
You just accused Mr. Depp of, quote, using his kids, right? In that recording.
He would often use other people, yes.
And you challenge him to find a woman who will not, quote, jump up and scream if she has been spilled on 3 times in a row.
That is correct.
Not a woman who would put up with sexual abuse, right?
I was pointing out the ridiculous nature of him expecting me not to react to something that basic.
What?
Karen Felicia Nance, the cross-examination, did it do any damage in the way that Amber Heard answered the questions, never admitting to what's on the tape or not seeming to care about Johnny Depp's kid? Was it the cross-examination itself, or was it the answers, or did Amber Heard do well?
I think it was a combination, Linda, of both. I think it was how she answered the question, the tape itself. And I think everyone would agree that children are sacred ground, and you never, that's such a low blow to someone's kids, even in a way that that infers, and she more than inferred, she actually told Johnny on several occasions that he was a deadbeat dad. So I think that the way she answered those questions posed by Camille Vasquez with regard to Jack, Johnny's son, seemed just a little callous, and that now that she has a daughter, I think that she would be in a different position if somebody even remotely brought her child to a discussion like that. And so I think she comes across as non-caring, especially with regard to sensitive issues around children. So I think that not only the audio we heard, but also the way her mannerisms and how she addressed or answered Camille's questions also was an indication of her lack of concern for his children, and I don't think that bodes well for her at all in the jury's eyes.
So, Gabriel, you have picked a number of juries, as have all of us. When we pick juries, we
Well, you
try
have the
to get
problem
people that will
with
listen
not
to our
answering
side.
the
But
sexual
is there a
accusations. Well,
gender
like,
bent
wouldn't
here
you
in
talk
terms
about
of
that?
how different people will react? If you were one of the attorneys picking the jury, now that we know that there are 5 men and 2 women, do you think that they will come to an agreement and see the evidence the same way, or do you think that men and women could view that clip differently as to how Amber Heard did?
No, I think when you're picking a jury, you definitely want to. There's a big issue with the gender biases, and you want to explore that, and you want to. If I was Johnny Depp's lawyer, you definitely want to talk to the women on the jury and say, hey, could you be fair to this client? Has anyone here been a victim of domestic violence? And can you understand that men can be victims of domestic violence too? And you want to explore those areas. And I have confidence that the women can be the men can be fair to Amber Heard, and then the women can be fair to Johnny Depp too. These are just some things. These are gender biases are a big topic in jury selection. You really want to explore that and dismiss anyone that you think is not going to be fair to either side. So I think in this case, I don't think that's going to be an issue here. I have faith in the process, and I think as long as they explore those issues and got rid of the bad juries and for both sides, and I think they're going to end up with a fair jury here.
And hopefully they will when they come to their verdict. Anyhow, we're going to take a quick break here at the Law and Crime Network, but on the other side, you won't want to miss this because we're going to look at some of Johnny Depp's testimony in this trial, including whether he did well on the stand when he came back in rebuttal of Amber Heard's case. And wow, I'll guarantee you that both my guests will have some opinions on this. Stay with us. We're the Law and Crime Network.
So, yeah, I'm not sure if we will get a verdict today. I think it will be a bit of a tricky one. And about the sexual assault, like, would you talk to somebody like that who just sexually assaulted you and then talk about spilled wine? Like, what? Find a woman who keep actually up with your bullshit. Like, there you go. Instead of spilling wine, like, that is like nothing what you're actually accusing him of. So it doesn't make sense. And I don't know if it makes sense to a jury, but if I were in a jury, it wouldn't make any sense. Like, why? Not even about the kids. Like, well, okay, that's not nice, but like, adults have fights, okay? Parents do have fights, and normally you try to protect your kids from it, but sometimes they're witness. So, But what, he is sitting there with his son, and then you get spilled wine over you, and then you go to a bathroom, and then you get sexually assaulted in the bathroom while his son is there. Like, really? What? Well, that's the other thing. Like, are you actually capable of doing that? And then you walk out and you then throw something at him, and but you not fight him off or something like that. Or and then I know a lot of times, like, real victims, they don't do it as well. So, but the story just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. So I'm really curious how a jury will look at that. And I think actually the biggest issue is the one where she said she got raped with a bottle. Like, that really, it doesn't make any sense. Absolutely nothing. So I think that's the biggest part I think the jury will look at when they will talk about sexual assault. But you never know. I think you have so many witnesses and statements and things. It's like, well, something else. Like, don't forget, they're sitting there for bloody 6 weeks and doing their thing. So,
Welcome back to the Long Crime Network. This is For the Record. I'm Linda Kenny Bodden. Well, as you know, we're still covering the trial of Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard, or as we have learned from the jury special instructions, John C. Depp II is the plaintiff. Well, John C. Depp II was on the stand, and he was discussing the train ride he took with Amber Heard, and he said that she punched him on the Orient Express. He also had cross-examined her about the same train ride, but he got cross-examined when he got back on rebuttal the other day, and to rebut her case. Why don't we listen and let's talk about it after this to see whether you think that he was tripped up in cross-examination by, as he would say, J. Benjamin Rottenborn. You've got that right. Let's go.
Mr. Depp, in these pictures that were taken before you got on the train ride for your honeymoon, where you claim that Miss Heard hit you and gave you a black eye, you have the exact same shadow or sunburn or mark under your left eye. The exact same mark, don't you?
That's the, when you get a side light, you see the occipital bone. So that is the exact area.
Yep. And it's actually...
A side light will cause that.
Yeah, well, the picture's not being taken from the side, is it? It's being taken head on, isn't it?
No. The lens in front,
yeah.
The light on the side will cause that occipital bone, I believe it's called, to appear sunken.
Just like lights on the side of a train car, correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
You can take that down, Michelle.
That was, in fact, in the dark. And I had a chef, I had people on either side of me, so I don't see where the light fill is from the side there.
Mr. Depp, if you could wait for the next question. Next question.
Next question. Even the picture your team chose to show you on that train isn't accurate, is it? Let's pull up.
Objection calls for speculation.
Let's pull up Exhibit 1859, please.
1859. Is that in evidence?
No, Your Honor. Mr. Depp, this is the same picture, or the exact same scene displayed in PX 162 that you looked at this morning, correct?
That looks like my face has been, the eyes have been photoshopped.
Oh, okay. So this post from the Eastern and Oriental Express's Facebook page, you're saying that that's photoshopped?
Is that from their page? I would, sure, why wouldn't they?
Let's pull them up side by side, please. Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of this exhibit. We can just have the pictures. We don't need the...
Any objection to the picture?
Objection, lack of foundation, lack of authentication.
Is that you in the photo, Mr. Depp?
It is me, but it's clearly...
Your Honor, I'd move to strike anything after that, first of all, and would ask for admission of this photograph. This is the exact same picture, isn't it, Mr. Depp?
With radically different quality. And...
No, you answered my question.
How do you know I wasn't done?
You answered my question, sir. Thank you. Appreciate it.
You're very welcome.
Mr. Depp, you had that, whatever mark it is, whether it's a sunburn, whether it's a shadow, whether it's the light reflecting, you had that same mark on your eye before you got on that train.
Well, it's pretty difficult to get a sunburn on a train.
Okay, so besides talking about getting tripped up on or not knowing his medical terminology, let me just say the occipital bone is in the back of the head, and he's talking about the orbital bone. So Gabriel, let me ask you this. Do you think he was actually really tripped up? Did Mr. Rottenborn make a point on behalf of his client?
I don't think so. I mean, you know, a lot of the stuff Johnny Depp was testifying about as far as the photos being photoshopped, I think, too, that this is common. When things are published online, photos are put out a certain way how they want to be seen. So it's kind of hard to tell with, I thought Johnny Depp was credible during this cross-examination, and I think what he said made sense to me.
Okay, so let's see during the redirect examination of Johnny Depp. Remember, when you put somebody on, it's direct, then there's cross-examination, then there's redirect, and that's where you make some of your best points. Let's see if he made some of his best points.
Mr. Rottenborn asked you some questions about your honeymoon. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And I believe you had testified that you and Miss Heard were on the Orient Express together.
That's correct, yes.
Where had you been prior to being on the Orient Express?
We had been in Australia, and then made it over to Thailand to catch the Orient Express.
Okay. If we could bring up the Plaintiff's Exhibit 162 again. Mr. Depp, do you know who took this picture?
Malcolm Connolly.
And despite what Mr. Rottenborn showed you about the picture of you prior to this, do you see a bruise on your face in this picture?
I see like what looks like a pretty decent shiner and a kind of a scratched up nose, yes.
And do you recall how you got the scratches and the shiner?
There was a very brief freak out that Miss Heard had in our cabin just before this dinner. I can't remember why, but there were many. I remember taking the photograph, though. I mean, I remember being there. I remember meeting the chef and all that. But I mean, the quality of the photo is not great. The quality of the other photo that he showed us is prettied up.
Mr. Depp, did you ever physically abuse Miss Heard during your relationship?
Never.
Karen Felicia Nance, so I'm going to call you my juror right now. You're the jury. You heard that redirect. You see that picture, which the bruise looks does kind of like a black eye from a shiner when I'm looking at it. How do you vote on whether or not Johnny Depp successfully was rehabilitated by his team?
Linda, I think that he was rehabilitated. I mean, it's clear, and not only with this photo, we saw the photo that Amber took that had been lightened, and or it looked like had been lightened, a picture of her bruises, and it was clear that every hair was the same in both photos. And I think that this is an example of the same thing. It's clear when you look at it, there is some damage to his nose from this picture. And I think that he's correct. I mean, I think that you can make that conclusion that this is the actual photo and the other one was altered in some type of way. So I think he was rehabilitated.
Okay. Well, we're going to have to take a quick break here at the Law and Crime Network, but I know you want to come back, because when we come back, we're going to watch Amber Heard being confronted by Johnny Depp's attorney on the other side of this break. You must stay with us. We're the Law and Crime Network. We'll see you on the other side.
And another break. No other jury questions as yet, so... It's bloody long, like going over everything, almost. When the screen flips, I was, yes, there we go again. And just one question, so I think we guys just have to hang in there and just be patient. And I'm not really a very patient person, so I really hope that we will get something today, but I think it will be tomorrow probably. I think they will go on until 5. It's now almost 3. So yeah, 2 hours. And it really depends as well. Like if they just went through 3 questions of Johnny and not even started on Amber, well, then it will probably take some time as well. So it really depends. And it's about a whole defamation. Like, okay, it's difficult because it's not like, oh, were you lying that much. Although, on the other hand, it actually is. And I don't think she makes herself a really favorable person by doing that. I think Johnny was way more I actually believe the things he was saying. And the moment he actually, except for the text messages, I reckon, where he was talking about a woman and then he said like, yeah, they must be sent by somebody else. It's like, well, I wasn't really sure about that one. Are we lucky? Nah, we're not.
So it's now 2:47 East Coast time. Why do I mention that? Because the jury has now been deliberating about 7 hours, a little over. They've actually had 7 weeks of testimony, a little bit plus on the hours. And, maybe it's a 777 because Amber Heard also had a little over $7 million in her divorce settlement. So maybe that's an omen. We'll get a verdict. But I don't know. But you have to stay with us to watch. But what we're going to do right now, we're actually going to look at some of Amber Heard's attorney, Amber Heard, getting cross-examined about what? Well, her sexual abuse allegations and whether or not she ever provided the photos to the court or to the lawyers in this courtroom. Let's listen.
You also testify that Mr. Depp, again, whacked you in the face after the Met Gala in May of 2014, right?
That is correct.
You testified that you thought he hit you so hard he broke your nose.
That's correct.
You said your nose was, quote, swollen, discolored, red.
That is correct. I took a picture of that.
You testified you took a picture of your face after this.
I did.
But you didn't show that picture to this jury, did you?
I would like to.
But you didn't show it, did you?
That's not up to me.
You understand you were under an obligation to produce all photographs after any alleged incidents of violence, right, Ms. Heard?
I produced everything.
You didn't produce any photographs after the Met Gala?
I produced everything.
You also understand that you're under an obligation to produce all medical records reflecting any injuries you allegedly sustained from Mr. Depp, correct?
That's correct.
And you haven't produced any pictures or any medical records reflecting a broken nose after the Met Gala in May of 2014, have you?
I have given everything to my lawyers, everything. I've turned over literally everything that I have.
Is it your testimony, Ms. Heard, that you sought medical treatment after Mr. Depp allegedly broke your nose after the Met Gala?
Not after the Met Gala. I did not seek medical attention, no.
You also attended an event after the Met Gala in May of 2014, didn't you?
That is correct.
And you went to the All-Star Comedy Tribute to Don Rickles.
That is correct.
That was the next night after the Met Gala.
That is correct.
And there were pictures of you taken at this event.
Yes.
Your nose doesn't appear to be injured in any of these pictures, does it, Ms. Heard?
I'm wearing makeup.
Your nose doesn't appear to be injured in any of these pictures, does it, Ms. Heard?
That's why I'm wearing makeup.
Right. And makeup covers up swelling, right?
Makeup will not cover up swelling. Ice will, though.
Well,
ice will cover up swelling?
Ice reduces swelling. Normally the swelling after that kind of injury is not as bad as you might imagine, and for me, it wasn't that bad. I have a picture of it.
Did you ever
underneath
had
the
a
makeup.
broken
That's how
nose?
I know how to reference it.
Like if you have bloody
picture you
5
haven't produced
noses
or
on
shown to
one
this jury,
face.
right, Ms. Heard?
I produced everything.
But you haven't shown it to this
Like,
jury.
I would very much like to. It's not my job.
Kind of Felicia Nance. It's not my job. I mean, did the blaming of her attorneys go to the theme that the Depp team was trying to produce, that everyone else is to blame? Because her attorneys could get in trouble if they didn't produce documents that she says she provided, right?
Absolutely, Linda. I think that Amber throwing her team under the bus is not a good move on her part. And it just leaves the jury to wonder, well, if you did have these pictures, why weren't they produced? And you're indicating, Amber, that it's your attorney's fault or your attorney team's fault. So I don't think that bodes well for her at all.
And Gabriel, let me ask you this. I mean, I think that one of the problems in her getting money against Johnny Depp is, and basically it's a defamation case, but that, you know, you allege a broken nose, and if any of you have ever had a broken nose, I mean, you know it, and you're bruised, and you have bruises all over, and there's blood. I mean, it's horrible for the most part. We see it on the basketball courts. She alleged the rape with the bottle, the Maker's Mark bottle, and never went, and she said there was blood coming out of her vagina. She never went to a medical professional for any lookup. Do you think the lack of these medical records are going to be important for this jury, or do you think the jury's going to say, hey, women tend to hide domestic abuse, and I understand it?
I think it's, you know, medical records and what substantiate her testimony. She doesn't have that. She doesn't, I don't think she's very credible. And the fact that there isn't any medical records or any sort of documentary evidence of this sexual abuse or her the broken nose is not strengthening her testimony at all. Normally if someone's testimony that they were hurt or assaulted, that's enough, but you always want to support that with, that could be enough, but you always want to support that with medical records or documentation. The fact that she threw her attorneys under the bus, not a good look at all. If that is true, then that is severe. That is serious malpractice. Usually when the clients do that, there could be a little mental health issue, but if she was given the medical records, if she gave the medical records to her attorneys and the photographs, that should have been.
It's a bit hard to say.
A long time ago. They should have
like,
produced the.
We got a question earlier, and that was about the third statement. So the third question about, or the third statement about the first question. I don't know. But like normally you would say, oh, then they're already there, so yeah, probably it will come today. But if
before the trial.
they
So
only
we're looking
went
into
through because that
how
was
each party can
Johnny
evaluate
Depp's
the case.
statement.
I don't believe it was
So
edited on
if
this
they only dare and haven't
let me
looked at
ask you to read the tea
Amber's
leaves,
case yet,
over
it can
Saturday night
take a
for
bit
Johnny to be
longer.
back
So
in
I'm
this
not
week,
sure if
today,
they will
tomorrow,
come
and the
back
next day
today
on some
or
verdict?
if it will be tomorrow.
Linda, I'm guessing tomorrow at the latest. That's what I read.
Yeah.
Okay. And Gabriel, I'm going to let you read the tea leaves for your final thought there.
I think, you know what, it's going to be, I think maybe later today, maybe today or tomorrow, but I really, defamation cases are they're not as simple as everyone thinks, and I think there's a lot of issues I think there's some issues on both sides here. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's a loss for Johnny Depp and a loss for Amber Heard. I really wouldn't. This was a circus trial, and it's, if I had a way, I would say in favor of Johnny Depp, but it's a tough one.
And it's an important case. I want to thank Karen Felicia Nance. I want to thank Gabriel Sepulveda Sanchez. It is an important case here, an important case for the whole United States. It involves issues of domestic abuse, domestic violence, male domestic violence, female domestic violence. Also involves issues of the First Amendment, free speech, when it can be limited, and what you can say about people. So it is, despite the fact that some people have called this,
I think
you
you
know,
can
trial of the
say
century,
things
I think
about
it's not a
people,
circus.
but
It's a
just
very
say the
important
truth
case, and it shows that everybody has
and not
access to the courtroom. Michael Bryant, my
give
partner in crime,
false
is up next. He
allegations.
will be taking over this anchor chair. Remember, we are the Law and Crime Network. We've covered this case from beginning to end, and I know you're going to stay with us. I'm Linda Kenny Bodden. I will see you tomorrow at noon. Bye.
So they're now liberating for like 7 hours. Like you just don't know what the jury is doing. Like if they actually go to every little thing, or like a lot of witnesses and testimonies were enough. Like I wouldn't probably go over all the evidence, only the important things, I reckon. Like, okay, was it, did she prove that she was physically and sexually abused? Well, the sexually abused was out of the window very fast. I just needed one statement of her that you were like, nah, that didn't happen. Physical abuse, then you go to, well, do you actually believe the pictures? And well, we have seen those, so they're not really credible as well. Plus, like, you have all the witnesses, but nobody actually seeing the physical abuse. And I think Amber's team knew that the moment they actually, in the closing arguments, were like, oh, this is about domestic violence, and that's all kinds of abuse. So also the verbal and mental abuse. But she never said anything about that. You know, it was about him hitting her and things like that. So, and I can stand the like, oh, I want to keep it under the rug. Oh, I'm always wearing makeup, except for that day. Like, please, come on. Like, you're looking perfect every bloody day, every event, and you wear your makeup, and then suddenly, because you have to get a restraining order, you forget it, and then the day after, then you are actually wearing makeup again, like, and it doesn't really look like she's wearing makeup there, is it? Like, even when you have just a light foundation and your primer, it doesn't hide the bruise. Okay, that's a big job, and you would actually see it. So she is not credible at all. And the only thing it is not, oh, did she lie? Because then we would probably have verdicts earlier. It's about her bloody statements. But if the jury thinks she's lied, and then she did it with actually malice, what I think she actually did, and not because of the money, like the whole gold digger, no, I don't think so. Like, then if I were her, I would take half his shit. You know what I mean? She didn't do that. What I do think is that it was about the popularity. Okay, people loving her, being a public favorite, and actually climbing up in Hollywood, getting more interesting roles, and the public supporting her, so she will be an important person. So,
session. I'm Michael Bryant, and as you may have heard, we are in the verdict watch portion of our programming here as we wait for the jury to figure out what they're going to do in the Johnny Depp Amber Heard case, Amber Heard Johnny Depp case. They've been at it roughly about 7 hours, I think. I believe I heard my partner in crime, Linda Kinney Bawden, with some sort of weird legal numerology suggesting 7 hours, 7 jury members, $7 million from Amber Heard. It's all very complex. So we will continue, obviously, monitoring everything going on in that courtroom. There was a question earlier today, had to do with one of the alleged defamatory statements. The jury was given as much information as the court would allow, and then sent back to do their thing. Questions always very good, always very helpful in getting the attorneys some sort of feedback on what exactly is going on in that jury room. So, started at 3 o'clock Friday. We were here for that, took a couple hours, and then came back first thing this morning at 9 o'clock. So, we're also covering in Florida the retrial that reached a verdict on Friday night. Yeah, they weren't going to waste the whole Memorial weekend there. This is the Catherine Magbanua case. She was found guilty of first-degree murder for aiding in the murder for hire shooting and death of law professor Dan Markell. She is likely to spend the rest of her life in prison. Okay, so you can check that out, some of the amazing testimony from her on our YouTube channel. But let's get back to Fairfax, Virginia now. It appears to me that Anjanette Levy, my favorite Anjanette, is outside the courthouse, and we're going to get an update on exactly what's going on. What's the inside story? The jury had a question. What's happening now? Are they back at it?
Well, Michael, they are, and I'm so glad to hear I'm your favorite Anjanette. What an honor. So anyway, but yes, the jury did have a question, and it was about the whole sexual violence headline in the op-ed. That was the headline of the op-ed. Amber Heard said she didn't write it. However, she did retweet it with a comment, which could be construed as publishing. I think I've talked about this on the air before, that, you know, as a media person, we were always advised when it comes to Twitter, and we can be held responsible basically for anything we say. Twitter, a tweet, a Facebook post, that's all a form of publishing, okay? So maybe not tweeting the article, maybe that's not an endorsement, but a comment may be considered or construed as a form of publishing and an endorsement of sorts by the jury. So it'll be up to the jury. But they were asking whether or not that sexual violence headline should be taken individually as a statement or as part of the larger context or a larger part of the whole op-ed. So that was the question. Judge Ascarati sent the answer back saying basically, yes, that's a statement and you must consider that. There are a ton of instructions that go along with this case. You know, we had to kind of shuffle through all of the paper to figure out which page we were looking at that went with what question and this, that, and the other. So during the commercial break, I know we were all out here shuffling through the paper trying to make sure we had our facts straight here and we were looking at the right stuff. So that's the latest we've heard from the jury. A lot of media here, lots of international media behind me. You know, we've been out here in our what Michael Bryant calls the Law and Crime Network Broadcast Center. I call it the tent by the parking lot. We've been out here for weeks. So we are just kind of in our little spot, and everybody else is back there awaiting any news from the courthouse.
Yeah, always a lot of latecomers, Anjanette. You know, those who just kind of glom on. You know, we've been there every minute, every day, but hey, it's time for a verdict.
Yeah.
Let's go cover that thing. So, if you had to look in your crystal ball there, knowing what you know about this case, knowing about the 37 pages of instructions, the 4+ pages verdict form, I think it's 4 times 2, one for each case. And the question that came in today, are they making progress, do you think? I mean, yeah, would you be surprised if there's a verdict today?
You know, part of me kind of would be and part of me would not be. It's a lot, okay? And it's a big case, and I'm sure the jurors realize that this is a big deal, and that they want to get it right, and that they want to go through the instructions and make sure they're following them to a T. So they could be maybe close, or maybe they're not. Maybe they're just trying to line everything up properly and say, okay, this page goes with this part of the verdict form or what have you. So it's really hard to tell. I mean, I think today would be kind of quick, maybe tomorrow, but it's just hard to say. We really just don't know what's going on in that jury room. I know we all wish we did know, but we don't.
I know. I would like to know.
It's always it's the question you can't answer, but that's the kind of question I like to ask, is the ones you can't answer.
Right.
So, of course.
Exactly.
So, thank you, Anjanette. We obviously will be checking in with you later in the show. Get back in there and start snooping around, and we'll talk to you soon.
All righty.
So, I think this is always very interesting when we have a verdict with so many, verdict form with so many parts. We have instructions, so much to read through.
All right,
also leads to the possibility somebody kind of fouls it up and the verdict doesn't hold up on appeal. But nonetheless, hey, producer Natalie, should we take a break or we chat now? What's your call here? Oh, okay, let's do that. Friday morning, we're closing arguments. And obviously the jury had that to leave with for the weekend after a little bit of deliberations. Let's look back at some of that. We saw, of course, both attorneys for Johnny Depp, Ms. Camille Vasquez, and also for Mr. Benjamin Rottenborn from Amber Heard's side of the table. Let's watch some of that.
The mountain of evidence that Mr. Depp abused Ms. Heard is simply not there. What we have is a mountain of unproven allegations that are wild, over the top, and implausible. And you can't pick and choose which of these wild allegations to believe and which ones to disregard. You either believe all of it or none of it. Either Mr. Depp sexually assaulted Ms. Heard with a bottle in Australia, or Ms. Heard got up on that stand in front of all of you and made up that horrific tale of abuse. Either she's a victim of truly horrific abuse, or she is a woman who is willing to say absolutely anything. It is disturbing to think that Ms. Heard would make up the horrific tales of abuse that she testified to in this courtroom. But this case doesn't come down to whether you believe Ms. Heard or you believe Mr. Depp. This case comes down to whether you believe Ms. Heard or you believe Mr. Depp, Christy Dombrowski, Sean Bett, Malcolm Connolly, Travis McGivern, Starling Jenkins, Keenan Wyatt, Dr. Kipper, nurses Debbie Lloyd and Aaron Filati, Tara Roberts, Ben King, Kate James, Kate Moss, Dr. Colber, Morgan Knight, Morgan Tremaine, Officers Melissa Sines, Officers Tyler Haddon, Officer William Gatlin, and Beverly Leonard. What Ms. Heard testified to in this courtroom is the story of far too many women. But the overwhelming evidence and weight of that evidence shows that it's not her story. It's not Ms. Heard's story. It was an act of profound cruelty, not just to Mr. Depp, but to true survivors of domestic abuse. For Ms. Heard to hold herself out as a public figure representing domestic abuse. It was false, it was defamatory, and it caused irreparable harm.
You also heard him lie to you. You heard him tell you that this was his first chance to tell his story. But let's break it down, because that's not true. He could have fought the TRO that Amber filed. He could have said, I didn't abuse her, but he chose not to do that. He could have fought her in the divorce case, but he chose not to do that. Instead, he signed the statement saying that no one had falsified any statements. He only filed this suit after he met Adam Waldman, the same Adam Waldman who convinced him to file suit against his former business manager, to file suit against his law firm, and fire them, and blame them for things. But by the time that Amber wrote the op-ed, Mr. Depp already had had another opportunity to tell his story. He filed a case in the UK against the Sun for calling him a wife beater. And in that case, he had many of the same witnesses He was on the stand for parts of 5 days, and he got to tell the fact finder in the UK whatever he wanted. Now, it's not the same testimony he told here, because you heard me impeach him about 13 times with this testimony from the UK. But he's had his chances. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to tell Mr. Depp that this was his last chance. Tell him to move on with his life. Tell him to let Amber move on with hers. Stand up for the freedom of speech. Stand up for the First Amendment. This trial is about so much more than Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard. It's about the freedom of speech. Stand up for it, protect it, and reject Mr. Depp's claims against Amber.
So apparently, if you believe all the attorneys in this case from each side, everybody's lying. Amber Heard is lying, Johnny Depp is lying, they're all lying. So the jury gets to decide who really is the credible one. I was just looking at that jury instruction. Credibility of witnesses, obviously that includes the litigants. Not as clean as the California version, but it basically says if you don't believe some of the testimony, you have the right to disbelieve all of it. Okay, let's talk about this case as we are in Verdict Watch here. With me, Ann Bremner, trial attorney. She is in Seattle. And also joining us, Mark Weaver. He is a former deputy AG, and he is in the 5 boroughs. So, Mark, Ann, thank you so much for joining. Appreciate it. And we haven't talked about this case, so let me get just your broad brush. What's your takeaway as this jury continues into their now 8th hour of deliberation?
Well, it's great to see you. And I think in this case, I mean, you hear Team Depp, Team Heard, whatever. But I think if the jury decides the case based upon the law, they might go for Amber Heard. If they decide it based on their hearts, then they go with Johnny Depp. I thought that Benjamin Rottenberg's Borg, is it the way that Depp says it, Rottenborg?
Rottenborg.
He did a really great closing. And he called to arms, made it bigger than just the case, the concepts, etc. But the fact that he said one act of abuse is enough, Amber wins. If the jury finds that, it could be emotional, it could be physical. But all in all, I've watched every minute like everybody else. It's a national obsession. I really think that Johnny Depp should be the winner. But it's tough because both sides are so diametrically opposed. Somebody's lying. And the question is who?
Yep, and that's a good point you made right out of the top, which is if they follow the law, perhaps it goes one way. If they follow their hearts, it goes another.
I'm not really agreeing with that because it isn't about.
Obviously, much greater.
It's about sexual and the physical. What is standing in statements?
Hey, Mark Weaver, what do you think about this idea that if they believe one litigant over the other? Because I think this gets complex with a cross-complaint, or in Virginia, as they call it, a counterclaim. Is that a problem for the jury? Can they sort through all of that? Is it all or nothing for one, all or nothing for the other? What are their options?
Well, there's one option we don't hear a lot of people talking about, which is finding that neither side has made their burden of proof. Essentially, a pox on both of their houses. This was I'm saying this is an option. This was a mutual combat. These people were equally annoying to one another. We can't tell which of them is telling the truth. And they both have the burden of proof when you have these counterclaims being brought. There was some good lawyering. I enjoyed watching the closing arguments. I agree that Amber Heard's lawyer, Rottenborg, probably did the best of the closing arguments. These lawyers are experienced lawyers, but I thought he got the best of it.
Yeah, I would agree. I think that as good as Johnny Depp's attorneys were, they were a little more script-bound. And Mr. Rottenborn was a little more off the cuff, taking a point, making his statements, and making it seem a little more conversational. Always a good thing. Okay, guys, stay where you are. We are going to take a break here as the clock keeps ticking on the Verdict Watch in Depp, Heard, Depp. We will be right back.
I don't really agree though. It's really like, okay, what are we looking at? And if you look at the statements, it's not about that or maybe the domestic violence part. But then she did the same. So it's also important to actually know the difference between being mental abusive to your partner, or being in a fight and you tell each other the most horrible things, and that is really difficult as well. Like, I personally don't really see that something is or mental abuse the moment somebody is actually texting shit to a friend or to a family member or whatsoever. Like, we all done that in the heat of the moment. So for me, that isn't really proof. Like, okay, like it it's a tough one. Like, if you actually saw him and doing his shit when he is drunk and high, there will be like a part of it, but definitely not all of it. So yeah, I'm not sure which way this is going. But again, like for Johnny, the whole thing was actually winning in the public opinion and um, not for the money. Like, this was his moment that he could tell his story, and he actually did. And for him, that was the most important thing. And I think he actually got what Amber is trying for 6 years. Get the public behind him. And being loved by the public. Like, he won. He won massively in public opinion. So, like, for him, like, he is popular, so people want it. Like, come on, who doesn't want Johnny Depp back in Fantastic Beasts or Pirates? Like, everybody wants Jack Sparrow back. Like, nobody cares about another pirate. It doesn't make any sense.
Continues here at the Law Crime Network. 7 hours, 15 minutes or so as this jury continues to deliberate the financial fate of Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard. 6 weeks of testimony, and we're going to go through all of it in the next hour and a half. It's amazing how we do this. But obviously, if something happens live in the courtroom, we will take you there. The jury had a question earlier today about one of the key issues in this case. The verdict form breaks out 3 separate statements, and the jury has to make some decision as to each of those statements being defamatory or not, truthful or not. So that's part of their job. It's a massive undertaking. So as they do that, let's do this. Let's look at some of the Johnny Depp testimony. This is a point at which the honeymoon seems to be over, sort of. The relationship kind of starts to go downhill. Let's watch some of that testimony.
What would happen when the fights would escalate, other than going and hiding in the bathroom?
I'm sorry? What would happen? Well, if they continue to escalate, if I continue to try to present my version or my side of the story, when you're approached in a kind of when you're approached with such anger and hatred, it seemed like pure hatred for me. If I stayed to argue that, eventually I was sure that it was going to escalate into violence, and oftentimes it did. Many times it did.
And when you say violence, what are you referring to specifically?
Miss Heard, in her frustration and in her rage and her anger, she would strike out. She would. It could begin with a slap. It could begin with a shove. It could begin with, throwing a TV remote at my head. It could be throwing a glass of wine in my face. But all in all, it was just it was a constant. There was a built-in list of as I said, my personal experiences, which I gave to Miss Heard, those things were, those facts were used against me as weapons, especially when it came to my kids. So yeah, I did. There was no need for it. There was no need for it. Too many lines were crossed. You couldn't see the lines anymore.
So, Johnny Depp's version of how things started to get a little rocky and maybe the bloom was off the rose. So, Ann Bremner, if I'm in the jury, the first thing I'm thinking maybe is, maybe this is not working out, and maybe you don't stick around for a number of years to see how bad it does get. They're already talking about throwing things. How do you think a jury reacts to what looks like a very codependent relationship, but somebody that just walks away in terms of leaving the room, but doesn't really walk away from the relationship?
Well, that's easy.
I think that they viewed it in the context of his history as a child. That's how he relates to things like that. I mean, I don't know how else. I don't know how else you accept that, because most people would walk away. But then again, with domestic violence cases, there's a cycle of violence, and a lot of victims just stay in and don't walk away. And we're taught that they don't need to walk away to be victims, and that's just part of the cycle if they stay.
Yeah, I mean, it's sad, and we do see it again and again. It just, for those of us, as we observe this play out in front of millions, you just start to scratch your head like, could you see there was a problem here that you might want to extricate yourself from? Mark, one of the things I think is most interesting for this jury is the fact, number one, that it's 7 people. That's weird. We know it's 5 men, 2 women. And they have to decide unanimously. Now, in some jurisdictions, like California, or most familiar, you might have a jury of 12. You only need 9 to come to a decision, a verdict in favor of a plaintiff in a civil case. Here, they got to be unanimous either way. What's your take on that? How it might affect this outcome?
It is a little different. We do see across the country where some civil jurors have fewer members than criminal jurors, and we do see some majority rule instead of unanimous rule. It may be because Virginia is a commonwealth. It's got so many different things going on. It's one of the, obviously one of the original colonies. It's a commonwealth. The fact that they're using a slightly different standard of proof here than we see in other civil cases, essentially a different name. Virginia just does things a little bit differently, and we're starting to see that played out on here. I don't know if that's going to have much of an impact. I think, as Ann was mentioning, a lot of these jurors try to put themselves in the situation that the witness is in, and then they roll their eyes and say, why did you stay there? They may say that to both of them. Why did you continue to torment one another? And that's why I think the jury might have antipathy towards both of these litigants.
Yeah, and you could actually have people thinking they deserve one another. You know, who else would put up with these people? Okay, so we've heard the arguments, at least the discussion by Johnny Depp as to things getting a little rocky. Here's Amber Heard from that position.
Well, that's a really likable fella, isn't he?
But it didn't stop with that. It was just, it was clothing in general. And when I walked out of the house, it wasn't just like, hey, you're not allowed to wear that. It was like, oh, really? That's what you're wearing. No wonder you get cast in those roles. No wonder you that's what you are. That's what you're making it. And it continued. And then there would be a blow up. And at first it was just to throw something, smash some things. He loves to smash up a place, an apartment, furniture. Is what it started with, glass. Threw glass at me, and I remember it was summer. And he just threw this glass across the kitchen, and it didn't hit me, but it shattered behind me, and I remember thinking that it very easily could have hit me. And that, calling me a whore, it didn't start with using the whore word, it was just comments, until it would escalate. And then I started to notice the pattern of escalation where he'd throw glass or turn over a table. Then he would hit the wall, and then he'd hit the wall really close to my head. You know, like when I'm standing there, you know, just hit the wall, screaming at me. But then he would disappear and get clean and sober, and he'd come back and tell me that he was done drinking, he was over it, he was done, cleaned himself up, he'd done it before, and he'd do it again. And then he would go back to this, like, wonderful, like, almost like just unreal, like, but real, you know, but unbelievably nice, sensitive, kind, warm, generous, interesting, funny man that I loved. And he would make me feel so loved, like I would feel so distant from that thing that was so scary that I would not even recognize it too. And that was how, you know, our relationship kind of started to develop in that first year.
So Amber Heard and her version of events that really kind of signaled that something wasn't going quite right. So Mark Weaver, just looking at those two stories, anyone more or less believable? I know you've talked about maybe they're both kind of contributing factors to this overall mess. Any reason to think otherwise after hearing those recitations of the beginning of the bad, I guess?
When jurors hear conflicting accounts of evidence, they often look to the documentary evidence. In this case, we have videos of Johnny Depp slamming cabinets and breaking things and being angry and screaming. And we also have text messages from both of them. We also have audio of Amber Heard essentially admitting that she hit him on occasion. And so they tend to look more towards the documentary evidence because they realize that witnesses are likely to bend the truth. And when you have two professional actors taking the witness stand, I think they have a high suspicion that there might be some acting happening from the witness stand.
That's a bit of a problem.
Definitely some very important performances. Ann Bremner, so what do you think in terms of this corroborative material that each side would hope to bring to this jury? Was it either side kind of woefully lacking?
Oh, yeah. I think the Heard side was woefully lacking because she had such extreme acts of abuse that she discussed and described over and over and over again. It's like we know as trial lawyers, you don't take on a burden you don't need to. I mean, why was she so over the top when there wasn't commensurate evidence? There weren't tapes of any of those things. There weren't pictures of any of those things. A rape with a bottle. I mean, it's extreme abuse, it's constant abuse. And she's taping him all the time. That in and of itself, I think, really took away from her credibility. It just didn't need to be presented that way, but it was.
Yeah, and we also are left with this feeling that she photographed the weirdest things and her injuries, alleged injuries. How do you miss out on some of what seemed like great photo ops of things that she says happened to her? So, again, jury gets to wrestle with that, and it will come down really to their determining whether she's credible or not with her allegations, both on her defense of the original complaint and her counterclaim against Johnny Depp. Let's take a break here. Good stuff, guys. When we come back, we will jump back outside the courthouse there in Fairfax, Virginia. Our own Stacey Delicat is there standing by. We'll take a break and come right back. Stay where you are.
So it will be a close. I really think it will be tomorrow, guys. Like, it's now 3:30. So, like, maybe 1.5 hours to go before they will call it a day, probably. So, I think, like, they're in their 8 hour of deliberation. So, or we are lucky and it will come on very soon. Or they need more time, and then it will be probably tomorrow morning or around afternoon. So it really depends on what they actually doing. Like, if they go into every little bloody bit, then it will take forever. I don't think, well, apparently they do. I don't know if like, I would need so much time. Well, probably because they're just they have to be anonymous. So I think that's the longest point. Like, okay, you actually need to be all on the same page on all counts. So that isn't an easy thing to do, I reckon. Ah, hi, nice to see you. So I'm not sure if they actually will come out with a verdict today. And that's, I think, the biggest issue is what Rottenborn said is in his closing arguments, is that it's not about just the physical or sexual abuse, it's about every form of abuse. And 2 minutes? No, I wish. This is just a little break, so what they're actually showing is just some clips from the trial, what they do. So we don't know when the verdict is coming yet. As I said, or they have to come very fast, but I don't think so. I think it will be tomorrow. Like, we had just one question as well. Normally when it takes a long time, you have multiple questions. So I think that's a bit weird. Like, you had just had one question from the jury, and well, they're still trying to figure everything out. So yeah, I really don't know how long this is going to take. But if it happens, we are here. I also don't really know. Well, it's about the op-ed. So, like, the moment she actually wrote it, and
hey, welcome back to the afternoon session. Continuing to recap Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard and
what's going on.
And the inverse there. I had a friend who used to work at HGTV and said that they used to do those shows down in the South, and they would sell these houses, beach houses.
I think maybe there will be another trial if one of them lose. They will object, and they will go to trial probably again.
Ravishing and radiant there. They're pulling off something.
I think if they both lose, because that's an issue as well, I don't think there will be another trial. I think for Gianni, this really was just to clear his name and let the public know.
I'm actually feeling it. You know, here's the secret. You just got to keep dabbing away the sweat with the napkin out here. It says it's about 95 or 96 degrees on the phone.
So I think for Johnny, he just wanted to tell his story, his side, and how it actually really was. I think he actually did that, and he won in the public opinion. So that's for sure. I'm not sure if the jury is coming back and they will say, well, you were both idiots, so no, you don't get anything. That's a possibility as well. So if Amber wins, probably he will appeal, but not really sure.
Did they consider just the headline
So,
of the op-ed, which is I spoke up against
it's
sexual
about the
abuse and
statements.
raised our
It's
culture's
really
wrath
about
at
the
Epstein, or
statements.
are they
Like
supposed to consider the entirety of the op-ed?
his
The judge said it was
statements, what his lawyer actually made.
question of the jury
Well,
instructions.
it's like every lawyer is saying things for his client. Like when you look at criminal cases and you have a defense lawyer, he will say anything for his client to make him look better without his client actually knowing he is saying that. So I don't think that's a really strong argument from Amber. And like her time was over the moment she actually did the allegations, and then things started to turn around. So it wasn't really about the Waldman case anyway, especially not Aquaman 2.
It's kind of an interesting way to
Johnny's case, he lost a lot because of Amber's allegations. So it don't think, or maybe he will get it right through the op-ed, and probably the sexual violence one. The domestic violence one is harder because Rottenborn actually said, well, domestic violence is everything. You know, it's not just sexual violence or physical violence, it's mental abuse as well. And when we saw the tapes and see how he is, I don't know if they considered that as mental abuse as well, because they were both going against each other. But then a lot of text messages he sent to his friends. I shouldn't that consider evidence as well, because it's to his friends. Like I said it earlier in this stream as well, like if I'm bloody pissed off my partner or my ex, I can say pretty nasty things as well, especially about my ex. So that doesn't mean I beat the shit out of him, you know. So it's really what will the jury think, and I think the first question was actually pretty okay. Like, do we look at the whole op-ed, or are we just looking at the sexual assault title in the op-ed? What she really didn't prove and is really not really credible as well.
Let's go back to the very first witness to take the stand. It was Johnny Depp's sister, Christy Dombrowski. She covered a multiple number of topics, including, and this became very important as the case unfolded, Johnny Depp's relationship with his mother.
Did your mother ever get angry at Johnny?
Yes.
Did you ever observe your mother hitting Johnny?
Yes.
How, if at all, did Johnny react when his mother would hit him?
He was a typical little boy where if it hurt, he would cry. That was it. I mean, for the most part, you just wanted to get away from it.
Did Johnny ever hit his mother back?
No.
What about when he got to be an older boy? Did he ever resist or hit her back?
No. No. When he was older, even if she hit or threw things, he never went to that place. He would get away. He would, leave the area, go to his room.
If you could explain that a bit, how did, if at all, did your experience with your mother affect your ideas about what you intended to do with your own family?
Well, really early on, as a young child, none of what was happening in our home felt good. And so as I got older, both Johnny and I actually, we decided that once we left, once we had our own home, that we were never going to repeat ever anything similar in any way to our childhood. We were gonna do it different.
So Johnny felt the same way?
Absolutely.
So as I'm watching Johnny Depp's sister, the first thing I'm thinking is, man, she seems normal. Because she's not quite as not as Johnny Depp. So Ann Bremner,
what
good way to
does
start
that
this
supposed
presentation
to
of the
mean?
Depp case. What do you think?
Like, what happened with the other bloody
brilliant.
reporters?
I mean, that's where the sympathy came for Johnny Depp in this case. I mean, he's an icon. People love him. You know, he's invincible, like you see on TikTok and everything else. And he's just been a genius in his films. But we saw that kind of humble, vulnerable, childlike side of him that was really part of this case. It explained why he stayed, why he hid, and why he was coming forward now. So I thought it was absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, it's kind of eased us into the whole process and really did lay an important foundation. Hey, Mark, hold on just a second here. I'm going to cover some more Johnny Depp testimony, and then we'll talk right after we watch this. Here we go, more Johnny Depp at trial.
Mr. Depp, what have you learned from your experience in your childhood and observing your father in your childhood?
Yeah, I don't like this reporter.
I learned that I was wrong about my first impressions of his exit from the family. Very wrong. And I'll tell you one thing that I learned that was one of the best lessons I believe I've ever learned in my life, ever could learn in my life, was based on my experiences as a child and what I'd seen and experienced. I knew exactly how to raise children when my girl Vanessa got pregnant. I knew exactly how to raise children, which was to do the opposite of what they did, of what Betty Sue did. Never raise your voice in front of the children, never. Screaming out the word no to them. I never wanted to tell my kids no. I wanted to tell them that I wanted to show them that there were options. You don't have to stick the coat hanger in the electrical socket. You know, saying no is an abrupt thing, but to talk to them and say, if you understand the repercussions of something, then you won't go there. So maybe think about this as opposed to this. Give this some thought, you know. But that will clearly, that could kill you.
Again, Johnny Depp giving us a sense of his background and what he dealt with and maybe helped him with his own kids. Mark Weaver, how do you think this plays with the jury? Does it give him a little warmer, fuzzier feel? Yet, they don't know yet what's to come, but what do you think?
Probably. Well, my first point would be if I were the judge, I would have likely sustained an objection based on relevance to some of that. This is a defamation trial, but that's okay. They didn't make it. Judges typically will not sustain objections unless they're made. But I think it does certainly humanize him to the jury.
I don't like
That's
him as
fine.
well. I
What
think
was
he's
interesting
an
is
ass.
Amber Heard's lawyers in their closing tried to use Johnny Depp's definition of abuse, which he talked about what happened in his life with his mother, and tried to use that definition for what happened with him and Amber. There was a bit of sleight of hand there. Domestic violence is a crime, and we have a definition for it in state laws, but emotional abuse, mental abuse, nearly every married couple could claim that they have had mental or emotional abuse if there was an argument. So there was a bit of a sleight of hand
exactly.
with Amber Heard's lawyer suggesting
that
all they were showing was that there was abuse in the marriage, when the op-ed was really about domestic violence, which is a cognizable, recognizable crime.
Yeah, what's very interesting is when we look at the special verdict form, we can tear into this in greater detail. But of the three statements, one is that headline that specifically references violence. The other two, not so much. The other two, you might be able to make an argument that it was some other form of abuse short of violence. And that could mean bad things for Johnny Depp. So let's take a quick break here, guys. Stay where you are. We'll come back with more as the Depp-Heard jury continues to deliberate, pushing into the
and why he wouldn't be violent against Amber, for example, physical. Well, exactly. So that will be the relevance there, but you always can object because it's not about this case, really. It just shows that because of his childhood, he is likely to not do or commit that kind of action. On the other hand, what you a lot see with kids that went through child abuse or child trauma is that they actually go back in violence because that's the only way they really know. In Johnny Depp, his case, like the moment he had too much alcohol and drugs, you see him becoming verbally violent. So probably never to his kids, but definitely in an argument. And that's the other thing, and I wish there was more about that. Like we heard Kate Moss, but how was she, for example, with Vanessa Paradis? Like they stayed together for 14 years. Like if it was that bad, like wouldn't she left? So why? And how was he with drugs? How was he with alcohol? You know what I mean? Like why? That he always did it, okay, but how much? And why would he take so much more when he was in a relationship with Amber? So we just don't know. Like a lot of things weren't allowed in this trial just because the domestic violence part isn't on trial. It's really the op-ed, and the op-ed is about domestic violence and sexual assault. But like if it was really about domestic violence or the sexual assault, it would be completely different. You know, you would have heard a lot of these testimonies as well, but there would be a lot of more witnesses. And I think especially on Johnny's side who actually know him. And for example, the ex-partners of Amber and Johnny. And then like James Franco and Elon Musk actually denied giving their statement or testimony. So what does that say? Like they don't want to lie on the stand. So
So if you want to synchronize your watches, the jury deliberations just hit 8 hours. And, of course, anything new in that room or in that courthouse, we will...
Well, yeah, but you're talking now about physical violence.
On the verdict form.
And I think the only thing what that Rottenborn figure done right is... I really don't like this guy. Sorry. The problem, or what Rottenborn actually did well, is saying to the jury, it's not just about the physical violence. It's not just about sexual violence. The moment that Johnny is actually mentally abusive to Amber, it is domestic violence as well. But then again, it's like, when do we see mental abuse or verbal abuse as domestic violence? Like if you have an argument and you both having an argument and you're both saying things to each other, it isn't mental abuse. Like if you hear every day that you're a whore and a slut and you're fat and your ass is shit and you have to lose weight and you're worthless and you're ugly. And when you hear that every day, then it's mental abuse. Then we're talking about it. But now you see text and you hear just a part of audio tape. So, and it goes both ways. So I even can say, I truly believe he is a dick when he had too much, when he is drinking too much and using cocaine. But it's like when you're in a fight and you record your fight and he is saying that you're not such a nice person or you're an overused flappy fish market, what I think was still quite polite, you know. It's normal because we always say things to each other what isn't really nice when we're in arguments, okay? Then when you text that to somebody else, not even to her, but to somebody else, that shouldn't matter at all. That's what I said earlier. Like, come on. If there is here one person who never ever sent a text about their ex that wasn't that nice, we all did that. So I don't even think they really proved mental and verbal abuse as well. But it's a hard one because they hear the audio tapes and they're like, "Oh, that's what he's saying. Yeah, that's rude. That's mental abuse." But no, they're in a fight. It doesn't really matter what he is saying to her because she is saying horrible things to him as well. You know, dead be dead and old man and I don't know what. Well, we can look at that as mentally abuse as well. So that's just going like this. So I don't think the domestic violence claim is right. And I also don't think it's proven that the physical assault and abuse is right. And the same for sexual assault. But you don't know what a jury is thinking. You know, they're not probably psychologists who actually, or psychiatrists, or a counselor, or any therapist who actually, when they're dealing with domestic violence or IPV, that we're actually looking to the whole picture and not just a part of it. What is actually happening here? So, well,
her performance.
Well, I mean, in her second go around, I'd rate her really high, probably an 8 to a 10. I mean, she was believable in the angst she's going through. I mean, think of this is like something like so far out there that you're a victim, you're an alleged victim in a sexual assault case or abuse case, you know, whether it's your family or a stranger, and you become vilified all over the world. Memes about you. Everyone thinks you're a liar. Everyone like says horrible things to you. I mean, think about her life. You really heard that right there. I mean, she really stepped up in that last piece, I think, and told the jury, you know, what's really happening to her. One other thing, Michael, I thought it was a mistake for her team to go into all of the internet rankings and numbers that showed hoax or, you know, whatever else, because then the jury knew that everyone hates her on the internet. But then, you know, cat's out of the bag so that she can come in the second piece in her testimony and reiterate
don't
how
lie.
terrible it's been. But had they not put that in, I'm not sure if I would have had her go as far as she did in the second piece. But she did a good job.
Yeah, that is very interesting, and you know, as we know now, the internet and the social media factor plays a role in any case, and maybe more so in a case where defamation's involved. Mark Weaver, what's your best guess on where this jury goes based on the question we've already seen, which really, to me, could open up a can of worms with the 3 statements in the special verdict form? They came back with a question about the first one, which references specifically physical violence. Where does that
sexual
take this
violence,
jury?
mate?
What's your best guess?
The more jury trials I prosecute, the less willing I am to guess how a jury is going to
True. They're
come
weird.
out. As a young litigator, boy, I had lots of opinions about what jurors were going to do, but the more cases I have, the less willing I'm to do that. I will say this, and the viewers might find this interesting. There was almost certainly a strategy in this counterclaim, because if it had simply been a plaintiff's case against Amber Heard and she had to defend it, that's one case. But for her to bring another case, twice the amount, $100 million, right? For her to bring her own counterclaim raises the possibility that the jury might, in fact, say, you know what, both of you lose, go away.
Yeah.
So in a sense, it was a bit of an offense that was a defense by bringing that $100 million counterclaim.
Yeah, that's the oh yeah lawsuit. You know, you're suing me for $50 million. Oh yeah, I'm suing you for $100 million. It does smack of you know, just kind of a statement being made without any foundation. Hey, I'm gonna have to thank and excuse both of you. Mark Weaver, thank you so much.
Can we excuse him as well?
Boroughs. And Bremner in Seattle, of course, you got Space Needle, you've got the Underground Tour, you got Pikes Market, you got Ann Bremner. You go to Seattle, those are the wonders of Seattle.
So,
thank you so much, guys.
5 minutes and then
next time.
I think it's only
guys,
maybe
we'll take a quick
30
break here, come back.
minutes.
Obviously, the clock's still ticking on the jury deliberations, past 8 hours now, and we'll, you know, we got a lot to talk about. They've been at it for 6 weeks. Right back to Law and Crime and the Depp trial right after
I
this.
really don't think there will be a verdict today, to be honest. Like normal, they will give it and everybody needs to get into court. You don't know if Amber and Johnny, who aren't there at the moment, want to go. So I don't know how that actually works. There is probably some time between that as well. Okay, well, I will keep the sound on so you can listen to this wonderful bloke. I will grab a drink for a second. I will be right back. If you haven't followed, please do. Really appreciate it, and I see you soon.
The question is, does question number 3, the statement is false, pertain to the headline, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath, or does it pertain to the content of the statement, everything written in the op-ed? So I think the confusion came in this particular one because the statement in question is the title of the op-ed. So I think they're just confused as whether it's the whole op-ed or just the title is the statement. And it's clear that the title is the statement. So I was going to answer to say the title is the statement in question for number 3. Does that seem appropriate to everybody?
So, is that enlightening? Is it more confusing? Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the afternoon session. I'm Michael Bryant. That's all we've heard from the jury so far today in the Johnny Depp Amber Heard deliberations into the 8th hour now. And that is actually question 1 in the jury verdict form, the special verdict form relating to Mr. Depp's case. We're going to get into questions 2 and 3 because it seems to me if they can't get a grip on question 1, 2 and 3 ain't going to be much easier. They all relate to other statements but potentially the defendants themselves, whether they're here or not to get here, certainly any fans or looky-loos, as they say. But actually, our executive producer extraordinaire, Kathy Russin, clarified that the judge has said when the jury reaches a verdict, she will then have it read at the top of the next hour. So in other words, let's say a verdict comes in at 4:30. According to those rules, well, it would be read at 6. Or if it came in at 4:45, at 6. If it comes in earlier in the hour, I suppose she's going to wait till the top of the next hour as well. And that's, again, to give everyone who needs to be here time to get to the courthouse. Well, that's perfectly unclear, and it was definitely not the impression given when we were first told what the rules were going to be. So that's a whole different animal. You could have 10 minutes notice then by that bizarre thinking. And I have to say, I'm outraged that there's no lunch paid for. I mean, come on. Anybody's going to try and get out of jury duty here, you can't even get a free lunch?
Right, exactly. If that's not a reason to wrap things up, what is? But a little surprising, but in all seriousness, you know, the jurors do still probably have a lot to go through. And so it remains anyone's guess, you know, but based on the fact that earlier today they were on question 1 still, we'll wait and see whether we get anything today before they call it for dinner.
Okay, boy, the jury brown bagging it. That is outrageous. Okay, thank you, Stacey. Appreciate it. And obviously, if something's going on down there, you got your finger on the pulse, and you will reach out to us, and we will throw you on immediately. Okay, thanks again. Appreciate it. So, you know, this special verdict form is so important. I really
Thanks, Nikki. Sorry.
But before we do that,
Lisa did get a little
didn't notice because the
we've talked about
screen just snapped off probably when I was grabbing a drink.
Part of the trial has been all the audio and the video.
Thanks for letting me know.
Once again, this is clearly one of my favorite pieces of video. Everything from the Richard Petty outfit that Johnny Depp is wearing, to what appears to have been going on. Give me a little foreshadowing here. Johnny Depp at one point says, "Did anything happen to you?" I don't think so. So something happened to him. Somebody made him mad. That led to the cabinet slamming. But was Amber Heard trying to just take advantage of that moment for her own purposes? Let's watch.
I reckon she did, but everybody knew that.
What happened?
And she's actually watching the whole time on her phone as well, if she is actually still. Like, that's just calculated, Mike.
Nothing happened this morning, you know that?
Were you in here?
No.
So then nothing happened to you this morning?
Yeah, you're right. I just woke up and you were so sweet and nice. We were not even fighting this morning. All I did was say sorry.
Did something happen to you this morning? I don't think so.
No, that's the thing.
You want to see crazy? I'll give you crazy. Here's crazy. Oh, you're crazy. You're crazy.
Have you drunk this whole thing this morning?
Oh, you got this going? You got this going?
I just started it.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Really?
No, didn't it? You were smashing.
This is at your house in West Hollywood on Sweetser Avenue, correct?
That's correct, sir.
And that's you in the video, Mr. Depp, right?
That's correct, sir.
And you would agree that
Jesus.
you were violent in that clip, correct?
Clearly I was having a bad time. I don't know what it was with regard to completely at this point, since I don't know the date, but being illegally recorded by your chosen other is, well, it's quite fitting with the rest of the photographs and tape recordings she made. So I thought what was most interesting is that she tried to hide it from me, and then that she laughed and smiled at the end. I thought that was the most interesting part myself. But so yes, I did assault a couple of cabinets, but I did not touch Miss Heard. And as you can see, I think, no.
And you may have been drunk in that
Exactly.
video, correct?
There's a possibility of that, yes, sir.
You poured yourself a mega pint of red wine, correct?
What is the word? A mega pint?
A mega pint.
Yeah.
I poured myself a large glass of wine.
Right.
I thought it necessary.
Right.
Okay, so 16 ounces in a pint, mega pint, unclear at this point. I want to talk about this special verdict form because it gets back to not only the question from the jury earlier today, but also some potentially conflicting results, which might be kind of interesting. Luckily, to talk about this, I have Mitra Hurian here. She is an entertainment lawyer in Beverly Hills. And Jeff Lax is here. He's a law professor in the New York area. Thank you both for being here. I appreciate that. I want to talk about, and I'll go over the first three questions here just briefly because I think it's key in light of the jury's question. Their concern was with question number one, which says, in relating to the headline, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change. That's the headline. That's the statement in the first page of the special verdict form. Okay, keep in mind, sexual violence. I spoke up against sexual violence. The second question relates to this statement. 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse and felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. Domestic abuse. So we go from violence to more generic abuse. And then the third one is, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. Again, not physical or violence attached to that. It's possible, let me start with you, Mitra. They could say, yes, Johnny Depp has proven defamation as to the statement about sexual violence, but then they could say no, that he hasn't proven it as to the other abuse allegations that don't involve violence. Thoughts?
Sure. And, you know, the jury form says that if they say yes to one of those, they move on to the damages portion. So it is absolutely true that it could be yes to one and no to the other two. That is still defamation.
So I think their question, I think, on the first question as to whether or not, Jeff, it is something they need to look at, you know, as a separate statement versus in the context of the whole article, is maybe the whole ball game on the Johnny Depp side.
With regard to the first question, 100%. I think that question by the jury, you never know, you know, why a jury asked. It could be one juror that wanted to know, so you don't really know what the consensus is. But yeah, definitely that question seems to favor Mr. Depp, because it seems like the jury's asking, do we have to prove that the whole thing is false, the whole article, or just that isolated statement about physical abuse? But like you said, the second question is still the general abuse allegation, with regard to whether that is true or false. That could be, and you just showed verbal abuse. I mean, that is clearly verbal abuse. So I don't think he's out of the woods on any of this, but certainly not on the second one, which is general abuse, not sexual violence.
Yeah, I think I agree, and I think that it's the first one or it's none of them, really. I think there's that kind of evidence of some level of abuse, maybe going both ways. Okay, so
well, that's the whole thing again.
Depp's cross-examination from Mr. Rottenborn. And this relates
like
to those
even slamming
really,
shit doesn't mean you are abusive.
And when it says Steve here,
you know,
Mr. Depp, that's what Ms. Heard referred
like
to.
I can throw things when I'm pissed off.
And you referred to her as Slim.
Well,
right?
Yes, that's correct.
And so you text her rears, tears, beers, shears, sapphires, leers, jeers, queers, hears, Mouseketeers, ears, I can go all night, DJ Maxi Pad, the old vintage you went for, dumb. Did I read that right?
I was signing off as dumb.
And then below that, you write, don't call me again and do not expect anything from me. Do you see that?
I do see that.
Did I read that right?
You really did.
Let's go to the next page, please. Eat salad with your equine AD bovine yerps. And thanks for the support. Have a great shoot. You sicken me. Leave me be, Officer Squarehead. Your display of guilt and matronliness as a lesbian camp counselor was plenty. Your future is on display. Best of luck.
Yes.
Best if luck.
Thank you for the correction. Best if luck.
You're welcome.
And thanks for the tunes. Bye, JD. Don't call again. I will begin to feel embarrassed for you. Go away, coach. Hup. Done. Did I read that right?
No.
But then you're in a bloody fucking fight, aren't you?
Done. Hup. Done.
Thank you. Otherwise, did I read that right?
Sure.
You agree that referring to Amber as a lesbian camp counselor is a highly offensive reference to make, correct?
What's the date here? 2013. It wasn't as considered as egregious. There was a bit more. There was a bit more understanding about terms. Amber also called herself a lesbian camp counselor many times. So, I don't think I'm the first to say that.
You'd agree that there's nothing appropriate about referring to your girlfriend or fiance as that, in those disparaging terms in that text, correct?
Objection, compound.
I really want to know where is the line here. You know,
as an insult,
like if he would say that constantly and him alone,
drug habits.
Yes, it would be abuse. When it's going,
No, you don't have to answer that, sir.
it's like a bloody tennis game.
Well, if nothing else, you get the sense that Johnny Depp is quite
It would
the
be fighting.
writer, you know, I don't know how much of that's driven by substances or just a creative imagination, but it had to be an interesting relationship on that level alone. Jeff Lax, when you're hearing these texts, and these weren't, by far, these were not the worst of the texts that were back and forth between these folks, what's your takeaway? Is this just a guy being annoyed, playful, evil? Where does it fall?
You know, Michael, there's a show on TV that my wife and I are binging on together called Made. And it's about this woman who is made homeless by her husband, who basically throws her out of the house, doesn't touch her, but punches a wall near her. Very similar to what Johnny Depp does. She ends up at an abuse facility, and she says,
Oh,
I'm not abused, I'm
definitely.
not
It's
abused.
like he
And
won
the
the
worker there
public
says to her,
opinion
he
trial.
punched a wall right next
That's
to your
for
face,
sure.
right? He was screaming at you the whole time, right? And she said the next time it may not be just words. This is physical violence that tends to lead to, verbal violence, and physical object violence tends to lead to violence against the women in many cases. And so that kind of abuse, the verbal abuse, has to be taken very seriously. And I think the jury will, based on their question, you see they're separating it. And I think they are taking it seriously. And so I don't think, a lot of people think this has gone well for Johnny Depp. I always thought this part of it was a real problem for him because you hear him being abusive.
And we know that he has certainly abused inanimate objects plenty, and so to make the leap you mentioned, probably not a huge leap. The real question becomes for this jury,
Well, that is
there enough
speculation,
evidence and
lawyers.
corroborative evidence to support Amber Heard's testimony?
Like, there are a
some sort
lot of people who
violence.
are
Let's take a break,
ruining.
guys. Stay where you are. When we come back, we'll have more from the
Stuff,
Heard testimony
but
as it
never
unfolded over the
ever
last
touch
6 weeks.
the
jury
person.
into the 8
Like, can it happen? Yes, it can happen,
their
but it
deliberations.
also can
We're gonna find
happen
out, I
when
would
the
imagine, in
person
the
is
next
not
half hour or so,
destroying
whether it
things.
will
So,
continue into tomorrow, or if they're making enough progress, they tell the judge, hey, we want to bang this out tonight. We'll see. Stay where you are. Coming right back.
oh, definitely. Like, and she ruined it all by herself. And when we actually watched this trial, it came more clear that she was lying about a lot of things. What actually really ruined her whole career. And I think she actually really started this to be so the public would feel sorry for her and stand behind her. So she probably would get more movie roles because people wanted to see her. But I think it really backfired. Like, if she had just left and said, I can't live like this, he's drunk all the time or using too much drugs, that's not a life for me, people would probably respect it. In this case, she's trying to ruin him, and it's so clear that she really put a big target on her back. And again, like, threatening people's life or her child's life, that's just pathetic. Like, get out for yourselves, people. But do I think she actually should be punished for lying or destroying somebody else's life? I reckon she has to. Like, this is, and I can stand that they actually putting the phone calls and text messages when people are angry at each other. You know, because that's how it works. Like, I'm not going to say when you're when my partner is being a dick, I'm not going to say, oh, sweetie, I didn't like what you did. No, bloody ass. You're behaving like a dick. Like, come on. It doesn't mean I'm bloody mentally abusing him. Like, I'm just saying how it is, and I'm angry. So you always say things when you're angry that's like, shouldn't have said it. After that, you can actually say, oh, well, shouldn't have said you were a dick, although you behave like a dick at the moment. So the whole mental abusing or like kicking your or redecorating your shit, and then it really should come from one side and not from both sides. So But again, like, I don't know if a jury is actually looking at that, or if they're really looking at, oh yeah, he said a lot of nasty things, so boom, she wasn't lying. And it's one point, but yeah.
So we continue in verdict watch here at the Law and Crime Network. The jury now at about 8.5 hours looking into the fate of Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard and her counterclaim against Johnny Depp. We did see just a bit ago some of Johnny Depp's cross-examination, right? So let's take a look at Amber Heard. How did she do? You know, Camille Vasquez has been quite the star of the Depp team. Let's see how she started off her cross-examination of Amber Heard.
Mr. Depp hasn't looked at you once this entire trial, has he?
Not that I've noticed, no.
You've looked at him, though, many times, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
You know exactly why Mr. Depp won't look back at you, don't you?
I do.
He promised you you would never see his eyes again. Isn't that true?
I don't recall if he said that.
One of the last times you ever saw Mr. Depp was when you met him in San Francisco in July of 2016, right?
That was the second to last time I saw him, yes.
And this was after you had publicly accused him of domestic violence.
I got my restraining order before that, yes.
And this is after you had obtained the domestic violence restraining order against him.
That's correct.
I don't understand. Is this what you want?
No. Oh, no, a hug will save it all. All this, everything we just...
I just wanted to touch you.
Really? After all this you just said?
I just wanted to give
After
you
all
a
this
hug.
you accused me of? You want to touch me?
Please stop me. Please stop. Please, I just wanted to hug you and say bye. I wanted to end that.
We did that last night. It's fine. That was good enough. No, because I'm nothing to you. And I will always be nothing to you.
Calm. Calm.
What? You're not my shrink. No, you're in fucking heart. No, we'll never see each other again. You won't even don't take my glasses off. You don't like looking at not my eyes. You will not see my eyes again.
That's you and Mr. Depp in that recording.
That is.
And this is from when you and Mr. Depp met in San Francisco in July of 2016, right?
Yes, that's what it sounds like. That was...
I have to a restraining order. Why would you do that? Like,
this is after you publicly accused him of domestic abuse.
Yes, and got my TRO.
Yeah.
And
he
sexual
tells you
violence.
You will not see my eyes again, doesn't he?
Yes, he does in that recording.
And he kept that promise, hasn't he?
As far as I know, he cannot look at me.
He won't look at you, right, Miss Heard?
He can't.
That is, we're not supposed to be hearing all this stuff. You know, this is such private, dramatic stuff. And Johnny Depp, it just seems in character when he tells somebody, "You will not see my eyes again." It's just, it's creepy. It's kind of haunting. Mitra, you know, these are very private moments, private conversations. You know, we've all had some version of these, and you know, to have them paraded out there.
That
you know,
man is like Elaine, giving my brain a headache.
It's uncomfortable.
And my headache a migraine.
I don't know how jury members feel about this, but now they've got to wrestle with this uncomfortable stuff and come up with a decision. How tough is that?
Yeah, I think, you know, they're probably feeling all the things that we're feeling, but they've been sitting in their seats for hours on end for 6 weeks now. So I imagine that so much of it is uncomfortable, and that much more uncomfortable being in the room with these two people who have this history, as they have to hear themselves in not their finest moments, and sort of the tension that must be in that courtroom as a result of that. So I agree, more than we ever need to hear from any couple ever. People say and do things that they don't mean and that they're not proud of. And it's really unfortunate that it's all being, you know, heard and sort of dragged through the courts and also seen by the public.
Yeah. Jeff, about 30 seconds. What do you think is the biggest issue for this jury to wrestle with? Is it really just as simple as, I believe her, I believe him?
I think the hardest part is damages, because they may find technically that there was defamation, but he doesn't deserve anything. So it wouldn't shock me if he actually wins the lawsuit and gets $1. That would not shock me. So I think the damages, what damages really are there? Because he's not a likable character here. And I don't think he has real damages.
And that may be just fine with Johnny Depp, because he has said more than once from the stand that he's there doing this to just tell his story.
Is that the only
I
person
think
who
you'd be
doesn't
satisfied
like
with
Johnny
$1, maybe
Depp?
less. Let's take a break, guys. Stay right where you are. Some good stuff. I appreciate the analysis. We're going to continue to watch this case unfold
Tell
as we
me.
are in verdict watch, pushing 9 hours now. So, Johnny Depp, Amber Heard, who will emerge victorious? We'll be right back.
God, is that we have to watch it, but I really don't like those guys. So, like, he definitely has a case, and with the damages, it's not for him. He doesn't give a he doesn't care. So, if he is actually getting $1, it's a win for him, like, and a huge one. So I don't think the damages are such a big deal. I really think that the biggest struggle is what we actually see and count as abuse. So I think that's the hardest one. And or maybe the damages are like, we know all that he doesn't care, but if the jury actually really believed that Amber was talking out of her ass, what she was most of the time, not everything, but most of the time, there should be like consequences, you know? Like, you can't just say that about people and accuse people of that kind of things. And what that bold person just said, the lawyer thing, like, well, he didn't really had any damages. Like, man, like Pirate 6, if this shit wasn't happening, he would be Captain Jack Sparrow. No bloody doubt about it. Okay? That's what's making the bloody movie. And if this shit didn't happen, he would play in Fantastic Beasts. So he actually really lost roles because of this bullshit. Like in Amber's case, it's different. Like, it's what the director of Warner Bros. Already said. Like, she doesn't really have the chemistry with Jason. So they already were thinking about recasting her. And there was nothing else on the table. And then, to be honest, people don't want to burn themselves. You know, they want to stay away from the shit what is going on. Because it's she thinks that, oh, people will stand behind me and I will get better jobs. And no, it doesn't work like that. Yeah, now Johnny will get a lot of jobs because, to be honest, everybody is feeling sorry for him, and now he is big news, and millions of people are actually standing behind him. So, you know, when he's playing in a new movie, every bloody soul will go and watch it. So he will make money. But he lost a lot as well. So maybe. Oh, that was interesting. So, what the?
How does it start?
Okay, stand by, guys.
We are on standby, guys. I love live TV. Really, I do. So, although, like, bloody almost 9 hours, that's a long time. I think even longer. Like, we started today at 9, and they already did 2 hours on Friday.
Okay, so still in verdict watch in the defamation case, Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard, and the opposite. What normally happens, this time of day, and this is true in most courthouses during deliberations, there's some communication between courthouse staff, maybe even the judge, and the deliberating jury members to give them a sense of where they are in the process. And the court may ask, would you like some more time tonight? Do you think you're going to make enough progress to come to a decision? Or do we wrap it up at a reasonable time and then you come back and get back at it in the morning? I think we're getting to the point where we're about to learn about that decision making.
That would be nice.
But while we wait for that, let's look now. This is kind of like a best of. If you looked up some of the characters, it looks like Central Casting had a pipeline to this trial. And one of the most interesting witnesses, I think we can agree, is Isaac Baruch, who testified. He lived rent-free as a buddy of Johnny Depp in one of his many penthouse apartments. And he talked about Amber Heard's appearance. Remember this date, May. It was a 2016 event in the penthouse fight incident. Here's his testimony.
Did you have a good look at her face during that conversation?
Yes, this room. Yes, yeah, this room. It's completely lit. That it's a spot, and there's a camera. Taking, cameras always on, a security camera, and always, and so it's got good lighting and stuff. Because this is a spot where if you use your fob key to go into the building, well, the door takes a long time to, it's one of those things with the pressure thing that the door just doesn't close shut. Takes a while for it to close. Someone could be in the garage who's not supposed to be in the garage, run and hold the door open, and then they get into the apartment building, and then who knows? Maybe somebody gets ripped off. But so it's well lit for security reasons, and that there's a camera there. It's taking pictures, doing what the camera does.
Was Ms. Heard wearing makeup during that discussion?
Neither of them looked like they were wearing makeup at all. Whitney had this hat on that it was a fun hat or whatever, and that no makeup. I don't even know Whitney to be a makeup person, and that Amber, no, she looked like she was just natural Amber. It's all just as always, no makeup.
Did you notice any marks on Ms. Heard's face?
No.
Did you notice any swelling?
No swelling. No, there's nothing. There's no swelling, no bruising, no redness, no cuts, no, I don't even, nothing.
You get the feeling if you ask Mr. Baruch what time it is, he'll tell you how to build a watch. He's got a lot to say.
That guy is so annoying. Is it just me who think he's really annoying? Like, he should go for a job interview with bloody Elaine Bertie.
He's been living rent-free. I probably called him a freeloader at some point, but he was obviously a friend of Johnny Depp. Does that, so color his testimony to be totally discounted or just shaved a bit?
Yeah, I mean, obviously
he's annoying.
He's indebted to Johnny Depp. I think there's no way sort of around that, coming to that conclusion. Johnny Depp changed his life. He basically became what we call a patron of the arts, took him in, set him up in a really nice penthouse that's much nicer than most people live in, and he had a good life. But I think what redeemed him a little bit was the way he described his affection for Amber, and the fact that it seemed that they all had a nice relationship, and that he did know her for years and he did come to love her. And I think that the moment that he got emotional over the fact that this is even happening between two people that he cares about and how he just wants them to move on, I think that sort of redeemed him a little bit, because although he may be indebted, it sounds like he cared about both of these people.
So, Jeff, one thing I did like about his testimony was it was really the first incident that we had a witness talk about where he could give his observations of Amber Heard being injured or wearing makeup to cover an injury. So I think that was very important foundational material. I'm not sure we knew what was to come at that point. It would be so over the top in terms of the photos and the makeup. But that to me sounded legit, and he was, you know, making firsthand observations.
Definitely. It was, we've talked about witnesses that are not prepared well. That was clearly a witness that was very well prepared. Depp's lawyer certainly did a good job. He was very colorful in terms of why everything was so clear to him. All of this goes to the believability of Amber Heard. And by the way, I got a very angry email during the commercial break from someone who says, I can't believe you're saying that Depp might win anything. You can't believe anything she says. But you know, the problem is, even if you don't believe anything she says, you don't need to for this case, because there's audio of him being verbally abusive. I keep going back to that, regardless of what she covered up or didn't cover up. Maybe not physical. Again, I want to clarify, but verbal. We all hear that, and that should be disturbing, I think, to enough people. The verbal abuse, just to me.
Yeah, and you know, we talked about this early on, that seemed to be the dividing line, at least in my analysis, that abuse, yes, emotional, verbal, but physical, where's that evidence? And I think the jury seems to have latched onto that distinction already with their one and only question so far.
Well, so is the emotional, again.
Cross-examination.
Like, that actually means at the moment I call...
and for Johnny, you know,
somebody a dick, I'm actually assaulting them or abusing them.
Stuff, and it's not fair. It's not right what she did and what happened for so many people to get affected from this. It's insane.
And Mr. Baruch,
how this happened.
And Mr. Baruch, if in fact she's telling the truth, and if in fact Mr. Depp, who has engaged in enormous rage and domestic abuse and violence of Amber over a period of time that you wouldn't know about, then maybe it's time for him to take responsibility, don't you think?
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
Speculation. Lack of foundation, relevance.
Speculation.
He just went off on this rant and rave about assuming that she's...
You asked questions.
I didn't ask a question that launched that.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Okay,
right, next question.
I'll ask this.
Okay.
Mr. Baruch, you don't know whether Mr. Depp has committed domestic violence of Amber Heard, do you?
I never witnessed. I never saw or witnessed whatever type of claim that is being said, ever. Okay. I've never seen him be violent since teenagers from first meeting.
I didn't ask you that. I said you don't know whether he has committed domestic violence or abuse on Amber Heard. Isn't that correct?
Well, you also don't know if he did. That would be probably my answer.
Physical.
Even though it's not a yes or no question.
Mr. Depp use drugs as well as drink and be drunk, correct?
Oh, yeah.
So on that cross, probably the best answer given by Mr. Baruch is that I've never seen any physical violence, and he is a guy that has spent a lot of time with the couple. So, Jeff, what do you think about that? I want your opinion, too, on how that back and forth played out between the court, the attorneys, on the objection over the speculation of what this witness might have understood to happen. Obviously, no foundation for that. But I think I got kind of two questions brewing here. One is this back and forth with the attorneys that made it look like neither of them were quite sure what they were trying to get out of this witness or prevent. And then the witness's testimony in itself as it relates to what he did not see.
That's what happens when you have a witness with a personality. Sometimes they go off on a little bit of a tangent, and both sides get an answer that they were not expecting. Certainly, even Depp's team wasn't expecting that response, and certainly Heard's team was not expecting it, but that's what happens. The judge sustained the objection, which was, I think, proper. It was a little bit confusing for a moment there, but it was proper because he's there as a fact witness. He's there to answer one question. Did he see evidence of abuse? And I think in the end he clarified no.
Yeah, and I think he made it very clear he'd never seen it. So the question then, Mitra, is, You're not with them 24 hours a day, correct? You're not with them 7 days a week, right? You're not with them every day of the year. You certainly can't claim to know everything that's ever happened between this couple.
Sure, and that question can be asked of anyone that gets on the stand. You know, these witnesses are not there to say that it didn't happen. They're there to say it didn't happen in their presence, and they don't believe that it happened. This is somebody who was around them often, that presumably if there was some damage, injury, noises, you know, any of the results of that, that he, you know, odds are he would have seen something over the years. And I think that's where sort of the strength of his testimony lies. But of course, you know, the question is always going to be, well, you can't say for sure that it didn't happen, right? And that's where you get into sort of the speculative nature of the question.
Right, and you know, he was in a role that if anybody might have seen or heard something, maybe he was. So I think he was a very important witness and also very entertaining, which we appreciate. Let's take a break here, guys. Stay right where you are. We're going to get back into more of the testimony from the Depp, Heard Depp trial as the jury continues to deliberate, very rapidly approaching their 9th hour. We'll be right back after this.
God, that's an annoying man. Well, that's the whole point, isn't it? Like, you have so many witnesses, and like half of them actually lived in their house as well. Your mic, mate. And nobody did see anything. Like, there should be something. This is just funny. God. So, let me see, 20 minutes to go. So I really don't think they will come back with a verdict, or they have 20 minutes to actually say, okay, and what was it? Then we have to wait till a full hour or something like that to actually hear the verdict. So, still think it will be tomorrow, though. Hopefully we will actually find out in the next couple of minutes what it's going to be, if they need another day or if they actually done deliberating about the case. What they said, like, we just need one thing. Like, the abuse is actually really bothering me, especially the mental one. It's like, you can't be in a fight without saying nasty things about each other, because that is then abuse straight away. What I don't think, okay? Mental abuse is way worse than being in a fight and calling each other old men or overused flappy fish market. Like, come on. So I'm not really agreeing with that part. Like, we all see what he did, we all see that he can be an asshole, but on the other hand, so is she. Like, she said some bloody nasty shit as well. So it's not just him, it's them against each other. And then I also don't think you should use messages he's actually talking about Amber to a third person in whatsoever, or on a phone call. Like, who bloody fucking cares?
Hey, welcome back to the afternoon session. I'm Michael Bryant. Well, the jury at it for 9 hours now as they are deliberating 2 different actions being played out in front of them over the last 6 weeks. Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard versus Johnny Depp. And near the end of Johnny Depp's direct examination, this guy knows how to turn a phrase. And I think this is the part of his testimony where he says something like nothing less than everything when he was asked what he's lost. Anyway, fascinating testimony. Everything he says he has lost due to the accusations of Amber Heard. Let's watch.
What, to your understanding, is the status of Pirates 6?
At this point?
Yes.
I believe it's in dangle mode.
Mr. Depp, have you ever physically assaulted Miss Heard?
Never.
Have you ever sexually assaulted Miss Heard?
Never. Certainly not.
What have you lost as a result of Miss Heard making these allegations against you?
Nothing less than everything. Nothing less than everything. When the allegations were made, when the allegations were rapidly circling the globe, telling people that I was a drunken, cocaine-fueled menace who beat women suddenly in my 50s.
True as well. Like, there is no bloody history of violence, what you normally would see.
You know, you're done. So, what did it do to me? What effect did it have on me? I'll put it to you this way. No matter the outcome of this trial, the second the allegations were made against me, the accusations, the second that more and more of these things, as I said, metastasized and turned into fodder for the media. Once that happens, or once that happened, I lost then. I lost because that is not a thing that anyone is gonna just put on your back for a short period of time. I will live with that for the rest of my life because of the allegations and because it was such a high-profile case. So I lost then, no matter the outcome of this trial. I'll carry that for the rest of my days. And it never had to be that way. It never had to happen. And I don't quite understand why it did in the way that it did.
So, nothing less than everything. What have you lost here? Let me ask Mitra Hurian, entertainment lawyer, is it just too much? Is it just too melodramatic? Is it just too big a performance? Or is it believable?
You know that sometimes you watch it, people, and you just want to...
I think this is definitely, you know, his language and the way he speaks. And the way he speaks is sort of dramatic and poetic, and he has sort of this artist in him, right? He's a musician, he's an actor, and he's, you know, the arts tend to be a bit more flowery and dramatic than the way you and I, for example, speak. And so I think that this was sort of the first taste of this moment. I think particularly that one, you know, drop the quote right there and everyone remembers it moment, was the first of many moments where, you know, we see throughout the course of the trial that he uses language that's very different than the language that you and I might use. And you come to understand that, and you come to understand what he means by some of what appears to be, you know, kind of vague expressions, but you come to kind of understand his language. So I think it's just the way he is. It's his nature.
Yeah, if you're just sitting down having a cocktail with him, if he still does that, maybe you find out that it is different, but it seems like it's just him. So let's see how Benjamin Rottenborn handled the cross-examination.
Well, if you weren't violent
damages,
and
the
you sit having a drink with this bloke,
of his claim for $50 million, we know that he would make at least $50 million if he signed on to do another movie. Let's watch.
Now, you're claiming that due to Amber's allegations of abuse, you can't be in Pirates 6, correct?
I'm saying that after everything had basically hit its media targets and the hit pieces kept coming, it would be, I mean, I would be a real simpleton to not think that there was an effect on my career based on Ms. Heard's words, whether they mention my name or not.
You became aware prior to the publication of this op-ed that you were likely out for Pirates 6, that Disney was considering dropping or dramatically shrinking your role, correct?
Well,
and you aren't aware, you said Pirates 6 in your view is dangling.
There's a
You're not
reason
aware
for
if
that.
Or when Pirates 6 will be made, correct?
No, sir. No.
And the fact is, Mr. Depp, if Disney came to you with $300 million and 1 million alpacas, nothing on this earth would get you to go back and work with Disney on a Pirates of the Caribbean film. Correct?
That is true, Mr. Roddenberry.
True.
And you couldn't identify a single movie that you did between the divorce and the op-ed in response to Ms. Meyer's questions just now. You said there was a small tour of your band between that, but you couldn't identify a single movie that you did in the year or two prior to the op-ed, correct?
I have to tell you that when I'm working on a film, I do my work, and when I'm wrapped on that film, I've done my work, and I move on to the next. So I haven't seen the majority of my films. I've seen a few only if I had to, but so it doesn't come right away to my head. Films are not the first thing that I think about.
So, damages, we've talked a little bit about. We talked, last week about this whole concept of presumed damages, because defamation per se, which is really an allegation of some criminal conduct, in this case physical abuse of someone,
maybe we will get
presumed damages,
a
and there is a
bloody
specific
verdict,
jury instruction that they got that
still
says
10 minutes
you
to
don't have
go,
to see
so
the actual
they
damages.
should
They're
be
presumed.
back
But
now
Jeff
saying,
Wax,
okay, it will take
there's a
hours.
follow-up instruction that basically says, here's how you calculate actual damages. Seems to me a little conflicting and maybe confusing, and I don't know, maybe reversible if they don't quite get it right.
It's very interesting. I think in that scene that you just played, that testimony with the attorney, you see that the money is very important to Amber Heard. She doesn't just want to win; she can't afford to lose, and that's why her lawyers are going after, do you have damages? That's why it's such a big deal to their side, because even if that testimony, that back and forth was, even if you win, Mr. Depp, how have you been harmed? And that goes to your question about actual damages. Where are your actual damages? Because everybody understands if you're falsely accused of sexual assault, I mean, what could be worse than that to somebody's reputation? Everyone understands why that's defamation per se, as you alluded to. However, you see that the Heard side, to them, the money matters a lot because she simply can't afford to pay even if she loses. I think that's a good job by her lawyer setting up, even if our client loses, look, there were no actual damages.
Yeah, that is very interesting, because it could be a
then
hollow victory, but again,
you shouldn't
maybe
accuse
Johnny Depp
people.
could care less about the money.
I think that, that's sort of consistent with what he said, and what we're sort of observing is he's caring far more about the court of public opinion. He cares far more about clearing his name.
No, he won
even
that
the
one.
very first pleadings that he filed, the complaint stated that this is not about the money. This is about him clearing his name. And, he's been using the courts as sort of his public platform to try and do that.
You know, I've just heard through my sources that they're done for the day without reaching a verdict. So the jury has been thanked and excused for the day. They'll be back at it at 9 a.m. So we're going to call it a day ourselves here. Thanks so much. I'm going to thank and excuse Mitra Ahurian from Beverly Hills, an entertainment.
Well, the only upside there is that we don't have to listen to him anymore. No, Nikki, we will be back tomorrow at 9 a.m. New York, USA time to see what's going on. I don't expect it to be a lot longer though. Although on the other hand, I really thought they would reach a verdict by now. But apparently not. So I really think that they're struggling with the abuse part. But we will see. So if you didn't do it yet, please follow. And we will be back tomorrow at 9 a.m. New York, USA time. Okay, enjoy the rest of your day and hope to see you all back tomorrow.